there we go. Unexpected, victorious Tornado Energy.
2016 Wargaming.net League World Champions.
Good evening and welcome to the EU Wargaming.net League Season 2. My name is Ryan Murphy. I'll be your host for this evening. I'm joined today by Mojo. How are you today, mate?
Pretty great. Like, I was really enjoying the last matches yesterday. Even had to moderate the chat a bit. That was not very enjoyable though.
Chat can be a bit, a
There
bit.
is quite a zoo sometimes there, but you can
Just slap the banhammer.
always police it a bit.
Yep. Now, we had some awesome matches yesterday. We also had some matches the day before as well with you and Daki casting on Thursday.
Yeah, we had really a lot of unexpected matches. I'm really hoping now today we'll be actually just moving on with them, because this league is completely unprecedented in every way. There is not a single team that cannot beat another. There is no more clear side who is a favorite and who is not. Every time you enter a match, you will say, okay, what will happen now? Which version of this team will we see? Are they prepared very enough for all the variations? And then someone just drops a gun carrier, RT, and you say, okay, this is something new again.
Out of left field indeed. Now, let's have a look at the standings and see how the matches we've already seen this week have affected the current table. And things got a bit strange at the top of the table from yesterday, Mojo, didn't they?
Ding is number 1. Well deserved. They had a really rough match yesterday against Utopia, undecided until the very end, till the tiebreaker. And of course, the loss of Oops to GRS was also really surprising, leaving GRS only 2 points below Suba and Oops, which is below any margin. It's not really even any significant distance anymore.
Yep, and Oops and Isuba are dead level on points as well. So they're currently sharing 5th spot rather than sharing 6th spot at the moment. Now, Gunrunners have a bit of an uphill struggle. I mean, 7th place isn't automatic relegation because sadly we lost Swift during the season. But 7th place is still playoffs. They still have to fight for the spot.
Yes, but again, there is still a lot of matches to be played. So there is still a lot of time for them. But anyways, in any case, one of the teams will end up on that position.
Yeah.
And they will have to fight their way back if they're strong enough.
Yeah, certainly true. Now let's have a look at today's matches that we have lined up. We have 2 matches for you. We'll be kicking off this evening. First with Gohard versus Kazna, which is going to be a monumental struggle. Then we have Oops versus Utopia.
A brutal first match. Their first match in this season, they played against each other, ended up in 5-1 for Gohard, but Kazna boosted up in their readiness since then. Actually, both did, because Gohard had really splendid matches, like really astonishing games in some moments. So I expect a really great combat here, and I'm looking forward to see what they have prepared, because they will have to put something new again out of their pockets.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to this one because last time, let's be honest, Gohard completely outplayed Kazna Crew. There was a bit of mind games going on, and in Runeberg, they were in their pocket. Gohard completely dominated them.
There was something really important for us to see. Yesterday, Gohard played against Ding, and they lost 5-3. Like, result itself is not very important. It was close. Important is that Gohard was 3-0 up, and Ding took 5 games in a row. How? Because they were really, let's say, playing unorthodox after that.
Yeah.
Gohard was heavily countering, and then Ding started playing really normal and beat the hell of them. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they tried too many counters, I guess. Now, as we always say, the action isn't always just here between the players. You can join in our Fantasy League and try to defeat myself, Mojo and Daki. The Fantasy League address, obviously, www.fantasy.eslgaming.com. Pretty sure got an extra W in there, just don't worry about that. If you're able to defeat me, Mojo, or Daki this season, then you can get gold, you can get premium time. There's an article on the World of Tanks EU website that would link you to our correct teams, because Mojo and Daki have 2 teams, because we actually started a week earlier. I deleted my team out of fairness so that there's no confusion, but Mojo and Daki like to pretend it wasn't because
The
team
worst
was
one is
good.
one in competition.
We'll
That's
just-
the only thing important.
We'll just not mention the fact that it was actually ranked higher than Mojo and Daki before I deleted it, but hey, them's
You
the
mean
breaks.
higher when you are on like 4th page behind, like higher
Hey,
with the number?
You're
Because it's
currently-
like a 3-digit number compared to like my number 3.
You're currently at least 100 points behind me just now.
I
100
am
places.
now. That's present, mate.
Yeah, and that's
But
that's
do
the one
not
that
change the
matters.
history because you didn't win, so you can
That's
write
what-
it. You
that's
know,
what- hey, it doesn't matter. The team doesn't matter. You know.
it matters a lot because we still have a lot to play on.
I'm playing only for the fun of the players and the fun of everyone else taking part in the league. I don't
good
care
for
about
you.
winning it all. You know.
That's what you say.
I just need to place above you and Daki, another one, and that's it. That's all that
Exactly.
matters.
That's not gonna happen.
Because last season I smashed the both of you completely.
It's just not gonna happen. man.
Last season you got wrecked. Now
We're gonna put some big bet on that. You know.
let's stay in the moment, Mojo, with Gohard and Kazna crew here. Now, Gohard have changed up their lineup from last season. They've added in some new players, but they've kept some of their key players as well.
Yes, edit players are Failware from Knekkebrud that is no longer with us in a season. Then they, from CAS region, added 3 new players, Coca-Cola, Zafarchik, who is actually leading the team as tactician, and they added up one more, Maga. So these guys are actually now the main core of this team, and you can say that they added up also Crooks, but he didn't play a single match so far, so it's not really worth mentioning. Because if you don't play by now, it's not going to happen till the end. That
Could be
means
the
that
super sub.
he's just a reserve if really needed. And these guys are actually performing really well. So far, the only reserve they actually really used is Scarium, who played while Kerryberry wasn't here.
On
And
holiday.
and he played actually so well that Gohar didn't lose a single match.
Yep, as I said in the interview when we had one with Carrie Barry, I said, dude, you know, you were there for the first match, and then Scarium replaced you, and Gohard went on a 5-match win streak. Was Scarium, you know, the missing link? And Carrie Barry's like, no, Hector. What happened yesterday? Carrie Barry joined the team, Gohard lost.
Think about it.
See? There we go. No pressure, Carrie Barry, but it was you removing Scarium that cost Gohard to lose.
We will see. We will see today against Kazna for sure.
Yep, and their opponents, Kazna crew. Now, Kazna, Mojo, they're one of the, they are the oldest team here in the league.
They are by far, because Kazna is in the league since the very beginning, since the first promotional tournaments onward and so on. But from those players, actually only Haiba remains, and then Vetso, who joined a bit later. From this season, we have Diplomat, who joined them from the ranks of no less than Gohard, actually, and he was one of their main players, but in this season, he did not really incorporate in Kazna that well yet. We will see how will it be till the end of the season. Also, Call Me Piotr and Vale from out of range joined them. So this is pretty much what they have new in this setup for this season. Piotr plays on a regular basis. We've seen Vale exchanging places a lot of times, mostly with Izne.
Yeah.
So I don't know what is their grand plan yet. I mean, they use Izne a lot of artillery pieces and light tanks lately.
Personally, I love the fact that they rotate Yuzny into the team just to use when they need to use a meat shield for like when they're doing the tactic on Runeberg.
You need a professional flip tank on
Professional
Runeberg.
person just to sit and do nothing.
Well, it's not nothing, man. You need to do it well also, because actually I've seen plenty of games on Runeberg, on European or on CIS region that when a guy who is in charge of that function particularly, if he really messes up and positions wrongly, you just lose the game. And then the other 6 players can just go, yeah, well, we have the tank set up just for these tactics, and now what?
Yeah.
Well, now you lose.
It's a one-trick pony. Now, you might be seeing a couple of whales at the moment in chat. That is because of Vala sometimes gets called Walla, so that's where all the Walla is coming from right now in chat, just in case anyone is wondering that, because it does get a bit old in the tooth, shall we say, a bit overused at the
I
moment.
thought that Vale is appearing only on Cliff now.
Only in Cliff. We can only talk about it when there is the whale in the ocean, as Daki would say. Now, with Kazna Crew, I had a chance to speak to Vetso earlier on this week and had a little chat about previous fortunes, the 3 tiebreakers they played last weekend, and looking forward to this weekend. So let's have a listen to that chat. Okay, so Vetso, Kaz and the crew there last weekend have managed to get 2 wins from 3 tiebreakers. How tiring was that for you as a player, and generally, how much did it affect the team?
Well, that was kind of exhausting. Out of all those rounds, we managed to pull off 2 wins, which are really, really important, especially against Ding. And I was expecting a lot of rounds, but not actually 3 tiebreakers. That was the gun runners surprised us with a couple of good tactics, good counters that were unpredictable. So, but overall it was good. 2 wins. We still got 5 points out of potential 9, which is kind of good because there were 2, Utopia and Ding are doing really good, and they were really hard to beat.
Okay, now the next question was mainly going to focus on gun runners, but it also in a way applies to Ding. So, I mean, what happened in those matches? How do you felt that you were able to win against Ding, but then sadly lose against gun runners?
Well, when Ding was 4-0 up, we still didn't surrender. We were talking about that counter Koritz tactic. Do we do it? Do we hide it? Do we try it? And we agreed that it's still not over. You need to get to 5 wins. So we managed to pull that off, pull back the win, which is really, really insane. And against gun runners, they are an unpredictable team. That was the hardest match. We knew that's going to be probably the hardest match out of those 3, out of Utopia, Ding, and gun runners, because they are unpredictable. You don't know what to expect from them. You see their replays, see their game styles, but still they are kind of unpredictable, and it was a good game to them. Nothing more to say.
Awesome. Well, it's a fair comment there. I mean, you watch them on Mines, and they seem to just YOLO on Mines. It's working out well for them so far, but they've only
they are really good on Mines.
Yeah, definitely. Now, this weekend you are going up against Go Hard and against eSuba. Now, which of these matches do you feel is going to be potentially the most difficult, and what are you expecting from these teams?
Probably Go Hard match is going to be more difficult than eSuba. I mean, the points and wins say that, but we're going to prepare for both matches really good, especially for Go Hard. We have a bad record with them. We lost this season once, we lost last season twice, so we never beat them on online. And I think this time it's time to break that, even though maybe we go again to a tiebreaker, who knows.
Wow.
Maybe even 2.
Okay, well, best of luck for you and your team this weekend, Vetso.
Thank you, Hector.
Interesting points there from Vetso Mojo. I especially like the fact that he reminded me, because I actually forgot about it, that they've never actually defeated Go Hard before, including last season.
Obviously, something in approach of the game to the game from the Go Hard doesn't fit to Kazna players, and they were not able to break them so far. The last defeat, as Vetso said already, was 5-1, but Kazna had some amazing games lately. Especially, I will point out that against Ding, he said, because that's the greatest comeback in this season we've seen. Being 4-0 down, it's being down on the ropes. Most people would just want to end it and say, yes, 5-0, whatever, just end it, I want to go away. But no, they actually came with specifically nice counterplay tactics against Ding on Ghost Town, killing Koritz blindly with their tanks, who was on that Udes position elevated up, that you could really, I don't know, pinpoint from satellite where is he playing after repeating it so many times. But that's not enough. That was only 1 game. They won 4 games after that. So that was really great.
Yeah, and it's a point to note as well that last weekend, Kazna crew played 3 tiebreakers. They won 2 out of 3. So that would have been a hell of a slog for the team as well to have gone through, to stay motivated the entire time.
It was amazing, but as he said, gun runners are just too unpredictable for most teams.
Jack Panzer E100 on Ghost Town yesterday. I mean,
it's something that was experimented also on CIS region. Also, they attempted before of that with E4.
Okay, yeah.
And so on. So there are various versions for that and valid reasons to use it.
I think gun runners have taken E4 before.
Yes, that's what I said. But you still have to make it work.
Yeah. And it only connected one shot, so yeah.
They also experimented with 2 Fox then on Himmelsdorf, so you remember how well that went when
Yeah.
they died in like 1 minute.
Yeah, the double Foch combo was quite nasty. Now, between here, Gohard and Kaznakru, let's have a look at the maps we're going to be playing on, Mojo, and the order that they're going to be playing in as well, because this can usually be quite telling for the teams as well.
Well, you can see by the marks who actually picked which map, and the tiebreaker for this match is Murovanka. There is nothing astonishing about the picks here. We can say that Ghost Town goes rather in favor here for Kazna because they're far better team there than Gohard. But amazing thing will be maybe Ruinberg because Gohard actually has 80% win rate there while Kazna has only 40 plus. So that can actually be a map that can break this match. As Veto said, there is a very large possibility that this will go to tiebreaker. And if it does, Kazna is actually a team that never lost a match on Murovanka so far in this season.
Mines will be actually interesting as well because neither of the teams have actually a good record on it.
50% both.
Yeah, both kind of straight. And Gohard's played it 12 times, Kazna's played it 16 times. So they both know Mines, but they're both not able to like get stuck into it, you know?
It's very hard now. The meta was changing on daily basis on Mines. How do you approach it? Do you rush it? Do you play with artillery? Do you play without? And every time someone managed to sell a new trick, and I've seen actually a couple of tactics that no one actually used yet on Europe that might be still used, and I'm really wondering, will someone actually try it?
Oh, a little pocket pick for a tactic. Interesting. Well, let's have a look at the lineups here for Mines and see what the teams are going to be bringing with them. We will be starting with Kaznakru on the defense, and Gohard are going to be on the attack. It looks fairly... I mean, we've seen lineups like this before, Mojo, yeah?
Yes, we've seen them more than once. Kazna with a lot of heavies there. They might actually even play aggressive toward the hill. It does leave them an option with this, especially since Gohard is playing with an RT piece, but they might even just trench up because Lorraine RT is something you can play around. Gohard taking IS-4 and Kranwagen, that's not super aggressive toward the hill, so they can even do a late kind of push, and they can also play later around the village side, especially that IS-4. I mean, Haiba for Kazna was playing that in attack many times.
Yep, it's got potential to do high damage on it as well if he gets left long enough. Now let's find out who's going to take the first round here. Will it be Kaznakru or Gohard? Let's find out as we go to Mines.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the centre hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
Okay, and everyone is ready to go here. Kaznakru are the red side defending against Gohard, the blue side attacking. Gohard have the purple and black camouflage. Kaznakru have the black and white camouflage.
At the moment, Kazna is really dispersing. They send 2 mediums, no less, toward the island side. So they abandoned the village completely, wanted to do pressure from the lower parts. And look at the damage taken.
Stefan was trading with Kaiser there, but Coca-Collapse was also able to help him, so Stefan has already lost for Kaznakru. Kaznakru have lost their TVP. We can see Nexus and Komi Piotr here wanting to push up and help, trying to get shots onto Karibari, but not able to find anything. They are exposed as the autoloaders come back in here from Gohard. Failware and Maga want to get shots into these tanks. We see reinforcements in the shape of Haiba and Diplomat coming around, but Ders and Vetso can look on the minimap. They're flanking round on Annihilator, and whilst Gohard might win the hill, they could get surrounded here by Kaznakru.
The point is exactly in those 2 mediums who were the play from Kazna from the start. They actually charged there and they used all the other tanks just to hold off the Gohard tanks. They didn't, of course, rely on losing Stefan there. That was too early. But they are actually winning this game by far now because the Gohard having RT, they're actually outnumbered now.
Karibari's now been singled out on the hill between Diplomat, Nexus and Call Me Piotr. He has nowhere to go. Diplomat's going to come off reload, get a shot into him. Nexus is going to probably get the killing one, or Piotr, one of the two. It's Nexus who gets that killing shot. Kaznakru have wrestled control back here of the game as Safarchik picks up Nexus, is back to 4-on-4, but Gohard, one of those tanks, is an artillery.
Yes, and he's in reload soon. These tanks will mostly be RT safe, and they will just pressure with their HP and superior number of guns on Gohard tanks. This game is over.
Dare's getting the kill on Maga. We now have only Failware and Zafarchik left. Failware goes down swinging as Vetso gets the final kill. Zafarchik, what can you do? Can you make a connection? He's not even really aiming at someone. He can perhaps get a kill on Diplomat here or even do a bit of damage on Dares. But how long is it going to take to do that? It's just a numbers game at the moment as Kazna crew have taken this one and taken it quite comfortably. That overmatch there by Dares, and I think it was Stefan coming round, and Dares and Vetso it was.
No, Vetso and Dares.
Yeah, getting the pick onto Annihilator was really, really important.
Yes, but that was their mind play from the start. As we said on the start of the game, they had potentially the lineup to go toward the hill. It was not the fastest one, but it was durable.
Yeah.
Having those two Ice 4s, it takes quite a lot of time to kill them. They're good at angling. There is a high chance that heat shells will just bounce off their checks and so on. Even if RT hits them, it's not a huge damage because they are very well armored. So they sent two tanks really aggressive toward the water. That was a bit of a blind play because they relied that most of the Gohards or even all of their tanks will go up the hill having the RT, so they will need the numbers there. And they were just playing super aggressive, just making sure that the tanks on the hill will not have the reloads and they will not notice those mediums on time. Once they manage to do that pincer attack, usually people just go from the hill to do from around the village to do the pincer attack, but this was better version, I'd say. Once they did it, it was already over.
Yep, I mean, it was timed really well. They lost Stefan because Stefan traded with the TVPs. And then when the single shooters came up, then the bat chats from Gohard came back, and then they were clipping into the single shooters. But the minute they came off reload, Dares and Stefan had already wiped out Annihilator, and they could come off reloads, and it just swung straight back into Kazna's favour. It was a nice team fight. I mean, Kaizu...
Brilliant damage there.
He took a lot of damage at the start, actually. He was the first one to be shot at, but survived long enough. Dares picking up 3 kills in the bat chat. He was one of the 2 tanks flanking. Failware, I mean, Failware's one of these players we always see coming consistently top damage for his teams, like the Unji for Gunrunners. You can pretty much always bank on him being top 3 damage. Sadly, Annihilator coming in there 11th and Karibari 12th. I wouldn't want to be Daki and have both of them in my fantasy team at the moment, but hey, it's only round 1 here. Who knows what can happen for the rest of the rounds. I think you and Daki also have Zafarchik as well.
Thank you for pointing it out.
Sorry, I mean, Daki did this to me yesterday all the time,
Yes,
you know?
yes, we actually do have Zafar. I was hoping he will manage to do at least one shot while they were approaching, but he chose just to die. What a pleb.
It happens. It happens. We know
Fight till the end, man.
We know he always plays scouts, and I mean they have a lot of matches this weekend, so it can still work in your favour. It's going to be interesting to see how the scores lie after this weekend in fantasy.
Well, the greatest disappointment for me is that Spoink is not playing at all, because that will cost all 3 of us in overall.
I'm disappointed, but at the same time it doesn't bother me that much because you guys also picked him.
Yeah, but it will cost us all compared to the overall standings quite a lot, because that's playing a 6-player lineup again, not a 7-1.
After we just tried to get 7 players,
yes. And that's nonsense then. And then that zone was in my lineup. He was swapped in and out, in and out. He didn't have the greatest games. In the first match he played, he didn't end up on top 14 list. But never mind that. That's another match. This is Kazna and Gohard and lineups are ready.
Let's focus on a moment. The lineups are ready here for round 2 on Mines. Kazna crew are now going to attack against Gohard on the defense, and it's pretty much standard lineups again here, Mojo, yeah?
Gohard playing here with the 3 budgets, one being tier 9, baby budget, and TVP, okay. Ice 4. Yeah, this is a rather lineup that you can defend the village with pretty much. I don't believe they will go toward the hill with this. While Kazna here playing with 2 113s and the Kranwagen, again, offensive lineup without using of RT.
Okay, let's jump into round 2 here. Kazna crew on the red side are attacking, Gohard on the blue side defending. Kazna have that awesome white and black camouflage, and Gohard have the super amazing purple and black camouflage. Almost like our jacket and shirt combo, Mojo. Failware doing that climb nice and easy, making it look nice and easy, but he has to be careful, can't go up too far, because Stefan and Dares will be ready to shoot him in the face if he keeps carrying on.
Well, Stefan and Dares managed to climb up well. Failware is gonna get damaged now. Wow, wow, wow. That's 2, but he is safe now.
He's safe-ish. Can he get over the next bit? He is.
There is no artist, so these tanks cannot harm him anymore. But, okay, getting up there for only price of 2 shots was really lucky for him, I would even say. And it's important position for all of them to gain. You can see the disposition of the tanks of Gohard toward the village, as I said on the start. So that's their main play. They left Kerry Berry on H1 as standard position to prevent any enemy rotation from there. And most of the other guys will just snipe if he's in danger. So far, so good here for Gohar. We need to see how will Kazna try to break this. By the having 1-1-3s here, there is only two possible ways I see it. Like they will either press the water cap with that pressure, or they will just do, let's say, full YOLO toward the village.
Full village YOLO, that's exactly what Gunrunners have done twice on this map and been able to win it on mines. Vetzel was talking about how Gunrunners have a strong play here on mines. The thing is, will Gohard be able to be ready for that if Kaznakru try and take a leaf out of Gunrunners' book?
Well, we can say for sure that Kazna completely changed their book of plays, for mines at least so far. These tactics they use today, both are completely new. They're not using in attack anymore Grille. We've seen that. If you remember when Nexus was trying to dig out the tanks, he fired like 20 shots and he didn't hit a single thing there. Blind shooting the bushes and so on. And they played it twice in a row and it didn't work out. Also in defense they played much, much different. So yeah, mines was not their strongest.
Shot just missing Haiba there from Kaizu. Could have done a lot of damage on him there. He's going to be kicking himself for missing that one. Now Komi Piotr starting to move slowly here towards Karibari. Karibari's actually down at the side. He's not actually up high, Mojo, in the bushes where we'd expect him to be.
Yeah, but this is also still a valid position here. He is playing against Vetso there. Nice connection there by both, actually. It's really surprising that Vetso managed to snap him there, but Failware, this is not good for Gohard. Taking damage there is a huge risk. If they manage to push away the tank so they can't see any climber, like he will be in a serious problem. But considering they do use Maga up front, he is rather safe from that yet.
Who's hit Failware? Because all of those autoloaders on the hill were on full clips.
There is a chance that actually one of the 1-1-3s connected him because he was peeking. You remember the Haiba and the guys were aiming up.
I think that's where it came from. Because everyone else on the hill was on full. I mean, it might have been Haiba. He is aiming that way. Maga's taken 159 damage there. So somebody's put a Ichi shell into his face, trying to work out where he is at the moment. But that's unfortunate for Failware. Taking damage we didn't need to. Karibari trying to shoot Komi Piotr. It's blind shooting at the moment. Barry knows he's spotted, but he doesn't know where Piotr is.
It actually looked to me like Haiba is breaking the trees with the Ichi shells. That's something that you can do. If you hit them from a certain angle, they will just fall off, like in real life, you know, opposite to the shell. So he might have broken them to ease up a climb for a future Bachat coming in, or even to make obstacle so he is less spotted when he moves there.
Maga just holding his ground here against Yizne and Haiba. HE hit no damage there coming out from Yizne as Haiba reloads and gets ready for another one. Now Maga has a damaged viewport and limits his visibility slightly, but not to the range it's going to have any effect considering the distance that the two Kazna crew tanks are away from him. Failware, whatever he does, is going to be bold. Tracked himself coming down the hill there.
Oof, Maga is taking some serious HE damage now, spammed by two 1-1-3s. This is hellish tactics here coming in. I mean, last season we had a chance to see Kneckebrud first using that on Himmelsdorf. If someone watched it and remembers it, they managed to kill entire IS-4 on a red line there, just using HE shells by 1-1-3s. It was probably one of the most annoying moments for the guy on the other side.
I think we saw Shockish farming an mouse as well with heat shells in this area, where he got a truck ton of damage, basically just shooting a mouse under the hill.
He almost killed the entire mouse, actually. Full 3,000 points, but being shot by two guys like this is a different story still. He didn't take that much of damage and the half of the game is already over. We are already in the 6th minute.
Less than 5 minutes now. Kazna crew looking to have to make a move. Now Nexus is actually taking a shot there. 4-8-8. Very nice roll. That perhaps came from Failware there. As you see Maga's health just going down slightly again now. The only good thing for Maga is that Haiba and Yizne don't know exactly where Maga is. So a lot of their shots are going to miss rather than connect every single time. They have a rough idea where he is, But right now it's all blind fires. That's another connection there from Yizne, dead into him. 420, no fire started. He is safe. He won't be blazing.
This is going to be a messy fight. It will have to start from two sides if Kazna wants to win it. 4 minutes in, that means that I don't think they can play from the water side anymore. They will actually have to commit over the village, and Gohard will be able to guess it. If they're positioned like this, that means probably they will have to go down from the hill and from the village side mainly in the same time. Why? They will have to have at least one guy from the center shooting on failure, because they need to take him out. There is no real way to take him out except if you have someone on that 3-4 line. But you can already see that Gohar has Coca-Cola ups there, Kerryberry.
Haiba, overextension there. He got shot at by Maga. He got shot at by Coca-Cola ups as well. He's going to carry on going forward. One more hit and Haiba goes down. He is in a very dangerous position now.
He's like, if someone returns him the favor with HE, he's done. Let's say like that.
But Haiba and Yizne are pushing into Maga at the moment. This might be the start of the push here, Mojo. Now, Haiba sitting back. Yizne pushing there into Maga, and it's Haiba that picks up the kill. Here comes the rest of the tanks from Kazna crew, but Ders is eliminated quickly by Failware, Mojo, the exact tank you said they needed to be worried about. Stefan is now clipping into Annihilator as we see Vetso taking damage as well. On the far side, Komi Piotr and Karibari are dueling. Just look at the health pools going down. Coca-Cola picks up Komi Piotr. Now, Kazna crew, what can they do now? They still have 5 tanks available to them, but their HP is dropping, and it's not dropping on Gohard.
This is not well for them because all the cards are actually in the Gohard side. They have still Kaizu and Coca-Cola with a lot of HP, but more importantly, they have a couple of tactical positions that are preventing from Kazna to do anything significant. They still have Failure up on a hill. They still have a guy in a base. They have a guy rotating around them. That's Kerryberry. You can see like they are positioned like a ring around the Kazna, and Kazna would need to punch through somewhere, and they have only 2 minutes to do it. That means they have to risk.
Oh, Kaizu 655, not a really great shot there coming out from the Gorilla as Stefan's able now to clip him. Remember, no, Stefan picks up the kill. Failware's just waiting to peek back over, but now Karibari picks up the kill on Vetso. Kazna crew are down to 3 tanks and they do not have HP to trade as Failware now picks up Nexus. Mojo, exactly as you called it, he is an absolute thorn right now in the side of Kazna crew because they just can't dig him out.
This is the main issue for them because one guy from the middle was supposed to take him out and it didn't happen. He was too well protected. The angles that Gohard was covering were too good for that. So they knew that no one can climb up. They knew that no one can actually line up real shots on him. And that's why this attack was bound to fail from the start.
Karibari now with a damage farm here onto Stefan and Yizne as now Failware comes over as well. Stefan is now the last tank remaining for Kazna crew. It is Failware who picks up that kill. That's 3 kills from that elevated position. And there we have it, 1-1 Kazna crew and Gohard here on Mines.
Keep on going, Failware. He's in my team.
Me as well, so good to see. But nicely done by Kazna crew. The push from, nicely done by Gohard. The push from Kazna crew was a bit disconnected. I would say they were kind of forced into it by Haiba taking a lot of damage, but Ders went down so quickly when it happened.
That was part of the plan, that you try to take out as much shells in the heavy tank so the other guys are safer. I would say maybe it would be better if he pushed together with Disney, so I guess he didn't expect to get shot for so much and so early. That's probably the part they had, but losing theirs was critical moment when they actually broke. And everything else was nice, but just they didn't have the closure power anymore.
Well, let's have a look at where the damage came from in that round. Who came out on top for their teams? We can see Karibari finally living up to his name and coming top damage with Kaizu right behind him. Second place, then Stefan. Failware just out of the top 3, but only slightly. He did pick up 3 kills. Didn't fire as many shots as Stefan.
Stefan was in a first line of attack for Kazna, of course after the 1-1-3s because they were used as punching bags. Then he charged in and did his clips. But still, as I said, they didn't have the closure power because once theirs fell, that was pretty much it. They also lost other flanks. And you could see how Kerryberry managed to surprise Vetso from the back, take him out, and then they pressed on Kranwagen. So Kazna just felt like dominoes then, and they were left down in really bad positions, surrounded by everyone. and they had no way out of that.
Dares didn't even fire a shot when they came down from that position there. Not even got one shot out. And the Kranwagen only got one shot as well, only did 450 damage.
It's amazing because Kranwagen was specifically picked because of his great cooldown, so he can shoot down on tanks. But failware was a problem for him, because if he wants to shoot down from the hill, that means that he is constantly turned with his 90 degrees to that butchot on a hill, and he has no way to deal with him. Absolutely no way, because Kranwagen has a turret that rotates very slowly. It's not armored unless you are positioned specifically to shoot people below you. Then he's the strongest tank in the game. But otherwise, he's actually a rather mediocre tank.
Also, I mean, Karibari won the duel against Call Me Piotr on that other flank, which then freed up Karibari completely to come into the battle.
That's very important.
Very well done. Very good solo play there. Now let's have a look at the lineups for map number 2. It's going to be Ghost Town, which is one of the most interesting maps that we have, I feel personally, and we have a wide variety of vehicles being used.
Good roundup lineup here by Kazna. Here, with this, you can play whatever tempo you want. 350Bs, I7 and VZ, so you can pressure any of the caps with this. You can trigger the lower cap with the butchots in a start and refuel it with I7 and VZ. You can play flanking because you have a lot of 50Bs. So this is a tactic that you cannot really predict if you are go hard. What is Kazna going to go hard? On the other side, do have the AMX-30 prototype, which would suggest normally that they will try to climb it up for a decap, but last time they played something like this, they actually rushed with the entire team.
And the 30 actually had a heck of a lot of damage in that battle when it was in town fighting, because most people were ignoring it and just letting it do damage. It has quite good gun handling, it has good penetration, and left alone it will do a lot of damage. Who's going to take the first round here? It's all squared. Kazna crew, go hard. Let's find out. Let's go to Ghost Town.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map, made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
Hey, this isn't the battle that you're looking for. Well, sadly, sometimes these things happen. We will get things back underway straight as quick as possible. Actually, I was going to say straight away, not straight away, quick as possible. Now, Ghost Town, I said earlier on, it's been one of my favourite maps. Would you agree? Is it one of your favourite?
I like Ghost Town because it's the fastest map in a league. It always ends up in some big brawl. There is no way around it. It's a small map. It's designed specifically for esports.
Yeah.
You cannot play it in random games. I think the only mode it was played on was Domination when it was up.
I don't even know if it was in Domination. Had a separate map as well.
No, it was.
Okay.
It was there. It was one of the maps. So it was usually used when you had those 10-on-10 situations. So it's a map you cannot normally see. But as we said, like, it's not identical, symmetrical, but is as close as it gets.
It's not 100%. People are always like, the spawn areas are not the same, the bases are not equal. It's like, settle down, guys, okay? Settle down. But no, it's a very fun map to watch. I mean, I don't know if more symmetrical maps would be something that's cool. Maybe certainly different environments. I like to see, you know how we had, I think it was Port that had all the railway tracks on it?
Yes.
I'd like to see a map similar to that again. I really liked that layout. It was like a more kind of modern
tournament on that.
Not that map, but something like that map, that kind of setting. You know how it's a kind of city
I know
map,
what you're saying. I just wanted to point out if Oli is watching, because I beat his favorable PTS while they were camping there twice.
Pirates, the old school clan.
Yes.
Now, let's actually have a look, Mojo, at the records here on Ghost Town. So, 12 times it's been played by Go Hard, and it's been played 12 times by Kazna Crew. Kazna Crew actually have quite a dominating win ratio here.
Yes, compared to the last season, which was their bane map and horrible map, they really lost a lot of matches on it. This season they're playing it far better. So I guess it's all normal. Like, what hurts you the most, you try to learn to play the better for the next season.
Yep. Out of the 12 matches, Kazna Crew actually have a 75% win ratio, so
quite high.
Certainly not to be underestimated. Now, we saw at the start lineup, we've shifted away from Batchats and we're now using things like AMX 50Bs and things like E100 start to come into the game as well. Very different playstyle for Ghost Town. I mean, you said it yourself, it encourages the brawls.
Yeah, you cannot really say in E100s are incorporated because in the last season, Ding actually introduced meta first with 2, then with 3 E100s.
Okay.
But a lot of people since then learned how to play against it, so you rarely see now the builds that have so many of them, because once they get flanked, they're pretty weak.
Yeah.
They can get shot up because they're slow. But if you use them well, they're disastrous because you can see if the 3 of them peek around the corner and one guy is out of the position, it's bam, 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 and 10 less, man.
The thing I like about Ghost Town as well is the tactics are constantly evolving. Like, always seeing new vehicles, always seeing new tactics. We might see new tactics now because we are ready to jump into the action. Kazna crew on the red side are attacking, Go Hard on the blue side defending. Now, what can we see here, Mojo? How's this going to go from the start?
Well, pay attention to the Kazna movements. Like, Maga is doing something usual, spotting with his Basra to see the rotation. Kazna is actually trying to maybe intercept and catch him in that.
Oh, that was
Look at the
close.
position where there is Diplomat and Isne are.
Perhaps trying to catch out Maga, but Maga has got himself safe. Coca-Cola's coming over to him.
It's going to be quite interesting because Kazna here is not playing something like a strict tactics. They're spread out like a web here, so you can say that this setup is weak against a strong push, but they're actually close enough to help each other rather easily because they have very mobile tanks and they can move around.
They go hard very spread out here on the left-hand side of the map. Kazna crew not committing to anything yet, not showing their hand really. I mean, we've seen this before with defending teams, Mojo, that sometimes when a fight happens and is forced, the defending team can't react quick enough to it because they're so spread out.
This is also smart play by Gohard because they don't have enough info. You can see how much they pull their ranks back. Why did they do it? Why did they give so much ground to Kazna? Because Kazna has such a fast lineup. They're unsure what will Kazna exactly do, and they do not want to leave some tank stranded, because if they lose one tank on the start of the fight, that's it, that's GG already. They know it, so they're waiting actually and hoping that Kazna will maybe blindly charge in, and they will have a great crossfire there, or Kazna will start the trigger on some cap, and then Gohard will play their tactical game, based on whatever is going on.
That's Coca-Cola's here as the furthest forward from Gohard, venturing into the town, using his armor hopefully to be able to deflect the first couple of shots.
Yes, you can pay attention to Coca-Cola's later because he is actually watching toward the 2 cap with his E100 while he is protected by Failware from the back end Maga. Like, you will be able to see that when you see the Gohard side of the map in rather soon. While that is going on, Kazna is doing a bit blind shots where Gohard might have an elevated tank.
Bit of a gamble here. Whenever it goes to a white crosshair like you see in the center of the screen there, that means we're looking at the player's point of view, that we can see the player's point of view, and we're actually seeing exactly what they're aiming at and how they're looking at the game. So that's why sometimes on the minimap it looks like a team disappears. It's because we're actually switching into the player's point of view. When both teams are on the minimap, that means it's our observer point of view where we can see the action from both sides.
Yeah, we can see the Kazna saw nothing like a big opening, so they didn't want to charge in blindly, and they decided the best version for them is to press toward the 1 cap. So it's going to be a cap pressure game where they will need to put at least Stefan on that I7 inside, maybe possibly even Haiba in that VZ. Other tanks will stay out to try to intercept Gohard tanks. But we've seen different plays here, because once you trigger the cap, you can also pressure along the B line if there is no one there and try to catch enemy off guard. We've seen Kazna actually do also that.
These tanks aimed up at this area. Stefan's going into the cap circle at the moment. Zafarchek will be able to get a reset on him. You can see all the buildings in the cap circle already damaged. Zafarchek in no hurry to have to do the reset while the rest of his team get into position. The danger that Zafarchek has to be careful of is he doesn't receive any counter fire, because you can see Haiba is spotted, so Zafarchik has to watch for that. It's now Failware and Caribari start to make their move. It's going to be a wide rotation here, Mojo, from Gohard.
Well, there is only 1 tank on a cap, so they are really not in a hurry. Look, you can see 90 seconds to go. They are very well aware of it. Zafarchik is also in position up. He can move away and do the reset, but I don't know why is he on so close position with that AMX, because he can take quite a lot of damage if he actually peeks from there to reset.
Kazna crew all bunched up here. Colin Piotr coming round in support of his team. Kazna crew just waiting for Gohard, waiting for any kind of movement. You always have the potential of Hyber being able to run over as well. Now Zafarchik starting to make a move. He is spotted. Stefan now sees him. Almost a minute still to go on the cap, so still more than enough time for Gohard to get into position, and they're heading over to what's known as Death Alley, and this is where we're going to see the fight in a couple of moments, Mojo, and it's going to be done or dusted, I guess, within the next 3 minutes.
Maga is out of the position, but he's closing in, and I believe the fight will start really soon.
Here it comes right now. Let's listen into the team speak of Kazna Crew, and we can hear how they're going to handle this.
They're shielding me.
Kaizu.
Shielding me.
Don't shoot him.
Focus on B. Carry barrier, Kaizu.
You can't fire.
We have to kill.
Yeah,
we need to kill him. We need to
Who
kill
can finish the? Who can finish the B?
him.
I will finish the one shot. I will finish one shot.
Wait, finish. You have to finish.
Finish Kaizu.
I'm still in awesome position against all of them. You can let me play against them.
Is he going, Kaizu?
Yes. 2 seconds reload. I got the bat.
Watch out for favor.
Can somebody aim the AMX-30?
Yes, I will.
Yes.
Nice.
I got him.
He can't decap.
Take it
Watch
easy.
out back,
Take it
watch out
easy.
back.
Take it easy. We
Yeah,
still have
don't
cap.
die now. I have 10
We
seconds.
still have cap. We still have cap.
They can't push here. We fucking crossfire.
They can't decap me. They can't
You have
decap me.
shots?
We can set up again, guys.
Easy. We
5
cap.
seconds.
Hello.
We are capping. We're still capping.
You have shots, Piotr?
I just need someone to. I need someone to aim the AMX. Okay.
Piotr, I can
am.
help you with the B if he pushes you.
I don't understand shit.
Yeah, because everybody's yelling. Chill down.
Just cover this.
-1 on
and I'm
fail
aiming MX. That's it.
Don't exchange.
Next Nexus, don't exchange.
Foolishly
The
now.
100 needs to peek me if he wants to decap me. I will rape him.
I'm aiming this corner now.
What's the HP of the W sit?
Low. He's low.
If they go up here, I can.
Hyper, would you spot the W set if you went AMX, if you went spec?
I think I would, but
Isn't go a bit down, spot with your cupola, you don't need to select it.
he needs the spot, mate.
Hyper, can you try
Just
to
spot
proxy
with
the
cupola,
100
stay
maybe,
there.
Hyper? Or is it
Yes.
too risky? If you don't have to, it's not needed.
Can't you double the cap with Hyper?
No, it's not needed. It's not needed. We have pressure. It's 3.5 minutes.
Are you standing good over there?
Yes, I will rape him if he picks me. Or like I give him one, then he might decap. Then we might. have to
Me
make
and
a
Mal
move.
stay here.
But just
ready to
let
go.
me give him one free shot when he tries.
Okay. Go safe, go safe.
I need help with fire.
Yeah, you will have.
He didn't decap me. He needs to try again. All
Maybe
takes
MX-30 is down. MX-30 is down.
Can't we peek the.
He needs to decap me.
Those
He needs to
guys
decap me.
5 seconds.
Peek on visit.
Have to.
I'll finish.
Still needs to decap. Hyper, you can join cap now. Hyper, you can join cap now. If
AMX
you
I'm
too.
if
sure.
you can't, I will kill him.
I
Join cap, join
I'll
cap.
go.
Nice. They can't decap. They can't decap.
Easy,
Yeah, wait.
Recap.
And that looks like it's a pretty much done deal, Mojo. Kazna Crew able to receive that charge from Gohard.
Yeah, that was pretty easily handled here. Gohard was out of the positions. Kazna read them well. They had superior positions. It was quite a cacophony on that TeamSpeak here, and half of them didn't even understand what was going on, but that didn't prevent them to click their mouse well.
It was the best statement ever in TeamSpeak. I don't even know what's going on. Not quite as exact as that, but yeah, that was one of the best quotes so far from TeamSpeak. Just when it all went silent as well.
Professional teams.
Yes, always. Nice. It's not like America. You ever heard that one of the American teams, just someone just goes, comms, and everyone just silent immediately. And then the field commander then talks. It's really nicely disciplined. But
Very
you don't get that in the
I
European
hope they
teams.
will actually win a match next time they leave America.
Yeah,
Ever.
yeah, it'll be good. Oh, Mojo. I just heard, whoa. Even on home soil, they did do it on home soil, but okay. Yes, let's have a look at the stats for that round between Kazna and Gohard. On Ghost Town, pretty sure it's going to be Kazna players all here in the first couple of players. Actually, no. It's my boy Failware coming out on top.
Failware farming in, even Zafarchik. But look at this, 5 of the Kazna guys are there, and it was really obvious from the game.
Yeah.
Like Gohard when
He's
they pushed
actually in the tier 9 batch chat.
Yeah, but when Gohard pushed in, they were really in a huge crossfire from the Kazna guys. They had a lot of fast shooters, clippers, and so on. It was not the best play by them, I would say.
Yeah, it was a bit uncoordinated when he did go in. Kazna crew are very well set up to receive that push from Gohard. We see Caribari, Coca-Colaps, I mean, not really doing much damage. Caribari was top of the board in the previous round on mines. Now, I mean, with Ghost Town, it can always go 1-1. It's quite common for it to actually go 1-1.
Actually, in Ghost Town, I think a lot of teams know to break through and take the 2 games. Kazna is in really good position now to go to 3-1, which will of course not decide the match, but it will be a great advantage for them because they can play much more calmly and careful in the future part of the match. So the ball is in the Gohard side now. They are attacking. This is a pro attackers map, so it's favoring attackers heavily. But still, the game is the game and the pressure is here.
Yeah, I mean, with the attack on Ghost Town, you can set the pace of the map, whereas in other matches, it's like, for example, Prokhorovka, it's usually the defenders that dictate the pace of that match. Now, I mean, Gohard, I'm expecting something unusual from them, perhaps here, a bit of bait and switch, perhaps, of Kaznakru, try and get them to go one way and try and come at them another way.
I don't know, this map is kind of small, and it's really hard to perform something like that. Rotations on Ghost Town are usually done by a team, and once you start a fight, you cannot really bait around that much. It's not really that big of a map. Once the fight starts, you can see here, everyone needs to be tightly close together so they can help each other. If you are all over the place, it doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's have a look at the lineups and see if there is going to be anything unusual, or is it going to be business as usual from these teams. Fairly standard, actually. Kaznakru taking a very similar lineup to what we just saw on Gohard there.
Kazna playing really aggressive with this. They have this MX-30 prototype. They can climb the same as Gohard, and they can just leave him there for the future decaps and support shots. But I don't know, this is rather risky setup by them.
Now, Gohard on the attack, Mojo. Why a T-57 over something like a AMX-50B or even a Kranwagen?
Kranwagen is used for cooldown, but if you want pure DPM combined with some armor, you always take a 57. He's the fastest reloader, plus those heat shells. If you're facing something like E100, they have a much better chance to pen.
Okay, now can Gohard make it work for them, or is it going to be Kaznakru going ahead 3-1? Well, there's one way to find out. Let's jump into round 2 here on Ghost Town. Gohard are going to be attacking from the blue side against Kaznakru defending on the red side. Now, we can see here that it's going to be failware in the T-57 heavy, Mojo. Coca-Collapse in the E100. Nile again on the single shooter, the IS-7. He used to be playing the single shooters quite a lot for Gohard recently.
Recently, yes, because Maga is usually playing the budgets, and so is usually failware and so on. So there is not, not everyone can play then a Clipper. Someone has to take a single shooter. You could also see that Stefan, who usually played Clippers in the last season, he was playing I-7 in the last game for Kazna. So that's also a very responsible position, because once you get in some cooldown, you have to pay attention to what you're doing.
Annihilator and Comet Piotr here trading at the entrance to Death Alley, which is just round to the right of Annihilator there.
Well, Nile will always have an advantage here, because he cannot really get penned, while 113 can. If you hit a commander hatch, which is rather hard, but still, there is a possibility.
Karibari waiting to catch out anyone from Kaznakru who might go around the other side. And Comet Piotr actually takes a hit. 2 hits coming over from Niall's shoulder there. So it looks like Kaizu actually was the one getting the damage in there from behind Niall.
Now there is taking some damage, and look at this Haiba.
Haiba taking a truck ton of damage in the AMX-30. Now, at the moment, it could go in anyone's way. Let's actually listen into the team speak of Gohard and see, because this fight looks like it's about to go kick off right now.
OPTB, no?
Хайба behind us.
Зафар, Хайба.
Финиш Хайба.
Давай, делай. Прямо сейчас делай. Я заберу, забей.
Deploy, take his KT.
Zaфар, let's play aggressive now. Let's play aggressive.
Go.
Guys, to be here.
I have 4, guys.
I'm on reload.
Grant my spawn more. I'm reload.
We can push in, we can get there.
I have 15 seconds.
I can 35.
1, -1.
Collapse, shooters.
But the Fink is on reload.
I can 30.
Barry, Fink is reload and load. Same time as you.
Давай.
Kazi, we can kill him.
Nexus -1, I think.
I killed deep block.
One shot 50 who can kill.
I kill.
Nice.
I'll push Nexus.
Stay,
Bad.
How many batch, guys?
Stay, wait.
Okay.
Why?
How many batch?
You kill
-2.
I'll go for
Oh
shit,
no.
honestly.
-5.
I'm on reload. Track that shit.
Nexus is to the, so.
Nice, guys.
And just like that, in the blink of an eye, less than 3 minutes into the battle, and Gohard have already won it.
Yeah, I think if it comes to some tiebreaker, this will be one of the deciding factors here. Nexus is trying to buy some time, so maybe some seconds are leached there, but still, this is clearly Gohard's victory. This is some tactic that Kazna already played actually before on the Ghost Town. They did know how to charge like this, and I said this is a very risky lineup. It's very light, And if enemy reads them well, it's done for. You could see when Piotr was approaching, he already took 2 shells. Haiba lost 90% of HP while he was trying to reposition.
Yeah.
And their attack actually failed before it even started.
The thing I like as well is when we do listen into the comms, is listening to the players counting shells. You could hear that from them.
It's a super important segment of the game.
But the other thing I liked as well is people saying, I think he shot, I think he's got 1, I think he's got 2. And sometimes they were saying to somebody else, go. Like, I think he's got 2, you go, rather than me.
Well,
which is
maybe
like, I
it's
lost
just a heavy
count.
tanks
Yeah.
job and you need to do it. I mean, guy with more HP will always go first anyways. But in this game, this was pretty one-sided. Kazna actually committed quite a harakiri here, I would say.
Coca-Cola
Charging in.
right in the thick of it there with these E100. Stefan, Batchat next, top damage, 2.5. I mean, it's quite close there. 2.5, 2.3, 2.2, then 2 down at Nexus. Annihilator on IS-7 as well, who was right beside Coca-Cola fighting out at the front, as with Kaizu. Vetso and Haiba. Vetso didn't even get a shot off when he was picked out in that corridor. I mean,
Yeah, but
he got
Emil.
jumped on. Yeah.
That's Emil. I mean, that tank is, as I said, they're really cool when they're in superior position. But if they're shot on the way to superior position, they're like a dead meat.
Yeah, poor Carry Barry, 12 there, not getting a lot of connections there with these tier 9 Batchat, but them's the breaks. I mean, we saw it with Disney coming second top damage in the previous round, and Carry Barry third bottom, same tank. As Disney, should it be Carry Disney? Should we rename him? You know?
It really matters also how the round progresses and where are you positioned, so you cannot really judge them like that,
Yeah,
I would say.
well, I think Carry Disney would be quite a good name.
I think you're just trolling Carry because of Scarium.
Maybe
a little.
Maybe I just think Carry Disney, see if Disney will do it. Now, we're all square, 2-2. We're going to go to Prokhorovka now, a map that in the past has been a stronghold for Gohard, but we've seen them sometimes... Krasnokru as well, however, we've seen some terrible plays from them on Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka is a map where it's really hard to take both sides because it's really pro-defensive if you defend it well. We've seen Kazna when they play defense with Nexus was playing STRV TD, 4,680 damage blocked. That's a monstrous amount of damage blocked against Utopia because they were all shooting him. He was like, you cannot kill me.
Yeah, but Krasnokru have done some terrible 1-2 line pushes.
Yeah, there was a lot of bad readouts and mistakes, but still, I mean, Gohard has their fair share too there.
Yeah, okay, I mean, certainly it's not a map you can easily say this team's got it. Now, the lineups here coming out, I mean, almost a mirror lineup, actually. Only the Gorilla is the difference on the two teams.
Well, it's quite usual because STRV is something that prevents the enemy rotation and it's really good at bouncing. Lately, like, I mean, it's better than I7 in that regard. And for defense, it's perfect and gives a lot of possible rotations to Gohard, but Kazna needs Grille on their side because with that high penetration, when they get him in some position, he can either blind shot or decamp some of the tanks, and it's very mobile. So they rather need him, and they obviously, because of something in their tactics, picked an STRV, so they can maybe more freely rotate with the remainder of the tanks, like Batchats and Ru, while leaving the lesser number somewhere.
Okay, well, let's jump into the round and find out who's going to take the first one here. Will it be Krasnokru or Gohard? It's all square. Let's go to Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
Once again, sorry for the delay, folks. We will get the match started as quick as possible. Now, Mojo, a point I wanted to say there about Prokhorovka here is that Krasnokru are on attack for this round. They have 80% attack win ratio. Gohard are on the defense, and they actually have a 71% defensive ratio. So both teams are actually at their strongest side at the moment. So it's going to be a very telling match. It's going to be an interesting match.
Yes, but still, it always matters. Who are you playing against and so on? How much are you reading in their tactics? As Vetso himself said on interview before, they played against GRS and they had no clue what would happen next.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter because you can say whatever kind of statistics of GRS you watch, they will be horrible because they lost most of the matches. Still, they surprised a lot of good teams. So it doesn't really matter in that regard. We could see the lineups before. They're very well sounded. They are very well
exact
thought
same,
of.
apart from one tank.
Similar, yes. And they will leave a lot of possible options. I think we already published a video about Prokhorovka. We did the last. So who is interested, you can check it out for some of the tactics used in attack and defense. It's rather educational in that manner. But here, I don't really expect any kind of huge rush in the start because none of them has any possibility for it, really. And it can end miserably, and it's a huge risk.
Yep. Now we see the new Swedish Tier 10 tank destroyer, S-Tank, being used. Do you favour it more for the attacker side or the defender side?
Of course, it's better for defender. STRV is used purely defensive, always, because if you want to move it around, I mean, normal state of that tank destroyer is something called the siege mode. That's a new thing, so you press an X, which would usually lock your tracks if you're artillery or whatever, and you get a whole another point of view how you aim and so on and so on. But it takes like 1.4 seconds for him, so to go in or out. He has really superior armor, it's hard to pen him frontally, but from the sides he's super weak, and DPM is great, and he will pen everything. Really, if someone watched that video, we actually used him as an example there. So he's really good to counter enemy pushes, because he's like a machine gun with a I don't know, trenched up machine gun.
Yeah, it's like a bunker, basically, you've got to break through. But it is, I mean, when it's changing from siege mode to drive mode, it's a mobile, it can't do anything, and that's generally when it can get wrecked really quickly.
Yeah, if it's flanked, he's dead.
It can unsiege, I believe, as well if it's tracked. If you track it, it can't unsiege, so you can't hit the siege button when you're tracked. You have to repair the track first.
He's tracked, it doesn't even matter is he in siege or not. He's just as dead.
I might be wrong with that, chat, I do apologise. But it does go pretty much as fast. Once you're out of siege mode, it can go as fast in reverse as it does go forwards. So it's very good at getting the hell out of there as well.
Yes, that's one of his strong points too.
Yes, well, everything looks like we're ready to go. Let's jump into the battle. Now, Krasnokru on the red side are attacking, Gohard on the blue side defending, and Krasnokru are going over to the 1-2 line module, but it looks like Gohard are going completely the opposite direction.
No, they're going to middle. Do the fast spot here, while Kazna is separating their tanks a bit. It's interesting how they're positioned. There's a Nexus there. It's a bit risky if Zafarchi goes super aggressive and they take over the middle. This might be kind of sticky situation for Kazna, but no, they're just playing standard. You can see how the TD Nile is positioned on A6 position with his STRV. They might even change his position later for A8. We've seen some teams do traps from that area, and it's a really powerful position to play from.
Just looking at the viewpoint from now, just look at how fast this thing goes backwards. As Niall just crashes into the red line there as he's aiming towards the hill there, using the gun depression of that vehicle once it's in siege mode. Diplomat and Stefan shooting towards Fairware, but if he manages to connect, that'll be one hell of a lucky shot because he's just blind firing at the moment.
Stefan is just browsing the bushes. Maybe he will shoot something or not. He's very good at it anyways, and he was usually doing it with Grille, and this has even superior reload to Grille, so why not? You can see how the tanks are positioned from the Gohard. This is a trap we will also explaining on A8 position. Interesting, they're not using any forward spotters, so no one getting in there unless they're super careful. We know what's going on.
Stefan actually put just one right over the top of Failware there. It's an unusual bush he's into, not a kind of common one that people would really expect to park in. Perhaps expect one over closer to the road. But yeah, it's a bit static at the moment, Mojo. Now, how are Krasnokru likely to break through this Gohard defense?
Well, interesting here is you can see how Failware is positioned here. He's just watching like this. If someone is pushing, but the main part of their play are two Bachats here who are waiting for anyone to appear from this very area. So no one is spotting for them, so they will not know there is anyone there. It will just look like it's abandoned side with only this tank in this position here. They did use STRV here before because he's heavily armored. He can cover the guys on the middle. He can even see something here and pull back, but now you can see he's on his traditional spot back in the woods here, covering any kind of push, and he can do humongous amounts of damage from there. Zafarchik will probably go relieve Failware and take over his spotting. Now Kazna has two choices what to do. Kazna can gather up tanks, push the heavies like this, push the light first to try to fan out the spotter, kill him if it happens, and then push the heavies to try to lure out that STRV. But look at the amount of defense that actually Gohar has there. They completely abandoned the other side of the battlefield. So if that happens, Kazna is so dead. Other options go with like Bachas pushing from here and part of the forces here, or shooting from here, or they can just go from the hill like this. But we've seen yesterday several teams trapping from this area where you can also not spot anything. That means that who goes down first here dies. And Kazna is apparently scared to do that. So it's really a lot of minefield options, but Gohard seems to be lining up for something super aggressive here.
Gohard lining up to push down his flank. They perhaps guessed there's only 2 tanks down here. Now, I was going to say Failware took a shot when he backed off. Stefan is shooting blind. Maybe they can catch Stefan in siege mode. They might get the drop on him. There is only other 1 tank supporting him. Stefan shoots Zafarchik, but he doesn't. He sees Failware as well. And they're going to be calling for backup from the rest of Gohard, but right now it's a free farm for Stefan, but Zafarchik is taking all the shots, and Stefan has to be careful, because once Karibari and Failware get up here, they're going to jump onto him. Call me Piotr gets the kill on Zafarchik. How much damage can Karibari and Failware do? Karibari's already in a crossfire. This is really bad positioning, and Stefan is just going to town here for damage. Look at the amount he is farming right now on the tanks of Gohard. Where is the rest of Kazdu crew? Well, they're holding up what's left of Gohard.
I mean, they're actually massacring what's left of Gohard, because Stefan and Piotr were fighting here pretty much alone. Stefan will fall now, and that will be a problem for Kazna, because now they can get shot from 2 sides. Maga is still alive, but barely, never mind that. And now it's pretty much 5 guns against 3, but the game is not over.
Nope. Now Annihilator is able to get crossfire into Diplomat, and the 2 Batchats that are surviving for Gohard can get shots back into Kazna crew. Now, how long can Annihilator survive in this position? He realises he's got to relocate. 2 tanks from Kazna crew are on 1 shot, but then they still have 2 tanks on full health. It's not so easy to call if they can get the quick kills on Diplomat and Haiba. Kazna crew have a bit of a job ahead of them.
Haiba and Diplomat here are rather pretty much dead if they try to rotate, but important thing is that Izne is alive and he can cap, and they have Durs on a lot of HP and Nexus. But Nexus and Izne are not really great rotational tanks, and they have no armor. Cap pressure is on. Kazna will try to do something like lure them in, so Diplomat and Haiba can do, at least they hope, 1 more shot of damage with that low HP. But we will see how will Gohard actually play it out. It's still not done game, and Gohard actually still has a chance to win this.
Triple cap pressure at the moment. We're down to 23 seconds. Gohard are going to have to rush them with their tanks. The tanks they have left are fast-moving tanks. How quickly can they take down Diplomat here? They need to have as many shots as possible. Failware gets the kill. He takes a lot of damage. We're down to 11 seconds on the cap. Now, these tanks are aiming north. They're not aiming to the middle. Haiba can stop them. 5 seconds. I think Gohard have left it too little too late, Mojo. I was saying it looked like it was going to be a triple cap. Kaizu comes rushing in to try and get a reset. Kaizu misses. The cap has happened. And Gohard, you were too far away there. You should have kind of expected that one to happen.
It was a good read there by Kazna to go on the cap. I really approve that for sure. And abandoning the tank on the other side, that was the best solution ever. You could see why that STRV used even in attack, because once the Gohard chose a risky version of pushing the forest, that machine gun solely stopped them. Yes, Bachat was there to help. If there was not Bachat, he would die for free. But still, they between themselves held 4 tanks from Gohard.
I was going to say, I think this is at least the second, if not third time we have seen tanks push down that 1-2 line. They've won the fight. Okay, fair enough, you've won the fight in that 1-2 line. But then what happens is they're completely out of position to defend base 2, because they have nothing covering base 2, and it's very easy for the enemy team to cap. We've seen Gohard do it. We've seen it happened against Swift. We've seen at least, you know, Gohard, I think, have done it twice now in that situation, so they should have known that would happen to them.
But that's about rotations now, and that's about a failed fight in a forest. If it didn't go that badly for Gohard, they would not be in that situation. But after that, they were rather static, and they should have already anticipated that and moved. So that's their mistake here. You can see Stefan here, he really farmed quite a lot of damage there. I mean, even interesting, I'm gonna check out how much
It's
did he bounced. He didn't bounce that much, actually.
Damage farm from him in that area, just shooting at all the tanks coming towards him. Diplomat in the 113 in the middle was able to get a lot of crossfire shots, and then Failware was the remaining Batchat, or one of the remaining Batchats for Gohard, who was in the fight the longest. 2k, I mean, the damage isn't very high in this battle. Usually we start to see the 2k, 3ks at the bottom of page 1, but Ders and Safarchik coming last. Ders not even getting a shot. He does get a shot, but doesn't get a connection there.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because there was one of the guys capping in the end.
Yeah.
He was not in position to help anyone, obviously, in the start of the game. But after that, they just finished it up with a cap. I don't like what Gohard did here. I don't think they needed to do it. It was kind of a rash call, wanting to win before the time, before Kazna actually opened any cards. Why did they do it? Only they know. The result we can see easily, especially since they knew the Kazna has an STRV. They should have expected the STRV is waiting there in a forest line. That's his natural habitat. That's something you want to use it from. And that kind of play is something I don't like. That's exactly what you said before of the game. Kazna actually suicided like that 2 times while they were defending.
Yeah, Kazna crew have done that exact thing that Gohard just did, and they've got wrecked for it twice. Now Gohard have done it to Kazna crew. Gohard failed. It's a very dangerous move. I mean, if you do it, you need to get those tanks down, and you need to get them down quickly, and then move from that area. Because if you don't, you get bogged into a fight, you lose the HP, you lose tanks, and then you're nowhere near being able to cover base 2. It's an easy
It's
cap.
not only that. Now they gave a defense of Prokhorovka, which is a defensive map, so mostly defenders have a chance to win it. They gave it to Kazna rather cheap. And Kazna will go on defense now. If they win it, they will be on a match point already, 4-2. It's hard to come back from that, especially since the next map is Ruinberg.
Yep, and this was the stronger side for each of these teams as well. Kazna crew are better on the attack. Gohard were better on the defense. Now we're going to flip it around. It's going to be Gohard on the attack, Kazna on the defense. And I don't know, if I'm Gohard, again, stay the hell away from the 1-2 line. Don't go near Stefan if he's in the S-tank in that area.
We will see about that, but I believe lineups are ready, so...
Yes, let's have a look at the lineups and see what vehicles are going to be used here. Now, S-Tank coming out for Kazna crew on the defense. Gohard going with 4 Batchats, IS-7, 113, RU.
Okay, Gohard playing rather mobile setup here. They actually might even pressure that 1-2 line if they want with this, or they can just choose to go toward the village. One of the ways you use these IS-7s if you want to play blind, you just push them with other tanks, but it's super risky. Still, Kazna has a Kranwagen. I mean, there is a lot of options that Gohard can choose to attack from.
Well, let's find out. Are Kazna crew able to go 4-2 up against Gohard and be on match point? Or are Gohard going to bring it back into a tie again, all square at 3-3? Well, Kazna on the defense, red side, against Gohard attacking on blue side. And Ders and Stefan, Ders just giving him a little push along there to make him go a little bit faster.
Kazna already used this. They're going to push a Kranwagen in that position on C7, C8. So he will play the hull down from there. That's something Kazna already played. And you can see the support comes from Piotr, from the bushes on A8. There is that defilade we've seen in the bushes there. And Ders from the rail. Ders can easily snipe unspotted and just move away. A lot of tanks from Kazna on the other side. You can say they're outnumbered there because they have only 4 guys there. But let's not forget, STRV, played by Nexus this time, can bounce a hell of a lot of damage there. Last time Nexus was in this position against Utopia, 4,680, an impressive number.
It was a huge amount of damage that he was able to block from the attack against him. Now, Yuzny is forward in this bush. He is being aimed at almost exactly by Annihilator. If only he knew. It looks like it would go through the turret. It would connect with him, perhaps.
Well, this is now the problem for Gohard. If they start blind shooting the bushes here a lot, Kazna will know that most of their clippers are here. Also, they will have to spend some shells. But if they don't do it, and they lose a chance of damaging someone blindly, that's going to be a nonsense also, because pushing here blindly, then it will not work out. This is a blind shot that Ders picked up. He was not spotted. So it's a rather lucky shot here by Coca-Collabs there, who was just, you can see, shooting on rails, anticipating someone might be there. It's not best if you watch on, I don't know, precision stats, but that's why precision stats in Gold League are not really relevant, because most of the players spend a lot of time shooting some positions they think someone might be in.
Yeah, there's a lot of blind fire comes out trying to find out where you think a tank might be based on where you would potentially be if you were in their shoes.
So this is a kind of a lineup. You can see how Gohard is playing now. This is exactly how Ding actually plays it. They have a root tank right there, whereas Zafarczyk is spotting that area, trying to determine, and he spotted Stefan. Now one budget covering him up, that's usually positive. Then they have I7 and 113 in the middle, and a couple of the guys in the forest. So this is something you can call all-around play that can rotate from the side of the map depending how they determine. The only thing I honestly don't like from Kazna is that Bachat on A0 position, it's super risky. Once it's pushed, that tank has nowhere to go. If he's spotted, he will always get shot from the people behind.
Yeah, he can kind of duck backwards, I think, right into the corner of A0, but still, he's dead. He can only like run along the A line and hope that people miss shots.
There is no great cover there. That's the main issue. But they need to cover Stefan, because if tanks get below Stefan, if they go down from hill on that 0 line, you can see, they can just go for free in the water and clip out Stefan, and he can do nothing about it, and no one can help it. So that's why they have a Bacha there. But still, it's domino effect for me.
And you can see from position as well, Vetso has a clear line of sight right over the top of Nexus, so you have the combined fire of those two tanks from the exact same angle, which will be super punishing for anyone, and they will be spotted by Yizny when they make a move. And it looks like there is a choo-choo train coming here from Gohard down the 1-2 line, and this is potentially going to hurt like hell, as Stefan could be farming a hell of a lot of damage once again.
Well, still, there is a lot of tanks here for Gohard. The first one, Coca-Collapsed, of course, in I7. He is supposed to soak up all the damage, that's why it's a choo-choo train. But why does Kazna have so many Bachats around the STRV? So he cannot get flanked. It's gonna be a very painful experience, but they need to save the shells for Bachats, actually.
Kaizu moves himself out, could potentially get hit. They're shooting towards Yizny. Kaizu stops, which means he's going to be focused by Vetso and Nexus as he left the train. Now, Yizny does drop. You see Haiba flanking in round the back as well as Stefan starts to come over and call me Piotr on minimap. Vetso has been focused. He goes down absolutely immediately. Fairware getting the kill there. Now, Ders and Nexus are still unspotted. Ders does get spotted. Hides behind Nexus. Nexus is still unspotted. He's taking a truck ton of damage once again. Look at all those shots bouncing off him as now Ders is parked directly behind him. Failway and Karibari running in. They only have 3 shots. Coca-Collapse coming off reload in his IS-7 as Ders now gets focused. Karibari for the ram kill, which he does. Failware now beside Nexus, might be able to get a killing shot. Nope, Nexus is still surviving. Gohard have taken a lot of damage for this, but Kazna crew only have 3 tanks left. What can they do?
This was a really good play by Gohard here. I don't like how Kazna positioned the Bachats. They should have been closer to the road, so they would shoot the tanks in a side, leaving only STRV there to take any frontal punishment. I think the cause of their loss is exactly there, because they cannot come back in this game. At least I don't see how.
Kaizu, who stopped and stayed back, is now able to get shots in the back line as Annihilator comes round, and he was getting crossfire shots into Haiba. Komi Piotr tries to run away, but Annihilator now finishes off Haiba. Komi Piotr and Zafarczyk, he flips Zafarczyk! Oh, what a move! Komi Piotr puts Zafarczyk on his roof! They clashed head to head, but the match is over, and Zafarczyk lives to fight another day.
Well, that was an entertaining moment for sure, but it didn't help out except as morale boost here for Kazna, an entertaining moment for us. Still, the fact lies that Kazna had a great chance to go to the match point and they failed it. They didn't position the tanks well. I didn't like their positions from both sides, honestly. STRV, yes. Light tank spotting, yes. But the positions of Bachats were...
You need at least another Bachat with them, don't you, really?
No, they had 2 Bachats there.
Okay.
But they were positioned from his left-hand side, right side, I don't want even to say like what, looking like what. And they should have been more toward the road, waiting for some crossfire, hidden by the natural terrain. Like this, they were relying they will do the shots far away. But it's Bachats, man, and they were protected by IS-7. So that's kind of a sloppy play and sloppy planning.
Yep, I mean, top 2 damage dealers coming from Kazna crew, Nexus and that S-Tank, we expected that. But then after that, the next 5 players all coming from Gohard. And as we always say, it tells its own story when you start to see stuff like that. Vetso only managed to get 1 shot from the position he was in. He was positioned behind Stefan. Ders in 8th place was over on that flank as well when the fight started. And that was actually just really strong play from Gohard, really good focused fire. I don't think Stefan was able to tank anywhere near as much shots as he did previously. It was nice with Ders to park right behind him. But good comeback.
It was Nexus on STRV this time, and Stefan was on Kranwagen.
Ah, okay, my bad. So good play from Ders to hide right behind the S-Tank to save himself, because the S-Tank wasn't spotted, but then they knew, because Ders was spotted, they were shooting into Ders, it was hitting something.
And it's a good way. You saw the Gohar guys saved a couple of shells and they just charged in, because just shooting STRV frontal, that's such a waste of ammo and time.
Yeah.
It's better to take 1 or 2 shots and flank, and then even with the slightest angle through his track, you will be able to pen him. But frontal, it's just like waste. Super waste.
Don't try that. Now, next map between these two, Mojo, this is where it's going to get entertaining. It's going to be Runeberg.
I would never say that last season, but I actually like watching Runeberg in this season.
I just want to see if someone's going to do something new for a block.
There is a lot of new tactics here, not only block, the mind plays, the rotations and everything. So there is quite an inventive plays here on Runeberg lately, and a lot of fails.
We're seeing mouse being used as well, triple mouse on Runeberg and stuff.
Double, triple, single, mind plays with it, how will be used, CDC blocks, 5100 blocks, I don't know, like all kind of plays. So we just need to see what will they do. So far, actually, Gohar was much better than Kazna.
Okay, well, I can see something that's going to be interesting. Will it work? Will it not work? Well, we'll find out in a couple of moments when we can reveal the team list to everyone. Now, yeah, Runeberg was a bit... some people really hated it last season. I liked it because it was a map that introduced potential unusual picks. Let's see now if we do get any unusual picks here from both of the teams. And straight away, Mojo, I can see that Gohard have a double mouse, double 113.
Double mouse, double 113, but we do know that Gohard is really good at playing mind games. And they're using 2 baby budgets and 1 adult one. So they have, I mean, tier 9, 2 tier 9s and 1 tier 10. And Kazna in defense playing it with T49 as a spotter probably toward the back. This is rather conventional setup by Kazna. Yes, it can work against this, but it can really bounce back to them badly. And we've seen them already fail a couple of times against teams when they're defending.
Yeah, I mean, Gohard are the ultimate manipulators here. They did do mind games against Kazna crew last time on Runeberg. I think they took both rounds here on Runeberg. It was 5-1 the last time these two teams played against each other. So yeah, Gohard taking both of the Runeberg rounds.
Yes.
Will they be able to do it again this time though? Will they be able to rope-a-dope them this time round?
Well, they did it last time, also with mouse plays, so we will see this time again.
Yep, it's going to be interesting. It's still all square between Kazna crew and Gohard. It's 3-3. Who's going to take the match point? Well, let's find out here on Runeberg.
Runeberg, a mixed type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
And the action's already started. Gohard, blue team attacking into Kazna crew, red team defending. And where is the mouse going to go? Or mouses or mousen?
Очень интересно. We can see here how mouses are blinding this middle line on the Runeberg. They're trying to fan off any possible spotters from the bushes on the F line that Kazna might use. Very early spot on these 113s might tell them, well, they already spotted Isne, so they know he's in a corner. So if any kind of play toward that cap comes, they know they have to take out Isne on the way first. Very strong defense by Kazna. They're also using Diplomat and Piotr both. Piotr here in standard position in bushes. This is something that Kazna used last time. And if anyone watched the video that we did, Ducky did point out that they should have first tracked the mouse on a way and then did damage without focusing just to shoot him out.
I think from Kazna crew, they're just like, no, there's no chance we're going to let Gohard try any north cap shenanigans. We're going to position for it. This position from Yizne is not something we normally see teams on the defense position someone so far forward. Normally they're sitting back in the buildings at round about A5, A6, but I mean that position from Yizne does give them nice crossfire on any kind of cap shenanigans from Gohard. And Gohard, they're staying off the radar at the moment, Mojo.
Yeah, there at the moment, it does look like they do want to press toward the top cap, but they didn't reveal any way. By position of these 1-1-3s, it might be that they will actually charge with mouses maybe in the middle, while everyone else will just go toward that A line. Then Isna is a toast, and they can do any kind of pressure they want, and Diplomat will be in a pressure from the two sides. If Kazna doesn't focus fire brilliantly and kill the mouses very fast, they will probably lose the game. Then yes, the tanks are actually gathering up. Wow, will they actually go with 7 tanks up? That's super risky, but it can also work because they will be with 2 mouses on a cap, while everyone else will actually then pressure.
Could be the potential reason for the 2 baby Batchats to hide behind the mouse when they do make their push. Now, Diplomat and Yizne are the only tanks who'll be able to see this. The rest of Kazna will rotate. How will they rotate? Will they come back east and then north, or will they come through the
This is very
city?
disappointing here for me. Sorry to interrupt you, but like the Piotr leaving in his 1-1-3 from that bush, that means they will see the mouses approaching quite late. Any kind of rotation from Kazna, I don't know, will it be on time? I don't like the way they're reading this game. They're relying too heavily on Isne being in corner, but Isne is just a light tank. Let's face it like this. If that side of the map is charged, they don't even have to stop to shoot him. They just need to turn turrets while they're driving, and everyone pecks in one shot, and that's about it. He might do one monstrous shot on one of the Batchats, and that might change the game, but still, there are mouses, there are 1-3s, there is a lot of guns there.
The Mouses are starting to move up. They are aiming towards where Yizne is. Like you said, they know where Yizne is. They can get shots across into him. Yizne says, guys, there's 2 Mouse coming. We need to make a move. And already you can see the tanks from Kazna starting to move up that east side, starting to come into the cap circle. 522 damage onto one of the Mouse. Yizne, what can you do? I don't think you've got the penetration here. But there comes the rest of Gohard. They're going for a cap rush. It looks like they want to try and get a triple cap here on Mojo and force the fight. As Yizne goes down to Maga, what can Kazna do in return here?
He's taken down exactly as we said, like a gangster drive-by. Kerry Berry is taking a lot of damage there, but let's not forget this is rather good going on for Gohar. HP on their side and pressure is going on.
Annihilator gets the kill on the Haiba, so that's 2 tanks down for Kazna crew. Stefan is going down through the town as Komi Piotr's on the corner. Diplomat is getting focused on by these other tanks of Gohard, and who can reset at the moment? We're down to 24 seconds. Annihilator and Coca-Cola just sitting themselves on the corner. Stefan's going to come round the back. There's nobody able to deal with him, and Stefan can get a damage farm in the back of these Mouse, but the rest of the Mouse might just take the fight to Kazna crew.
But it doesn't matter. The Mouses are just there to take the damage because they are actually focusing the other tanks of Kazna. Stefan can do whatever they want. That's a bad read by Kazna. Cap was never the problem. It was the fight. Gohard actually wanted to fight, and they were just forcing Kazna moves. Kazna tried to counterplay them there with Disney, but it just wasn't enough. The spot was not on a time. That guy on the center was missing, and Kazna was scared to leave in there because they were scared of push from the middle from the Gohard.
And look at this, Stefan's now on a reload as Maga and the tier 9 Batchat chases him down. Maga's going to be in a damage farm, but at what point does he pull away? Nexus gets a kill on Karibari, but he was already on low health, and Maga has to back off. He can't be drawn there into Stefan. Komi Piotr's waiting to shoot him as well. It is 6-on-4 at the moment. The cap is down to 30 seconds, and who's able to reset it right now? Nobody.
This is now the problem. The cap in this moment is a problem. Yes, Nexus will be maybe soon in a position and a Bacha there, but look at this, 10 seconds to go.
Triple cap, and Kazna have been outplayed again here on Runeberg by the mind games of Gohard, making them think they're doing one thing and they were doing something else. 1 second, there might be a reset coming in. No, it's a bounce. There is an actual reset, but look at the damage they're taking for it in return. Komi Piotr now down to half health. There's still 5 tanks available for Gohard, and Kazna crew are taking damage on the 3 remaining tanks. I mean, it's just a bait from Gohard. They're just saying, come and shoot us. Every time you do it, we're going to shoot you back.
No, call me Piotr maybe, but Stefan got deleted in that moment, and you can see the HP difference number of the guns cap. Everything is for Gohard, and this is attack on Ruinberg. Now Kazna actually has to think, how will they win their attack? And I honestly can say they're not the best in that job.
I mean, it's just Gohard just seemed to have the read of them every single time. Like you said, the Mouse went onto cap, but the Mouse weren't. The Mouse were just there saying, okay, come shoot us. Well, the 5 other tanks in my team are going to fight the rest of your team. By that time, they already had a 2-tank advantage. They'd taken down Yizne, and they took down, I believe it was Haibar really quickly, the FE 215B. And Kazna crew were just like, oh, well, nuts. We've got to push. We've got to try and reset these these Maus, but that wasn't where the rear threat was, really. It was the 5 tanks still shooting at them.
The problem with Kazna on this map is they obviously still don't understand the best how to play Ruinberg.
Yeah.
Gohard has a much better idea. They do risk a bit more, but their plays are focused, they're strong, they go, they have a focused goal how to do something. By this position of Kazna tanks, you could see they're trying to play a web on a map, like you would play on Prokhorovka or somewhere else, but it doesn't work that way. You even saw on Prokhorovka that Gohard managed to use the single gap in their defense, and they used it well because the tanks were not well positioned from Kazna. Again, a situation like this here. Too far split, doing the rotation to decap from the back. Fine. They just go away from the cap frontal and they keep shooting because their mouses, they're going to soak up so much damage.
Yeah.
And those tanks that are actually really important are still in the houses doing the damage.
It's like, okay, Stefan can get a clip out into the back of the Maus, but at the
Sure,
same time,
shoot, fire away.
Stefan's out of the fight, and it's 4 tanks left at that stage against the 5 of Gohard.
7 of Gohard.
Yeah, who are just laying into them. Dares actually survived as long as possible there for Kazna crew, being able to do 3.3 damage. Annihilator with a kick-ass game there, 3.1k damage and 3 kills in his Maus. Coca-Cola nearly 3k damage as well in his Maus, and those guys were just dominating that battlefield.
Mouses are super, super dangerous if they are not focused out. They have good DPM guns, I mean, for that kind of caliber. And yeah, if you leave them unattended, you could see they just turn left and right. And Kazna has a rather light setup that's not bouncy, so it's easy for them.
And I mean, the people that were on the north defense, you had Haiba, Yizne, and Diplomat as well. Diplomat was on the first page, but Haiba and Yizne barely got. I mean, Yizne got a great shot off. 797 damage against what was coming at him.
As I said, he will wait. He will try to do one shot. And if Kazna did a good focus, they might have actually taken out someone on a way. But there was 5 tanks coming in, not only Bachats, 5 tanks. As we said, 113s and Bachats also. That was a good play by them, something that we expected. And 2 Mouses also. So, yeah, I mean, Gohard outplayed them by 3 steps here, completely.
Haiba went down so quick, like so quick once the Maus
also,
and then the rest
isn't
of the
it?
team,
It was important part. No one actually went to kill him, as I said on the start. He just drove by and gave him one in a row, like
just a drive-by, yeah. Nicely done there from Gohard on Ruinberg. It is quite good watching Gohard play Ruinberg. It's certainly a map they are in control of, and they certainly know what they're doing. Now, team swap position. It's now going to be Gohard defending against Kazna crew attack. And how much do you think that last round perhaps had an effect on Kazna crew? To the point of, oh no, not again.
This is a horrible moment for them, honestly. I mean, we've seen them come back from the game with a ding.
Yeah.
So they came from 4-0 up, so yes, they can come back from this. But the thing that is a problem for Kazna, Gohard just simply better plays both sides on Ruinberg.
Yep.
That's their problem here. And that's something they need to worry about because this is a harder side now.
Well, let's have a look at the lineups and see what they're going with. Oh, Kazna crew bringing out the triple Maus. So we kind of know where this one might go, but at the same time, we don't know where this one might go. And Gohard have quite a flexible lineup in return.
Well, this is rather interesting because now we will see actually how much Gohard is skilled because there will be a huge deficit in HP and armor here. Huge.
The deficit is almost 3k. Almost 3k difference.
I like your counting, Ryan.
Let's jump into the battle now. Gohard here on match point. They are on the blue side on defense, Kazna crew on the red side on attack. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I took a quick glance down at the screen because we could see it before you guys and see the difference here.
It's a lie. He counted on fingers.
My fingers, yep. All 11 of them.
He's just really fast on it. Well, Kazna for sure, when you play with 3 Mouses, you can play around on a map a lot with it. Like you can send 1 or 2 on one side and then another Mouse with other tanks on other. Grille also can be used usually on the upper part of the map, but if you want to play another mind game, it can be used also from down to take out their spotters. But playing with 3 Mouses, yes, we've seen teams initially. The first time used was Tornado from CIS server. They actually played from the open lower side of the map. And it worked magnificent for them. But look at this. Gohard is anticipating the move of Kazna toward the 1 cap. A cap that Kazna usually pressures. And they focused a lot of guns around there.
Now, I wonder if they do try and do any push with the Maus, just how accurate the Gohard fire will be in tracking the Maus and just killing off that charge. Because each time we've saw it, the Maus has been able to get into the cap unspotted and unchallenged. But I mean, you and Daki have both said all you need is a couple of tracking shots, and that whole plan falls to pieces.
Yes, if you are positioned like that, but also there is that tactic where you push mouses, some of them, from the middle, and then one mouse toward the one cap and other tanks. So the mouses from the middle cannot be killed that fast, and then they shoot those tanks that are spotting in the back, and they are not protected by anything. And considering that mouse has like 490 average alpha, as far as I remember, that's a huge punch because he can easily hit about 500.
So lots of blind shots coming out here at the moment, trying to see if they can get spots and any more connections with anyone. Zafarchik is actually quite far forward for his team there at A4, sitting in the bush. As we see the rest of Kaznakru's tanks just hovering around this F area. Karibari did get hit on the tracks, but there's been no damage there. And at the moment, Kaznakru have still to play their hand as such for Gohard, and Gohard are just happily to sit back as they're the defending team, and they have the advantage here on match point.
It's not only that they have advantage. If they actually venture toward Kazna, somewhere in a city, they can easily fall in a trap and lose the game in an instant. They know that very well, so they're not gonna risk something like that. They have to actually play reactionary here. They have to anticipate what will Kazna do and try to deal with it best in that moment and use their superior positions. The funny thing about Ruinberg lately is, yes, you have superior positions as a defender, but considering people are using mouses more and more, and after the patch, I think it will be even more and more mouses here in this
more
map.
of them for sure, yeah.
Yes, that kind of advantage can be negated. That's what we are witnessing.
Maga's taken a blind shot there as well from one of the tanks that were down at F1. A little bit of track damage there as well, and it looks like some of the Kaznakru tanks are starting to move down through the city, Mojo, and go south, as we can see here on the minimap.
Yeah, it's a blind. It's a mind game of their own. They're leaving one mouse, Haiba, here. He'll probably push in one moment over the one cap to try to lure Gohar to shooting here and disposition all their guns on that side, while the real push will come from the lower side. The prime target for them will be Kaizo. Kaizo will be actually the key player in this game, because what he tells to his team, and will he survive on time? Will he survive? That's going to be crucial for Gohard.
Kaiser's point of view here as he's looking down to the south area directly towards where Nexus is, as Diplomat and Call Me Piotr come round behind him. Now, Diplomat and Call Me Piotr both in Mouse as well. Nexus in the 113. Kaiser, I mean, Nexus is playing on this corner, but he's not going to get himself spotted too soon. Stefan covering that middle road area you can see on the minimap at F3 location. Now we're looking from a point of view of Dares, who's sitting in K7 at the very south of the map. He's kind of looking towards Kaizu's area, just waiting for these two big, fat, slow, heavy mouths to come round behind him. And here they are.
You expect a spotter somewhere on that line, of course. Either next to that building where he is or somewhere along the road. But let's see. If they spot them before Haiba, that's gonna be a big giveaway. Also, Haiba can be used as a secondary pressure. While the fight starts on the lower side of the battlefield, they can play defensive there. And when most of the forces from Gohar try to commit there, they put Haiba and Vets on a cap up there and pressure from that side. But we can see that Kazna is actually deciding against that. Haiba is moving back completely towards the center. It's gonna be an all-out fight in one moment.
So it's like Kaznakru are going to make a push for base number 2, Mojo?
It certainly looks like that by the look of the map, because there would be no other reason for Haiba to reposition together with Stefan up there. So they left only Vetso to watch their back against the possible rotation that would annihilate them from the back.
Zafarchik up there for Gohard. And there's some shots coming out here. Blind fire shots here from Gohard.
No, he spotted.
Haiba's spotted, so they've killed his driver already. So Haiba's going to be moving slowly there. He's going to have to roll over the rubble there, expose the front. Can he get any tracking shots or connecting shots with them?
It's far away and it's hard.
And they're holding off at the moment. He is tracked though at the moment. No pens coming through. Now Nexus, Diplomat and Call Me Piotr starting to make a move on the south as well. Gohard haven't started to move their tanks back down south from the top at the moment, but they are starting. Annihilator and Coca-Cola apps any minute now will start coming over, and the pressure is going to be on Gohard in just a few seconds.
Gohard has all the info they need now. They saw Haiba in middle, they saw the mouse is coming from down. They need to do rotations, they know it, and this is the moment when the game will break now. Vetso will try to defend from the back, and the rotation from the 50Bs is coming there. Zafarchik just spotted him. The 50Bs have all the info they need. They know the Kazna is playing from the center and from the lower side.
So Coca-Collapse Annihilator still going around the A road there. This is potentially... I don't know if we're going to have enough time to get involved here properly, Mojo. I'm worried that the rest of the tanks are going to take a truck ton of damage. As we see Maga getting shot at again. Vetso is ammo racked at the moment as shots go back into him. Now, how long can the remaining tanks here of Gohard survive in this town area?
They need to keep a fight against these mouses, and they can track them as the best they can. But next to is also there, Haiba is there, Stefan is rotating from the back. Gohard will try to muster up most of the forces there and strike them from the back, I guess. But this is not the best position for them. Only 4 tanks up against this amount of HP.
Focus fire there going into Diplomat. We see Kaizu taking a truck ton of damage. As you said already, Mojo, he'd be one of the key players here, needs to survive. Now, damage going back out. Kaizu's having to hide behind that building, hug it for his life, as Annihilator and Coca-Collapse are being led on a merry chase through the town by Vetso. Vetso's keeping him out the fight at the moment, and this might be a bit of a misplay from Gohard because the rest of the tanks are going to fall, although the fight is very static at the moment.
I think they should have kept 1 tank at least to snipe from that A5, A6 position. He would keep Haiba occupied quite a lot. Now Gohard has to desperately push in here. I mean, yes, Zafarchik is sniping from the side, but that's kind of a mosquito hits, you know?
Gohard continued to take damage as Karibari and Failway are receiving shots at the moment. There's a crossfire. Komi Piotr's down to 1 shot in his mouse. He goes down now. It looks like Gohard might be getting their guns back in action here, but Nexus gets a kill on Maga. Haiba has his rear end exposed here to Annihilator, who's getting shots into. Haiba's now on a 1 shot, but Karibari in return for Gohard is on a 1 shot, and I just don't think Gohard have enough HP to trade here with Kazna crew. I think chasing that tank through the city has probably cost them this round.
This is a very bad situation for them. Nile actually has to ram Stefan at the moment. Why did he stop? Oh dear. Like, he will pick up another shell and he will have something to clip in, but Failware and Zafarchik, they are going to die. Even if they lose Grilla, it doesn't really matter because this is going to tiebreaker.
So now all we have left is Zafarchik farming damage on what remaining tanks he can see and get shots into. Side armor there of Nexus. Diplomat still has all the HP left in his mouse. He shoots across. Zafarchik still surviving, but took a hit there. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know why Gohard would have chased that Batchat like that.
Well, they needed to secure that line, but as said, I think they should have really left 1 tank more to snipe from that A5, A6 position. Also, why did they play such a light setup against Kazna? I mean, Kazna can take mouses and do something on their own also. Like, now you have Zafar, who has to charge in with his light tank against all these guys. Diplomat, all he needs to do is to sit like a boss on the top of this road and just see from which side is Zafarchik coming in.
Zafarchik starts to make his move. Diplomat will spot that quite easily and get the killing shot. Now, I mean, Kazna crew did well. They stuck together coming in from the south of the map. They were able to just focus down Gohard tanks one after the other. Zafarchik still coming in. Is he going to get the reset? Kazna going to stay in cap? Nope, they're going to stay in the cap and out cap Gohard in return. It's all square 4-4. We are going to go to a tiebreaker, and that tiebreaker is going to be Muravanka. Now, we know for a fact that the quickest round was on Gohard, on Ghost Town, and that was a defensive round, however, was it? No, it was an attacking round, because Kazna crew were attacking first on Ghost Town. So it was then...
I think we had that game with like 2.5 minutes something, so Gohard might pick a side here. But important for us here to know, Muravanka is something that Kazna actually has under their control. So they have an advantage here. They haven't lost a single game yet in the season. 8 games played, 100% win rate, but while Gohard played only 2 and won 1 of them, so 50%. Okay, Gohard is the fastest attack.
Fastest attack on Ghost Town easily, by far, yeah. It was about 2.5 minutes.
So they will pick a side here, and we will see what will it be. I don't like how Gohard played the defense here, as well as I didn't like the defense of Kazna. I think both of them were too, let's say, light and spread out for current meta. And a team like Gohard that played so heavily in attacks with mouses should have been aware of that and maybe positioned better. Their reaction on the city was not always also the best. Too many tanks committed right there.
Yep, let's have a look at the stats and the damage. Failware coming top damage there, nearly 3k. Dare's doing nearly 3k and his Batchat tier 9 in that fight. Then Stefan with the Gorilla, 2.7. Diplomat, 2.7 with the Mouse. Annihilator, 2.6, 50B. Then Nexus, 2.3, 113. Now, Gohard are going to be defending on Muravanka. They're taking the defense. I would say that's perhaps the right thing to do here. it forces the pressure onto Krasnokru, but Krasnokru are the masters on Muravanka of cleaning out forests. But I mean, that's still to come. This is Runeberg here, and Krasnokru, very well done actually to come back into this one. They were around down there against Gohard. Gohard were sitting on match point, and I don't know. It was really frustrating to watch that from the 250Bs, because you said they need to come back into it, and instead they took the longest way possible to actually get into the fight.
I just think they should have left one of them.
Yeah.
And
sent
snipe the
another
middle
one, yeah.
all the time, because it was logical that Haiba will press forward once they see anyone in a city and pressure toward the tanks up. So if they had that 50B trenched up, in the bushes up, they would have side shots all the time. And those guys that are up could maybe fall a bit back from the village. If they are chased from their side, he would have connecting shots, and you would still have a guy on 100% HP who can maybe move away and play important part in the next part of the game.
They had Safarchik as well, so you could have just sent the RU and a 50B after that bat chat.
They were scared because there was also a Grille, so there is a possibilities and possibilities.
Yeah.
At one moment, someone just brought a wrong choice.
Yeah.
It was a split-second choice, and that was it.
Yep, it was unfortunate for Gohard, but hey, they still have potential to get the win here from Krasnokru. Krasnokru, 4th tiebreaker in a row now that they've
Unbelievable.
played. Starting to become the tiebreaker kings in the CIS region. I believe it was Navi who played like something like 5 tiebreakers.
We had this in the last
something.
season, if you remember. Swift actually had 5 tiebreakers in a row.
I mean, Krasnokru, it's insane. Is it that they're doing well, struggling when they're doing low, or is it the other teams are? I mean, it has gone match for match right now. It's been tied across every map. No team has taken advantage. Everyone's won a round each map.
Of course, the good thing here, I would say, every of these teams actually deserves a point, at least.
Yeah,
for
definitely.
this kind of battle. It's hard to go with 5-3 after such a struggle.
When you go 1 for 1 on every map, you kind of deserve the point, because then you're okay, you're down, then you're back up, and then if you take that one, then that's cool. But then they come back into it. If you're constantly the one that always loses the first round, then it's like, come on, like, you know.
I would say, in a way, both of these teams actually are profiting in this, because after this, I mean, at the moment, Gohard has 20 points, Kazna has 17, so Kazna cannot really catch up to Gohard, so it's good for Gohard, even if they lose here in tiebreaker. On the other hand, they will still keep a tail to Ding, Gohard, even if they get only 1 point. Ding has 22, so they will be only 1 below. If they get 2 points, they will equal again. So no matter what, both of the teams will be partially at least satisfied with the result.
And you have, I mean, we saw it yesterday. Both teams went for an all-in on the cap and got wrecked for it.
That Muravanka was one of the fastest ones I've ever seen in my life.
Utopia, Ding, and Utopia were defending. They tried to rush in, and Ding just totally obliterated them in the crossfire.
It was a very short game.
Yeah. So now, do you think to yourself, is this going to be what happens between Kazna and Gohard? Or one of the teams, the defensive team, just going to say, you know what? Let's just go for it. Let's just go for it and try and get this one done quickly.
You don't have to go over the cap and do that. I mean, that was pressured move because Ding was going there, but you can go always as a defender. We've seen multiple times that they know to rush the forest or the middle part of the map and just try to deny the enemy from the start like that. But of course, we cannot really go into the minds of these people. First, we would need to see the lineup of the tanks that they will choose to play. Also, that is the factor that we haven't really seen Gohard play in a long time on this map.
Yeah, true. I mean, they did get surprised sometimes on it last season.
You can say that maybe this is also a map that they train less, because this is a potential tiebreaker map, and you are, of course, more training for those that you think you will play.
Yeah.
And this is like, if it happens, it happens. That can also leave consequences, because if they don't really have a prepared tactics for it, they might try to snatch out something hastily.
Yes. Now, I mean, if you can get that quick rush, if you can get like maybe 1 or 2 tanks out of the battle quickly and not something like a scout, but maybe a damage dealer like a bat chat, then it can have a big impact on that battle. But
if you don't have a plan, I mean, if you don't have a plan, it's better to rely on a free play and a possible chance than to try to dig up and just get shot to pieces from the guys that are ready for it.
Muravanka, definitely, I mean, it's a hard one to call. Sometimes the defending team just take a 1390, sit them in the bush and just run the clock down. And then usually the attacking team gets to about 4 minutes. They're like, okay, we need to make a move now. And about 80% of the time they get wrecked, and 20% of the time they force a team fight and win it.
Interesting part is you did an interview with Vetso, and he already said he thinks it's very possible that it will end up here in tiebreaker.
Yeah.
That actually says that Kazna has something prepared for it.
Possibly a little surprise in their pocket. They could just go.
At least something
Didn't see this
trained
coming.
specifically for that. Because this is those breaking moments now in season when some teams are separating from each other. Now we already know that Kazna is highly in points high up together with Gohard, but you want to be in top 2 teams and skip playoffs because playoffs are a high gamble. So top 2 teams, 1 and 2 in the league by points, will go straight to the season finals here in Katowice, but the teams from position 3 to 6 will play each other for the remaining 2 spots. And it doesn't matter then do you have 1 point or 100 points.
Yep.
It's just going to affect the seeding. You will have equal chance because it will just be 1-on-1.
You can go from being 6th place in the league to being here in Katowice
And
playing
winning the
against
season.
players on the land and winning the season. Kazna crew, they've said themselves, every time they got through to the land, every time they got through to season finals, they never did it from being 1 or 2. They always did it by getting into playoffs. They were either 3rd or 4th.
Best example is when they were in Sofia. They were number 6 in season. They qualified 1 point above the team below them. 1 point. And they came as complete outsider. And they took the first place. So, yes, these kind of things happen. Then they had a season in Cologne and they ended up 2nd behind Wombats. Still, they came as a 6th again there, I think. And they won the 2nd place. And they should have actually won the first one. They had 4-1 against Wombats and they lost it. So
Yeah, and
whatever.
I mean, it's something that Haiba said before when I've been speaking to him in live interviews. He said that you know, we don't do it. We don't. It's something we need to try and work on next season is to get that 1-2 spot to get it safe. But we do have information that the lineups are ready here for Muravanka. So let's see the vehicles that the teams are going to be bringing and try and work out the tactics that might be used here, Mojo.
This is something Kazna played many times. Object for 30. It usually tells us they're going to mainly position toward the top cap. Bachats for rotation, TVP for cover, and E5 for frontal push when they need it, so they can proxy those defensive hills of Gohard. Gohard on other side playing Kranwagen. They can position him in red line probably, but also toward the cap. Ru for fast spotting, interesting choice here. So not a 1390, which is much better static spotter. And then they have E5 and Bachats. It's gonna be, I think Gohard is heavily relying on rotation here. How will they play it?
Yeah, it's certainly, they've got the 4 Bachats, Kazna crew taking 3 Bachats, and then a tier 9 Bachat. Kranwagen against TVP, 2 E5s. Object 430 version 2 can be a real pain in the butt to get through frontally sometimes.
No, it's mainly because when he angles, his tracks are the biggest problem. Frontal, yeah, you can pen him, but when he side scrapes, that's the problem.
Yeah.
And the hard turret he has, that's not something you want to try to shoot.
Yeah, if he's in some kind of defilate. Now, RU on Gohard for their spotter. I mean, it's probably more of an active spotter than a passive spotter, do you reckon?
I believe that even if they try to do something like a counter-attack, they're going to use him something similar like on Prokhorovka. You can always charge an RU in front, see where the clippers are, and then charge in with Bachats.
Okay, so it's all square here at 4-4. Who's going to win this match? Well, let's find out because it's a tiebreaker now on Muravanka.
Muravanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
Okay, now Kazna crew, red team attacking, Gohard, blue team defending. Kazna crew going quite aggressive here into the forest, Mojo.
They're sending totally a lot of tanks there, unexpected, because they know that Gohard is expecting them to play toward that upper area, which is their natural play for those tanks they have. Theirs is doing rather risky spots here, and he's now running away. Gohard playing rather aggressive. You can see how they're positioned they're going Zafarching with RU. Maybe that RU tank that they took was really a big giveaway for Kazna. Look at Maga getting in trap.
Maga just driving out into the open air. Focus fire coming in from Kaznakru immediately. And Gohard have already lost Maga and they're about to lose Failware. And this could already be over, Mojo. They've just lost 2 of their back chats for absolutely pretty much nothing in return.
It's really a big nonsense that they ended up there. I would say even a great misplay, and they deserve to lose this map like this. I mean, if they didn't spot a single person up on a map, why were they positioned toward the lower side of the forest?
You send your entire team up other side of the map, they see nothing, so of course the guys in the middle are going to be there. Like,
I will also say, why is there still there? Like, he should have ran away also. The moment there was a contact with 2 butchats there, he was supposed to move away, so he is not get caught. He is not caught, and there is no balance in the game. But balance on Mighty is coming in. If they take out theirs now, there is a theoretical way for Gohar to come back into the game, but it's very hard. It's really very hard. After this kind of loss, it's really very hard.
Gisne and Stefan on the cap circle. Haiba's going to go in there and triple cap pressure so that Gohard have to come here and counter it. Ders is going to go down here. He's going to get another shot into Kaizu. Now, Gohard, what can you do here? Because you've been totally out-rotated here by Kazna. I have no idea what the tactic was there, but now you have no coverage whatsoever on base 2. You're going to have to rush it or you have to blind fire it. But you're down 2 back chats already. It's pretty much a done deal here.
Zafarching coming from this side to spot, because Nexus left those positions, it actually might pay away, but look at this, 7 seconds. Will he be on time? It's really, really, really risky. 3, 2...
There's the reset and the kill. Annihilator getting the kill on Haiba. Coca-Collapse in return. He was the one coming forward in the E5. It's been focused by the tanks of Kaznakru. Now Zafarchik is able to back off. He's taking damage. Karibari is taking a whole load of damage as well from Gohard. Gohard are still in it, but they really need to start focusing down tanks of Kaznakru and vitally not taking damage back in return themselves.
I don't think Gohard can do anything more. Actually here, the only guy with HP here is Annihilator. That's the Kranwagen. That's not the fastest tank. It's just a cooldown tank, and he's going in reload right now. Zafarchik, once one of the butchats just gets him for free here because no one can help him, that's gonna be pretty much a big problem for Gohard because they will not have even eyes there. Kaizu and Kerryberry are on really low HP.
Zafarchik running as far away as he can. He has no additional teammates to be able to cover him. Diplomat has backed off. He's not following him. Now it's 4 on 4 at the moment. Kaznakru do have the vehicle advantage. Gisne's going back in the cap circle just to get additional pressure and draw out Gohard once again. That object 430 could be a pain to try and get through, but I mean, it's still possible here for Gohard, but they lost so much at the start for this.
There is a really small way how to win this for Gohard, but it's a lot of blind play involved. We can see it on a monitor if Zafar was actually rotating on K-line. Does a full push there and they shoot Stefan off. That's a way for them, but they cannot know it. We can.
Yep, and they just don't have the HP to truth it. Karibari's a one-shot. Kaizu will take 2, he'll go down quickly. Zafarchik is in the RU251. He can't really trade with anything. He can be a pain in the butt, but he's not going to do a massive amount of damage unless he's ignored. Now in return, Kazna have Stefan in the TVP full health. They have Nexus full health in the back chat. Gisne on half health, Diplomat on half health. Now Diplomat goes down, but in return they've lost to Zafarchik, and still Gohard have a hell of a lot to do here. A lot of it's going to be on how much damage Annihilator can do for taking little in return.
Well, he has 3 shots remaining, so he's not going to do much more than 1200, which will be about his cap. Then we have Kaizu and Kerryberry, but look at this, like he has to charge into spot. He's taking so much damage, he has no armor on the sides, and still the only guy he will see is Isne. And Isne is not the most important tank in this game anymore.
Niall having to drive in against Gisne. Okay, but Gisne's behind the wreckage, so Niall can't even get shots in against Gisne. All the time he was taking damage in return. Kaizu and Karibari not in a position to support him as Gisne gets the kill on Annihilator. Karibari and Kaizu are not going to be able to do anything. They were focusing into Nexus, but Nexus is got some shots available to him. Stefan has a full clip waiting for these 2 tanks. Gisne can go and face hug them if he wants as well, and this is a done deal. Kaznakru are going to take this by capping. 1 second left as Nexus gets the kill on Kaizu. And Gohard, I can kind of see what you guys are planning there, but why you would just run 2 tanks through the middle as well? Where were you really expecting Kaznakru to be in that situation?
I mean, Kazna obviously guessed once they saw that Gohard took an RU tank, as we guessed ourselves on the start. They're going to use him for fast spotting. They guessed he's going to go over the top side. So Kazna just did a trick and went down. And this was really a free gift. I don't think actually Kazna even expected to pick up those budgets like that for
Not
free.
at all.
But when you get a gift like that, like it was like you show them a finger and they just take everything by the hand, you know?
I mean, at what point did the tanks that were pushing up the left-hand side of the map say, no one's here, you guys need to come back? Because that, to me, should have been the call, like, come back immediately. Because they were so far up at that stage, and Failware and Maga were right across the middle, so if they see nobody at that stage, then Kazna are obviously in the forest, aiming towards the town.
That's something we said on the start, when he didn't spot anything. But the facts are there. They didn't react proper, so they're gonna pay the price and they're gonna lose this 1 point here. Still, they got 1 out of this. They will have 21, but Kazna will have 2 and they will go to 19, which is much better for them, of course.
And as he did say in the interview, Vetso did say, I think this is going to be the time, you know, this is going to be the time where we pick up the win. He did, not as comfortable as they wanted, but they did pick up the win. Nexus coming top damage, 2.5, then Kaizu 2.5, both in Batchats, Diplomat Batchat 2.3, Karibari 2.3. I mean, these are some of the guys that were left standing the longest for their respective teams. Nexus vitally also picking up 3 kills, as did Karibari as well for 3 kills. But I mean, it's Kazna, go hard, Kazna, go hard, Kazna, go hard, all the way down. But then it changes. I mean, you've got Failware, Safarchik, Maga. Maga only actually got 1 shot out in that entire time. Failware only got 2 shots out before both of them were eliminated by Kazna crew, who just basically had 2 free tanks. And I mean, losing 2 of your top damage dealers like that, absolutely punishment. Yeah.
It's gonna be rather interesting because Kazna is tomorrow playing as Suba. And I think I'm not sure, but as far as you see, Go Hard is also playing a match. So potentially Kazna can equal themselves. They will have 19 points after this, and they will be able, if they pick up all 3 against the Suba, to go on 22, same as Ding. But Go Hard will after this have 21. So if they win their tomorrow's game, which is against Gunrunners, who can surprise anyone, we already know that.
Yeah, nobody can call that one.
They can actually go on 24. And be above everyone else, but they will have a game more than both Kazna or Ding.
There will be one ahead
on
of
12th
everyone.
game and other guys on 11, so that can equal. So those 3 teams are definitely biggest contenders at the moment for top 2 positions, and there is still Utopia, I would say, lurking right there. I don't think the other teams at the moment are able to get there.
Post-match stats, your prediction for top damage dealer? Perhaps Stefan or Failware, I would say.
Some of them had really horrible games also. Stefan was really consistent actually in this match, so maybe him.
Yep, let's have a look and see who came out on top for their teams across all the matches.
What a fail.
Kaizu, sorry mate. 2.1 across all the battles with 9 kills, very nicely done. Failware, your teammate, coming in there with 2k average, and then 12 kills for his team. And then out Stefan not getting necessarily all the kills, but certainly pumping out a truck ton of damage.
It's a close game, but you can see Stefan and Nexus really close in damage there, as are Coca-Cola and Diploma there. So rather close first page here, more damage done here for Go Hard, but I guess then the second page will be a bit for Kazna. Look at this, Ders and Piotr.
Yep, Yizne coming down there, Safarchik, second last. I mean, they were playing the light tanks for their team, doesn't matter as much. Haiba playing single shooters most of the time. Karibari, you potentially expect him to be higher. He does generally play the autoloaders for Go Hard. Perhaps, you know, just fresh back from his holidays, not quite back into the full swing of things. Maybe even, you know, should have just gone with Scadium for those matches. But we'll let that one slide, Go Hard, you know. I mean, you can't win them all, as we always say. Not unless
you cannot say you're going to let it slide after you already said it.
Yes, okay. Me and Go Hard, we're bros. It's cool. It's cool.
We'll see. Will they see that?
We'll see. I'm wearing my Go Hard colours today. You got to know that, Mojo. The purple shirt and the black jacket. You didn't even notice.
No, but you did notice yourself.
This is the only time I can be purple, Mojo. I have to take it when I can get it.
Are you referring to XPM?
My stats are blue, Mojo. Just like how I generally feel.
Wow. Davida song.
Sad Pepe. Now, we still have one more match to go this evening. It is going to be Utopia versus Oops. Now, we're going to have a short break, and then we'll be right back with that match. We've already seen Go Hard Kazna. I went to tiebreaker. Kazna were able to seal the deal. Will the next match go that long, or will it be perhaps a 5-0? Well, Oops are on the ropes, but could they recover? There's only one way to find out, guys, and that's to stick with us after the break. Good evening and welcome back to the Wargaming EU League Season 2. My name is Ektar, once again joined here by Mojo, and we have the final match for you guys this evening, which is going to be Utopia versus Oops.
Utopia versus Oops. At the moment, Utopia sitting on 4th position with 15 points, I think, and Oops is sharing the 5th or 6th, you can say, with the Suba with 11. So you could say 4 points are not a huge difference. Currently, by the plays, Utopia looked far ahead of Oops. Oops is kind of playing really dodgy. Even if they start the match good, you will never know what will happen in a later stage of the match. It looks like one side, if they lose on some map, is more than enough to throw them off completely of their balance and just annihilate them for the future of the match.
Yep, Oops were able to pick up a win against eSuba on, I believe, Thursday. And then yesterday they then lost to Gunrunners, which was a bit of a surprise, I guess. A lot of people expected them to perhaps win that one. And then now today they're going to go up against Utopia, which is their hardest opponent out of these 3 matches. I mean, no offence to the other 2 teams, but you know, Utopia are expected to be a better team here.
Utopia is coming after 2 defeats here, but they had the tiebreaker losses against both Ding and Kazna. Those are huge fights, like really something like we've seen something similar here with Kazna against Gohard. Equal matches that ended up rather strongly in the last tiebreaker map, while Oops was usually thrown off. Like we could see a situation when Oops played on the last match that Malin did 5,000 damage and they still lost a round.
He did a hyper carry for his team but still couldn't do it. Now their opponents are Utopia. Hulknick made a little joke calling him Rutopia, which is kind of amusing considering his team has a percentage of Russian players as well. But, you know, just because we are the European League, it doesn't mean that every single player is going to be for Europe. I always like to compare it to Premiership football in England. Not every team in Premiership football in England is made up of English players. It's multinational.
Of course, and here we have 3 of those international coming from CIS. Rulezik, FC Dinamo, and who was the third one? Sorry, Kolesoid coming in. And we have some of the guys that joined them, like Mrakar from Ding. And yeah, Stepanek joined them, but we never actually seen him play so far. Dinamo and Rulezik used to play on European server before, so this is a comeback for them. And those 3 were playing really well in this season for them together, also with Bihu, I would say, who is one of their most constant player, or Papa Pavion, his arty plays. And
Papa Pavion, yep, in the arty plays, pardon the pun. However, in some matches he is very hit or miss for getting damaged on. Sometimes he can do extraordinary damage, and other times the battle just doesn't go in his favour and he can't get the shots in when he needs to get the shots in. Because maybe the team fight happens in an area where
you
can't
cannot really
help.
expect when all that commotion is that you will do the damage. It's like more if you have things under your control, then RT comes to effect. If it's just a full-out fight, it's just a gamble.
Yeah,
RNG.
Yep. That's true. Now they're going to be going up against Oops, the tough giraffes, as they're known. Now Oops are a team that had a bit of mixed fortunes last season. They got through to playoffs, and it was their first time actually playing in the LANs. They didn't quite make it the season before. Now, they have replaced their team with some, well, improved their team with some members. We see coming in here, I believe it was Deja, coming from actually Utopia, was it, Mojo?
Deja joined them from Out of Range.
Out of Range, sorry, yes. We see Deadzone, who came from Kazna Crew.
Yes.
And Milosh, who came from Utopia.
Yes, exactly like that. So they should be really boosted compared to the last lineup they had in the previous season. But they are struggling. We cannot really point out what's going on. They're still swapping players in and out. So we can't say they have 7 fixed players who are playing at the moment. And they have variable success. All except, you can say all of them except Melen and Miloš, who are very consistent in their plays. Everyone else is going up and down. Sometimes doing well, sometimes not so much or even horrible.
Yep, which was interesting because when Miloš was playing for Utopia last season, he was the most consistent player and pretty much usually the top damage dealer. He's came into Oops. Now, Miloš has not always been the top damage dealer, but he has been consistent damage dealer. He has always been doing exactly what you'd expect from him and surviving long enough to do it as well.
Exactly. But I believe we can see the maps now, so let's go there.
Yep, so we can see Mines, Steps, Cliff, Prokhorovka, with a tiebreaker being here, Himmelsdorf.
You can see by the markings who picked which map. Obviously, Utopia picked Mines because they're better on them. And then Oops, we've seen multiple fails by Oops there. You remember those climbs and those kind of situations. Also some dodgy rotations by them and so on. So I don't know, that kind of thing is not really the best for them. I would say last time these teams met, Utopia actually lost to Oops 2-5. But that was a while ago, so it might actually change here. Steps are rather equal here, so is Cliff and Prokhorovka. And I don't know if Oops is actually patient enough. This also might be another tiebreaker.
Possibly. I mean, if it's a tiebreaker, once again, if Oops lose the tiebreaker, it's a shame. It's a horrible thing for Oops. But it's progress. They've not lost 5-2. Yesterday, they lost 5-3, so they would lose 5-4. So still, they're losing, but they're progressing.
They really need a win.
Got to look at the positives, Mojo, even if it doesn't go your way.
I think they need a win, but
they desperately need a win right now.
Mines can actually end up in 2-0 for one of these teams.
I think definitely Oops need to win more than Utopia at the moment, because Oops need it for morale. Utopia, I mean, no offense to Utopia, I'm not expecting you guys to be first or second place here. I think first or second is going to be between Ding, Gohard and Kazna. Utopia are going to be in playoffs, so just going to make themselves comfortable, make sure they're definitely getting in playoffs and be nowhere near that sixth spot.
I think they're still lurking, maybe not for the first spot, but for the second.
Second is still potential.
There is
open,
possible for
that,
Utopia, and if they want to keep and be in the race, this is a game they need to win also. So every match there is something in a stake for one of the teams. For Utopia, that's to keep a track to the leading teams, and for Oops is just to break free from the loss streaks and bad karma they have lately, honestly. So they need to just, you know, group up as a team and work on it to get better.
Okay, now our first map is going to be Mines, so let's have a look at the lineups from the teams and see which vehicles are going to be brought. Oops will be starting off on the defense on the red side, and Utopia are going to be attacking from the blue side. Utopia, Mojo, a double mouse.
Well, that's an interesting one, I would say, for this. March of the Mouses here on the Mines in the first attack. That might take you Oops by surprise here, because they don't really have the huge firepower to stop them here. Yes, they can make a good crossfire, and I believe the logical play for Oops would be to try to take the hill and then deal with the Mouses here, but we will need to see what they are going to do actually, because Utopia might try to anticipate that and have a lot of TPs doing the damage, and these butchats with small guns, a lot of things can happen here.
Where do you think the mouse is going to go? 1-2 line, hill, 8-9 line?
Mouse in the water, I really don't like that option. Of course, they can use at least one of them as a shield, so someone can cap behind while they protect it. So that's definitely an option. The other option is a late push on a hill.
Well, let's find out exactly how they're going to be used. As the first map here is Utopia, and Oops, we're going to Mines. Well, this is going to be an interesting one, as we see the two mouse buddies of Maraka and Rulazek here. Algo going for the climb, and he makes it. Well done, Algo. That's a high-pressure moment. I could only imagine what would have been said in TeamSpeak if you didn't make it. But Papawin, Mojo getting hit there, 7:05 as he gets up into the hill for his Batchat Tier 9.
And that's a Camille shot with hit shell, but Algo had to fall down so he wouldn't get annihilated. He saw on time Papapavian going up, so he ran away immediately. It's very questionable how would he survive if he didn't. So all in all, that's a decent reaction here, and I would say they traded better because Papapavian was shot by 14-9, but here we go. A late push to the hill with Mouses. It's not like you can do an early one with those.
Yes, I mean the Mouses are a rushing hill technically, but this is them just getting up to their own speed. Now, is the tactic, I mean, is the best thing that Oops can do here is try to ignore the mouse as long as possible and do as much damage as they can to everyone else?
Well, it's questionable how will they defend this. You can see that they mainly ignore the other side of the battlefield. Ooh, Camille picked up a shot there for no need, I would even say, maybe. So that's not really cool for them. There is a crossfire coming here from Oops, but if they empty those shells, I don't know, man. These mouses can just start going downhill, followed by these buckets.
Colozoid spots out Decha and Algo there's. Colozoid gets a free shot into the side of Decha, who was trying to get crossfire into the mouse. Now, Maraca advancing forward here, just kind of baiting out shots, seeing if anyone can take a pot shot at him at the moment. Rulezek is actually backed off Mojo, and it looks like him and his mouse are going to be heading through the water. So they're splitting up the mouse and doing two different things.
That's actually a good choice, I would say, because you can do what we said on the start, late push on a hill, and you can do trigger cap on the 2 cap and position someone behind, because that guy would be pretty much untouchable, especially since they don't have an RT. Oops does not have an RT, so they cannot splash the guy behind off a mouse. So that goes really well for them, and they have enough forces to keep off the hill for themselves. So this is maybe a risky tactics here by Utopia, but still it can work out. Especially, this is important when you play mouses. In a moment, when the fight starts, the HP will equal and maybe even go to Oops side in one moment. But if Utopia keeps the number of the guns inside, that means that your Oops will go in reload with the Clippers, and that's when the real advantage comes for Utopia.
Now, Bihu did come over to support Colozoid for a little bit there. You can see on the minimap, Bihu is now rotating all the way around the north side of the map. Now, Marak is taking a little bit of damage there, and his mouse, we're seeing the viewpoint of Rulezek in the water. He's completely fine. Bihu doing this rotation, is perhaps going to go for the climb, Mojo?
It does look like they just did a whole ruse to maybe just flip attention of Oops on that side. So they would have a better chance to climb a guy on a hill, of course, since they know that Algo is not up. And they had spotters all the time. They know that no one actually climbed up. And it's a normal play that you will try to use it in your advantage and position a tank up. It will be a good play if he actually manages to do it. But there is dangers, of course. Insane is watching there. Camille also with his T49. They can really do quite a lot of damage on him.
Biku is just posturing at the moment. You can see here. Looks like he's trying to beat out any kind of vision, take a snapshot. I mean, Mayland will be aiming in that area and will hit him hard if he tries to make the climb.
I think he's just waiting for a signal from his guys.
Yep, just waiting for someone to say, okay, go. Or that he's disconnected.
Well, Rulezek is coming. Oh my god, if he is waiting for Rulezek, this is going to be one waiting period of the game for us.
Decha taking a bit of damage there from Colozoid, who immediately goes on reload. Rulezek is coming round, Mojo. You can see him in the top of the map.
Yeah, he's going to. Yeah, he's going to go toward the 8 line, try to lure all the possible shots toward him, and in one moment, Bihu will just snap out and go like fired from a slingshot, you know, and he will just try to climb immediately while attention is elsewhere.
And
but
this is good because the feign can also come from Maraka or the tanks on the hill.
The thing is, in that moment, there is a possibility that Oops will actually choose to push the hill.
Mayland has actually changed position now, so he's got additional coverage on the hill and he's aiming towards that area, so they are expecting some kind of climb here, Mojo.
It's a good read by Oops, repositioning Mayland there, because from there he can help both left and right much better, and he's less susceptible to getting killed. But if Bihu climbs up, then it's probably also a position where Mayland will, with other guys together, push the hill.
Now, if you're Utopia, Mojo, what are you going to do here? You're going to send Rulezek down to beat those shots and send Bihu up? Colozoid's backing off now as well.
I would definitely send Bihu up, but you need to create a great cover fire of a center while you're doing so, because it's very logical that in that moment Oops will probably just push up with everything they have, and if they win that fight, it doesn't matter what is Bihu doing or the mouse.
They're gathering for something down here on the right, Mojo. Colozoid's coming all the way around as well. At what point does Deca say, I'm not getting spotted anymore, guys. Something's going on.
Well,
trying to send 2 backchats up?
They might, or they might just push. Like we've seen both scenarios happen. I would certainly climb up one. Like it would really help them on long run.
It looks like they're posturing for a gunrunner's YOLO. At the moment, Bihu is still sitting there. I wonder if he has disconnected. He's not moved. He's just been aiming the entire time.
He moved a couple of times.
I guess they maybe think, oh, there he goes. Bihu is awake. Now here comes a bit of movement. Are they going to juke his Kozloid, going to pretend and then turn it last minute, and then it's just going to be Biku? What are they going to do? Or are they just going to run down that line?
You can see Rulazik is going, as I said, on the 8 line, and he's attracting everyone. So he's going to proxy spot everyone who can fire at the upper position. Mainly Melan. This is a good play by Mouse.
Milos is spotted. Rulazek gets a shot into Melan. Melan gets one in return, as does Insane get one into Rulazek. Now, Kozloid and Biku are coming round. They're not going for a climb. They're going to try and run right past Rulazek and either clip out Insane or try and clip out Meland. As Camille gets on, Biku gets the kill on Camille, but Kozloid is being focused by Silence at the moment. He has great crossfire onto him. Now, Utopia have taken a lot of damage for this, but Oops have lost a tank. They've lost their T-49, but here comes a push down the middle of the hill as well.
This is actually the main push here. This was a distraction. Milos will fall really shortly. Insane will be in direct crossfire position. Silence is reloading, and he will be out of the battle a bit, and there is a chance that he will fall rather shortly. Deha is getting annihilated. I mean, this is working really well for Utopia.
Really nice pincer movement from Utopia. They're taking shots across their tanks, but they have the HP and the armor to be able to trade like this. Oops are taking damage across the board, as Silence does get a kill on Biku before he goes, but Deha's a one-shot, Melan's a one-shot, Silence is a two-shot, Algo is pretty much a three-shot. Insane is now down to a one-shot. He's side on to Rulazek. Algo trying to run away there as Dynamo gets a shot. Muka picking up 2 kills there. Rulazek picks up the kill on Insane. Meland is the only person left in his vehicle. Nothing to do here as Utopia survived with 6 tanks, and that was a very, very nicely done pincer movement there onto Oops.
It was actually really nice tactics, nice reads. Also, they showed us wide diversity. How can you actually use this build? Although it looks very slow, they showed potential to go toward the water, to go toward the village side, toward the center, and choose actual tactic they will play. So this was not predetermined, yes, we will just play like this. This was just one of the solutions they had prepared already. And Oops thought they can answer something on that. They did reposition Mayland, but you could see the weakness because he is wide open for the shots of Mouse, and Mouse can certainly trade better with Grille than vice versa. And they were wide open for push from both sides after that, and they could really not deal with it.
Yep, it was nice with the 2 Mouse acting as basically anchors for each flank when they're pushing around, because your reaction is shoot the Mouse. He's there, he's exposed, let's shoot him. But then that's the distraction for each of those pushes on each side.
Again, if you don't shoot the Mouse, and this is a small map, where will you run away?
Yeah, where can you go? Yeah. Well, let's have a look at the stats. Top damage actually coming in from one of the Mouse. It is Rulazek there.
Top damage for Utopia, both of the Mouses.
2.9 damage yet. Then Mayland was in the grill, 2.2.
Oh my god, you have Maraka in the team.
Then Maraka. And something else I didn't want to point out as well, Mojo, is that Dead Zone wasn't playing.
Dead Zone was not playing, Spoink was not playing.
It was a gamble.
There at least, but
it was a gamble. Back in Dead Zone, you knew that.
Yeah, I know.
It was a gamble
going the coin.
Yep. No offense to Maraka, but it's a gamble picking Maraka as well because he tends to be in the single shooters for his team. But them's the breaks, you know. Them's the breaks. There's still plenty more matches where Dead Zone can feature, and well, I'm sure Maraka can continue to do fantastic damage for me. Camille Papapavin, I mean, Camille was one of the first ones focused down. Doesn't have a lot of HP in the T-49, so not able to do a lot of damage.
He fired that first shot on Papapavian while he was climbing up on start of the game. That's about that. He got annihilated after that. He was in a bush, so he can do an extra shot on a butchot climbing or something like that, which is a standard tactics. But Utopia looked very well aware of it. Their plays were just ahead of Oops, by far. By far.
Yeah. It was nicely done from Utopia. I mean, Oops, hopefully you're not kicking yourselves about that. It just was a nice outplay. It was a kind of difficult read. Even at the start, we're like, okay, they've got 2 Mouse.
Honestly,
what are you going to do with it?
This Mouse meta in this season here is paying off to a lot of teams on different maps, wide variety of them. You would say on mines, Mouse would be used only and strictly in defense below the hill as a proxy, as an anchor, but you can see the teams found a way how to use them in attack and in a very imaginative way, I would say, or offensive way even, so not just in some body block tool. But important for us is after the next patch comes, which is rather in few weeks, I think, and Mouse is getting a buff there by speed, by armor, and I mean, what will happen then with this?
We'll see more Mouse. We'll see more Mouse. We'll likely see maybe a T95 in some maps as well. I'm looking forward to it. Vehicle changes are nice as long as they don't change the vehicle parameters too much. They have killed off some tanks that used to be fun, and they have sometimes over-buffed tanks to being a bit like too overpowered from where they were. VK4502B and randoms.
We're gonna have to do a
one of the
video
ones.
with one of those Disney songs, you know, March of the Mouses.
March of the
Taran.
Mouse, the elephants.
Taran.
Yeah. Now, we're waiting for the lineups for the next round. I do have some fun information to say after Mojo's little comments. Maraka is now swapped out for Shoku, and Dead Zone is now swapped out for Decha. So, could work out in your and Daki's favour. But let's have a look at these lineups, Mojo, and then we can try and guess who's going to be playing which tank as well.
Well, Oops here in attack, rather normal setup with the Lorraine RT, Utopia here playing with 2 Kranwagens in defense. That's rather interesting. There are 2 possibilities for this. Either they will position them both below the hill to watch toward the village side, or they have some idea how to play from the start toward the middle immediately.
Immediate hill control, possibly. I mean, they'll have the grill over their shoulder backing them up, and where the Batchats and TVP go. T49 as well helping them. Let's jump into round 2 here on Mines. Utopia currently lead Oops 1-0. Can Oops bring it back 1-1, or will Utopia take the advantage here and take it 2-0? Utopia are on the blue side, they are defending. Oops are on the red side and they are attacking.
We've seen Insane playing this very Lorraine RT in the last match, and it didn't really pay off. There is a fast rotation, pincer movement coming from the Utopia, and Algo already failed the climb.
Dead Zone's dead. It's 2-on-1 unless he can get away and get himself safe really quickly right now. Colosoid and Biku came round. It's going to come off reload. They're both going to try and single out Dead Zone at the moment. They might get a couple of shots in, but I think Dead Zone will be safe with additional coverage from his teammates up on the hill. As Maylan takes a shot as well, and that was really unlucky. Had he been reloading quicker, Dead Zone would have been in a dead zone.
Well, they couldn't push in blindly now, but there is a big rock there. Biku, where are you driving, mate?
Biku!
Oh!
That's the rock, mate. You can't drive through it. He's going to try and get himself safe, but he's in a world of hurt at the moment. Now, Utopia does have a Kranwagen up on the hill. How much damage can he do when he's shooting down? He misses a shot there against Dead Zone. Dead Zone does take a damage from somewhere else. The rest of Utopia are trying to come around this right-hand side, but Oops are sticking together at the moment, and now it looks like they're going to try and perhaps push the hill where only Shoku's holding the entrance on his own.
This is actually going well for Oops now. They are up on HP and they can push the hill. They do have some advantage, and they can play a couple of different games here because they can also pressure the 2 cap. The only thing I think preventing them from that is because they know that Utopia has 2 Kranwagens and they don't really want to go in position when they will just, hop over and shoot them in a cooldown. But the main thing is Bihu is on 1 shot, and that's very important for Oops. So if they actually pressed over the hill, they have advantage.
Algo just ruined what I was about to say. I can say we were going to give Oops style points there for the health bars, but Algo just took a shot and ruined the pretty diagonal cut that we had going from Milosh all the way down to Dead Zone there. Algo.
Unbelievable mistake by Bihu there in the start. That's something that you rarely see by pro players, but you could see it live happen. I mean, it happens to most of the mortals. Yeah, like those rocks, they, especially if they're behind the bush, you can always get stuck on them. But that was a mountain, that was not a rock.
Straight into it. You can see Insane there wanted to get a shot there onto Mukha, didn't have the angle, and he relocates. Something vital. If anyone plays artillery and randoms, please, once in a while, move your artillery and support your team. Can't expect to shoot the same place all match. Now, Insane is spotted as he makes this move, but nobody has shots on him. But they are going to know where the arty shots come in from after this.
Well, they will know also how to position against it. That's the more important part, but you cannot be 100% safe everywhere against an RT piece. So that's the problem, especially when the fight breaks out. Colosoid is trying to fan out who is protecting Insane there, so they saw Mayland. Oh,
Colosoid might feel like he can take this.
This is a daring move by Utopia, but it can cash out really heavily.
He could get shotgunned by artillery as well. Does Mayland have any other support? We're watching from the point of view of Colosoid. Mayland's on a... Insane's actually on a reload. Insane's going to run. Insane's going to die for this. Insane's caught out in the open. Great play by Colosoid there to flush him out. Mayland's hiding behind this rock, and the wreckage of Insane, and that's a free kill as Papa Palvin comes round as well. But Oops are pushing into the middle. They want to try and take the team fight. While this is happening on the side, Milan will fight out against Colozoid. Milan might try and get some crossfire shots in the middle, but look at the health pool just dropping here for Oops right now. Utopia are barely taking damage. Now they're starting to take damage as Camille shooting into Rulazek. Algo's coming round as well. Muka is fighting with Milos. Milos should win this one as Muka's on a reload. Now, Oops have 3 tanks left. Utopia have 5 at the moment, but 2 are on a one-shot. Muka's able to get away. No, Milos picks him up. If Biku goes down, things are equal, but I don't know. It's a tough order for Oops.
This is a moment where Oops is actually in a slightly better position because only guy who actually has shells at the moment is Bihu. But he picks up Algo being carelessly positioned, so Milos and Kamil are the only ones remaining. And this is the huge advantage for Utopia. You can see Kamil had only 1 shot. He has to run away. He will have to abandon Milos, who is a single shooter there at mercy of Colesoid. Now entire game will be only on Kamil. Yes, he is on 100% HP, but if he doesn't pick up at least one guy rather fast, cheaply, it's not gonna work out.
Camille with it all to do here on his own. He's running. He has to hope he doesn't get spotted. Everyone's looking for him at the moment. They're going to try and peek over other sides. Camille's going to swing round here. He's going to be off reload as he comes round the hill. He doesn't quite have enough shots, and he's going to be able to do this. Biku is waiting for him. He has a full clip available to him. He can just say to his teammates, here, I've spotted him. But Camille goes round the wrong way where everyone else is waiting to shoot him. Dynamo gets a big hit into him as Camille tracks him on a second shot. Third shot kills him. Now, who's left? Colozoid's on a 1 shot, 2 shots actually. Camille could kill Colozoid, but then you still got Biku, and Biku gets that vital shot in the rear. Camille now can't trade with Colozoid, and this is done and dusted for Camille. It's going to be Utopia taking this one 2-0. And Mojo, I'm not sure if I can see Oops recovering from this. I think their heads are going to be down, and I think they're going to take this double loss quite hard, to be honest.
Well, we said the biggest danger for them is to lose the mines immediately on a start. Which was a possibility because Oops is, Utopia is much better team there. But Camille did a smart thing here. He's pretending like he has shots, and he is trying to buy a lot of time. And the only way for him to win a round is to have all 5 shots and to manage to shoot out Bihu and Colesoid 1 against 2. So there is still a chance here for Oops, because if there are low rolls by Utopia players, he can actually survive 2 shots and maybe win the trade.
That is so impressive.
You've written them out too early. Yes, and this was a low roll. This was a low roll. This is good. If he gets another low roll, he can actually win the game.
Camille, could I have written you off too easily there, mate? Can you still surprise us? There's just over 3 minutes left on the clock. Camille has enough in his gun to be able to take out these 2 tanks. He can't take he can take a low roll from either one of them, but he can't take both at the same time. Then it's 1-on-1. Then it's still 50-50 realistically. He doesn't have any option to be able to drop off the hill. He knows that there's the danger of Bihu coming around the other angle, but Bihu's not moving. Bihu tries to... Oh, so close. Bihu, you could have had that one. He didn't spot Bihu.
He doesn't know where Bihu is still.
He didn't spot him either.
And that's what he's trying to find out all this time. Where is Bihu?
Bihu's aiming. Bihu's going to get it. I think... Camille was so dangerous, so bold. Bihu could take that shot, but Bihu's so scared of getting shot himself. Camille shot and missed. Colozoid shot and missed. No, Colozoid didn't shoot, actually.
It doesn't matter, because 1 shot is all Camille need for either of them, while Colesoid, well, he needs probably 1 shot also for Camille, but we will see. It's a very tight game.
This is so tense. So tense.
390 is average of Bachat, so...
He's got it.
Oh!
Bihu had it. Eventually, Camille had to go too far back. He didn't know where Bihu was. There was always the danger the entire time of Bihu going round the other time, in which case Camille would know too late that Bihu has the shot on him. Yeah, unfortunate.
Very rough game here. I mean, eventually here, Utopia picked it up. I mean, Camille really played up and above the standards here. So this was really great play by him, but it was just not enough. They lost too many tanks. Utopia here was in this dire problem actually only because Bihu hit that big rock right in the middle of the nowhere. and he lost about, let's say, 6, 7, 800 HP, and because of that, he had to park his tank in very passive position the entire game and just make sure he's alive, especially for some moment like this that can come up. So he's useful at the very end. So I don't believe he did much of the damage, but I'm certain he picked up 2 kills.
Yep, well, let's have a look at the damage and where it came from and where the kills came from as well. So Camille surviving to the very end there, 3k damage in the back chat with 2 kills from 10 shots. Colozoid, 2.5k damage, 10 shots and 3 kills for him. Now, what I want to know is just how much damage Insane did, because he seemed to get traded for nothing, and Mailand went down as well.
It was really sloppy play there.
I mean, that was two deaths for nothing really in return for that. Colozoid got 3 damage. Insane 554. Papa Pavin, I mean, he was in the T49, did nothing. He fired out 2 shots, but I mean, Ceylon's little damage there. Dead Zone, very little damage there. Mailand did an okay amount of damage from the position he was in. But, I mean, those 3 players coming in at the back end of Oops there, you would expect more from them in that situation, especially considering they're the attacking team.
Tactically, they really misplayed there because they moved away Mailand. He was spotted while he was moving away. And Utopia did a daring move, as I said already. But they, yes, but they knew there is a good gamble to do it, and they had to return in the game. Because of the low HP of Bihu, they were really in trouble. They knew it, and they needed to do something about it. And the move they did was bold, it was great, and it paid off.
Paid off, yep, and sometimes fortune favours the bold, as they say, and certainly went in Utopia's favour. Now let's have a look at the lineups for map number 2. We're going to go to Steps. Very wide open map, very mobile map, and it can sometimes be an absolute defensive stronghold.
Steps here, it's really not unseen to see that one team takes both games. So Oops can actually come back into this one. It's not really too late for them. But it will be really decisive that they actually pick up the first round. So we have Oops here in attack. They're playing with Arti on M40. And Utopia in defense playing with Kranwagen, which usually means they will try to push along the rail. But we've seen other plays with this build also, like mainly positioning along the lower road.
Okay, well, can Utopia make it 3-0, or will Oops bring it back to 2-1? Let's find out. Let's go to Steps.
Steps, the most open map in the league. The attacking team appears near the rocks at the bottom of the map, and the defending team starts at the top. Bases are located near the railway and on the green. The best way to control them is to use the lowland near the second base. The attacking team usually begins the attack from the rocks and the railway, but sometimes they can attack through the green. Teams often drag vehicles from flank to flank, so both teams usually pick light vehicles with a good camouflage rating, but sometimes use tanks with a strong turret and even SPGs.
Okay, now Oops, red side are attacking into Utopia, blue side defending. Got a strong push here from Oops already going up that side. Papa Palvin making his claim here for Utopia nice and easily. How vital is it that Insane takes him out later on?
A really strong push here by Oops coming in. But as we said, sometimes teams like Utopia like to go along this side with the entire team and clear it out. So they definitely didn't want to fight over the rail because it can be a risky play. And they don't have anyone climbing on that A1, A2 position. So all about play from Utopia will be about domination on the lower side of the map and rotations. So they will fight the cap pressure from Oops by the rotations and making them leave the cap with some blind shots and approaching. You can see this is a rather, I don't know, usual spot here by Colozoid. He's just trying to see, are there any people closer than they should be by Oops on a middle road mainly, so they can decide what to do. Muka was doing the same here from the upper side of the map.
Viewpoint here of Muka. Now switching across to Oops, where we see Milos in Dead Zone hanging about on the track. Dead Zone has done some blind shots. He's on a reload at the moment as Milos tries a dead shot as well. We did see some tanks. It was the Object, actually, Mojo, yesterday sitting in a bush over there and was able to give his team so much information.
Yes, also important thing for us here is how will actually Oops choose to do this. They can always climb one guy up on that A1 position. It's doable from this side if they make a choo-choo train. and then they can boost him, and then they can do some rotations and try to rotate Utopia back. But it's a risk because Utopia is really well trenched up, and that can bounce away because if they refuse to leave their positions down and rotate, then Oops will be in a problem. So I guess Oops is just gathering their cards as they are. You can see the position where Camille is. It's a normal position, defensive position for this side of the map that will stop Utopia rotations coming from the lower J, K line and so on, while they're trying to position the players up and eventually trigger the cap.
Camille on the south side of the map. We saw him going up the hill. He's in that area where we saw Danny playing yesterday for Gunrunners, where Camille actually got the kill on him. Now, Bihu down south for Utopia is in a similar position, not quite as high, but also gives his team vital information to see if there's any kind of rotation coming along the south side of the map from Oops, and gives Utopia an early warning. Now, here we can see, I can't actually tell who it is. Top of the map, looking at Papa Powin, it's Algo here. That was at A3, and this is a viewpoint of Papa Powin from up on his hill, aiming down in towards the bush. Papa Powin with binoculars on his tank, able to look down into base 2 should any shenanigans happen there, but highly unlikely the way Oops is posturing, although it looks like Oops is posturing to come down south now, Mojo.
I don't know. I mean, if they wanted to go toward the lower side, they should have at least left Algo, I guess, on A1, A2, but they chose against it. It's a rather strange choice, and it can really bounce back to them. You can see Bihu is spotted on the K line. It's gonna be hard to fan him out from there.
So Bihu is spotted, but he can rotate and drop from his area and cover. Arte might have a shot. Oh, this could be telling. It's just coming off reload in about 3 seconds, and then he's going to let it fly. Will Insane get the shot? He's fired. Splash damage, 319. Bihu, you were lucky there, mate, because he was unspotted, so that was a good guesstimate there from Insane to get a little bit of damage.
But important, Oops gave up on any kind of movement from there. Milos took a center road here, and they will start cap pressure immediately.
Immediately, quick rotation from Oops coming up the left side of the map, or the west side of the map, same difference really. Decha, Milan coming in, Insane sitting back, Dead Zone getting close to capping out. Now, Milos sees some tanks there, sees Colozoid. Papa Powin still up on the hill, as Dead Zone's going to be the one to creep into the cap and start it, and then Utopia are going to have to come to Oops.
Yeah, of course, Utopia will send a couple of batches probably from the lower side of the map. Maybe one of them will charge Camille frontal. We've seen it happen to GRS. Dani was up there and he was completely cut off. But Dani was not careful as Camille. And Camille is on 100% HP, so it's really hard to actually push him there. We really need to see how Utopia wants to do this, because Milos is there in the center. He will be covered by most of the batchats. And at the moment, only thing Utopia needs is decap on a batchat. So they can do it a couple of ways while blind shooting. And it's a double cap going on now. That's a bit risky by Oops.
It's a double cap. The first shot missed the Dead Zone. The second shot hit Dead Zone, so he moved slightly forward. Dead Zone going back to the position he's in, but now they're actually backing off because Rulizek is spotted. So they both run as they've baited out some tanks to come forward. Now Rulizek is going to be focused right now by lots of guns here from Oops. Artillery is in a perfect position to get a shot into him. Can he connect? No, it splashes over him. Rulizek continuing to take a lot of damage here from the guns of Oops. He's surviving on a sliver of health. He's down to 557 health. That's a lot of damage he's took for that scouting move. And Oops, in return, didn't really take anything back for it.
Well, Oops really did well job there, and there is 4 minutes left. There is, yes, that rotation down, but it's kept under control by Camille. And the logical thing by Oops now would be to move RT and finish off Rulezik. Rulezik is on 74 HP now, so they're relying actually on Milos to do it alone. That's why Insane is not moving anywhere needed, and there we go.
Milos picks up the kill on Rulizek, so First Blood going here to Oops. Utopia are down a tank. But the only other person in Utopia that's taking damage was Bihu taking a single shot. Now, Algo's taking a good bit of damage there for Oops, and Dead Zone's taking a shot as well. Oops also have artillery, so effectively it's still 6 on 6. It depends how much damage artillery can do, as Maraka takes 791 damage. I'm guessing that was Insane.
There is no one else left.
Yep.
so it is insane. Pounding on that Kranwagen, he's an obvious target for artillery in this game for sure. Again, a double cap pressure here, unless there are some blind shots coming in that will decap. Utopia will be in a deep problem here because they are obviously mastering all the forces. It's going to be an all-out push, I guess.
Papa Pavlin also came down from his hill. I think he's trying to climb back up onto the hill to get the blind fire shots at the moment, but right now, nobody has vision of the cap. We're down to 30 seconds. There is always the danger it comes to a certain point, and oops, sending that third tank to just quickly run down the clock. I think it takes about, what, 20 or 10 seconds off it immediately when they do that. Papa Pawin now is trying to go around. He sees Algo. The rest of the team knows where he is as well. So how much damage will he take? He'll take a huge amount of damage as Deca and the Dead Zone can focus shots. And Papa Pawin getting away on 9 health. But there is no way they're going to allow him to get away from that. As Mayland picks up the kill. And now Utopia have lost 2 tanks. Potentially a third, although Colozoid did immediately repair his tracks and drops back over safely.
Camille needs to get down from that mountain. We've seen teams multiple times when the tank is just staying there too long, lose the game. Utopia is now rotating toward the lower side of the map, and there is a multiple cap pressure here going on. Camille did go down, and he just needs to go super aggressive and cover any kind of approach for Utopia, so they're spotted on time.
Triple cap coming out here. Now, Oops are in control of the map completely. They go into a cap, they bait Utopia to come over the hill to try and reset it or defend it, then they just take their shots and back off. And if they can do this multiple times and take a tank from Utopia each time, they're in the driver's seat. Now, Mucka driving through the middle to try and get vision, but look at all the shots coming in here. Crossfire, Camille getting shots in as well. Mucka is not going to survive this for very long as Deca manages to deflect a big shot off the back of his Batchat. Mucka goes down. Utopia have lost yet another tank, and Oops, they're taking damage across the board, but no one tank is being focused at the moment. This looks like Oops in total control here, Mojo.
Bihu will pick up Camille. This is not good for Oops actually, because now they will be flanked from 2 sides, and Oops now has to choose cap or kill. They chose to go for a kill. They're gonna kill Mrakar here, and they can actually still do the cap on the top cap.
They're going in for a triple cap using artillery to come in, as well as Deca, Milosh and the Dead Zone are going looking for the remaining tanks of Utopia. Utopia are pushed miles back from base 2. It might be up to Bihu to try and do some kind of suicide run into the end. We do have 20 seconds, but Deca's coming back to help cover that as well. As Bihu comes round, he wasn't spotted. So Bihu is going to perhaps get a cap reset, but there's 3 tanks there. Deca's actually heading him off. Deca might ram him here just to distract him as Bihu takes a shot. Deca has this one wrapped up for his team. 3 seconds to 1 second left. No reset coming in, and Oops take that one very nicely, and that was exactly what they needed to come back into this match.
Exactly, and it was actually insane who picked him up lately, last. So Utopia here was rather outplayed from the start. You could see that. Couple of rotations of Oops completely took them off guard, and they didn't respond the best. I don't know. I didn't like their passive play, especially against artillery piece. They just gave the weapon that Oops needed time to think, time to rotate and to use the RT, and they did it well. So more or less, I would say Utopia actually handed them the game over by bad tactical choices, but that was, of course, their choice, and consequences are also theirs.
Yep, it's always refreshing to see the attacking team control that map. We see it so many times, the defending team sends somebody up on each climb, and they have complete control, but this time, Oops were in pretty much complete control the entire match. Now, Colozoid, 2.3 top damage there. Then we have Milosh in the 113, 2.3. As we said, Milosh just consistent, always, always, always for Oops. He's always there, doing exactly what's expected of him. Deca coming in there at 2k damage. Then Bihu, 1,800. Insane, 1.7 for the artillery. So, you know, he did his job there coming in as artillery, 5th top damage. Then Algo, then FC Dynamo. So, yeah, I mean, 4 for Oops and 3 for Utopia. Oops, always in control there. They looked like the team you thought would, I mean, from just looking at the lineups, you would think that they were the ones that were 2-0 up. But, yep, very good from Oops. They can now go on defense. They have the potential to completely control it from defense as well if they can get the climbs done now. Dead Zone, Mayland and Camille over there. But, I mean, look at this. Papa Pawin, Maraka, Rulazek, Mucka. Mucka didn't even land a shot. Rulazek didn't land a shot. Maraka only landed 1. Each of those guys, Rulazek and Mucka, each were the ones that had to drive out and try and spot, and got wrecked for doing that.
It's pretty much the reason how they lost, but it was also, like as you said, the start, bad tactics from the start, and that's pretty much what sealed their fate. Still, they have a chance to pick up the other side. In attack, they also have a great artillery player, Papa Pavian.
Yes,
and RT
true.
is used on this map in attack. In defense, it's really hard to use
Papa
it.
Pavian could annihilate whoever goes up for that climb on the right-hand side.
Utopia can also play rotations. They can also play with RT in attack, and they can also climb tanks and do all kinds of stuff that are interesting for us to watch. So there are all kinds of possibilities here. But of course, Oops did a first very important step to come back in a game, and they picked up a round. Otherwise, I think it would just be a landslide.
Okay. Interesting lineups coming up, Mojo. Think you might be surprised by something here. I'll let you spot it. Let's have a look at the lineups, folks, and we can show you exactly what's making me smile. Mojo, can you see it?
Oh, wow. The German E50M in Utopia lineup. Rather interesting choice there.
It is a very bold choice because I've heard some high-level players say apparently that the E50M is a weak tank. Do you agree?
I don't like it that much. I mean, it was really interesting to play before, but it's more like a heavy tank than a medium tank. Great gun, yes, but it gets shot easily by anyone.
Nicknamed the E-100 Ram Wagon.
Yes, so why E50M by Utopia? Definitely sniping and definitely some armor. And considering it's a tall tank, maybe even as the body block in a cap in one moment.
Possibly. It can also do a truck ton of damage against a Batchat if it's able to ram a Batchat. But pretty much everything can go through that turret, can't it? If they're loading.
Yeah, but it can bounce also a lot. And as I said, it has a great sniping gun with a good alpha.
Well, let's find out if Utopia can get this to work for them. They're currently leading Oops 2-1 here. We're going into the second round of steps. Oops, red team are defending against Utopia on the blue team attacking. Utopia have this cool blue digital camo as well on the blue side, so it's rather fitting, as Oops have the Savannah Giraffe tactic, camouflage, as Algo makes that climb nice and easy.
I think someone in Utopia has a fetish for those German mediums, because we've seen them try to use E50 tier 9 for a cap on Ruinberg, if you remember. But there is a fast push here from Utopia coming in on lower side of the map.
Oh, bit of Keystone Cops here as they clash into each other.
Let's see how will they use it. Papa Pavian is playing the RT. They have the I7. I7 will probably have binoculars, so they can counter Algo on the upper side of the mountain. Fortunately for Oops, Algo didn't blunder the climb up. Otherwise, that would be a huge problem for them. Something that actually happened to them in the last match.
Muka's going all the way forward. He's going to take that position on the right-hand side, where you can do a lot of damage from. You see objects sitting in there as Camille makes the climb on the other side of the map. As long as he stays hidden there, he can give his team a vital information for base 1. And then at what point does the rest of his team, rotate round? This is what I was talking about, this position where Muka is. And we see Russian tier 10 mediums sitting up there and being able to farm a truck ton of damage. I wonder if Muka is going to be able to do the same here in the E50M.
That's really super gun he has, so yes, obviously he will. The thing is only how will Mrakar be countered here by Oops at the moment. They do have that Kranwagen that is well hidden so far, so he needs to approach after a while, and he will be the guy peeking to do it. But Utopia has that Lorraine RT, who will wait for that.
Yep, as soon as Algo gets spotted, it could be good night Algo.
I don't think Algo should even get spotted first.
There's no urgency to do it for now, that's for sure.
No, they're just gathering up. They're waiting for Camille to come closer, because there is time and they do need that extra gun. This is a good play by Oops, because they're gathering their forces. They're like a sprinter, who's preparing for a start sound. When Camille is close, there will be a big fight after that.
Just going to go in for it. Maraka aiming up there. You can see he's got the binos as well. He's just waiting for Algo to just appear at that little bush, because that's probably going to be where Algo hides from initially at the start. And you can see, there he is, making the move for exactly that bush. Try and put a little bit of cover behind him. Milosh is spotted as he goes over. He's already shot at here. As Deka goes over, as Camille goes over, Insane, they're all spotted. This is the push from Oops. Now, let's actually listen into... No, we can't actually at the moment. We're going to do it in the next one. My bad. Nope, we're going to be doing it on our next map, not here. Now, Camille is pushing in here, and it is going to be a push from Oops. How are they going to do this, Mojo? They're taking a lot of damage already for it.
They position really well to deal with this E50M, but Insane is here getting wrecked completely. Look at this, Mrakar also. Mrakar and Muka falling in, but there is a counter-attack coming in from Utopia, so the The odds might actually go in a different favor.
Maraka and Mook have already dropped. Colozoid has been focused at the moment from Utopia as well. Now, Oops have lost Camille, but they still have 6 guns available to them. They've just lost Mayland as well, but Colozoid has been dropped for Utopia. Utopia are backing off. They have an artillery. It is effectively 3-on-4 at the moment. Now, you have Algo up on top of the hill. He's just farming damage as Bihu backs off. He has a shot available to him. How much damage can Papapowan do in this fight as the rest of Oops back off? Now, Milosh is almost a one-shot. Insane is a one-shot. Silence is a one-shot. Algo still has all his health on the hill. Rulizik is a one-shot in return for Utopia. Papapowan is a one-shot in the artillery. All the health lies mainly with Bihu and Dynamo. Kind of got to give the advantage to Utopia at the moment, but Deca still has a truck ton of HP available to him in that single shooter, the 113.
Yes, he has, and so does Algo, but still this is everyone's game. Yes, there is about 1000 HP advantage here for Oops, but that can be easily evened out because of HP of Bihu and Dynamo between themselves. So Rulezik will for sure just be covering them, and those two will do all important plays. Oops is a bit crippled in that regard because Insane and Silence, their main clippers, are on one shot. We'll see, is Insane trying to climb up there? And if he does, he can just fall for free to Bihu here.
Insane looks like he's wibbling and a wobbling as Bihu might get a drop. Insane has dropped down. That might have just actually saved his life without him realising. He spots Bihu. He's able to get... No, he doesn't get down behind the line.
What a shot!
Bihu gets the shot on the move, but Bihu takes damage in return as he drops away. Now, this is anybody's game at the moment. The vital thing to remember here is that Oops are on defense. Oops can sit back, they can dig in, and it's Utopia that have to make the plays towards them. Utopia have to drive into Oops.
This is a great trade here for Utopia. They picked up one shell on Bihu, yes, but he was the guy with most HP and Oops lost one gun. Now, actually, I don't know, but I think Algo really needs to get off that hill and start playing as a point for their tanks, and it's exactly what he's doing. If they manage to pick up a Pavilion for free now, that will be a huge impact. But also, if Algo falls down, that's not going to be a good trade.
Dynamo's in the middle road. Algo could overextend here and get himself spotted out and get wrecked by Dynamo. Now, Rulizik and Bihu, looks like they might try and do something here at Cap 1. Papapowan's coming down the bottom of the map to support them in that area. The danger is whatever they do, they can't really trade. If they can take shots, if Oops can get shots out and not take anything back in return. I mean, Milosh is on a one-shot, but he's in a Kramwagen. If he's hull down, he can bounce shots. It all depends here, realistically, on what Papapowan and, in a way, what Algo can do. They are the two key things for each other's team.
I would put an RT in cap and Bachat behind. That's what I would play with this.
It looks like...
But there is 4 more minutes, so maybe 1 or 2 shots by RT and then...
I mean, Dynamo is the furthest forward here. He has the most health. He can perhaps beat out fire. If Deca stops to shoot, there's a danger of him being focused by artillery.
Yeah, they're trying to see, maybe they will spot Rulezik, Milosh, and pick him up for free. So that's what they're trying to do now with the RTPs, because if there is that one gun less, that's very good. Also, maybe they pick up Silence or someone. Like, if they see who is spotting, they can blind shoot a bush or something. But you can see Milosh is very careful and not even close anywhere where he can be shot. So he will emerge from a second plan in some moment of the fight and try to do some damage. Bihu is going to trigger the cap, but I would really boost him with artillery piece. I don't think RT needs to fight in this. I think he needs to buy them time.
Papapowan is coming up here, so perhaps he's going to block Bihu, try and triple cap it with the artillery blocker. Now, Algo looks to be actually trying to make his move all the way around south. I guess Oops think, okay, if they're going in cap, they're not going to have anyone south as an anchor. Bold, because it could be a complete trap as well. At the moment, only one tank in the base cap, 1 minute and roughly about 30 seconds to go on the base. Papapowan's coming up, but he's not going into the cap mojo. It looks like he's waiting to try and get shots. As Silence is moving a little bit down with Algo as well, and Algo's taking the super long way around and the safe way around here.
Yeah, they also position Dynamo here. You can see him on top of the hill in a bush. He's like a beacon spotting everything who will approach. So he will not be the trigger man for Utopia for sure. Kranwagen is spotted. Let's see, will Papapowan actually manage to connect?
Milosh is spotted. He's going to turn into it. Can he get the shot over? He doesn't actually have it. You can see the red line there. He's over the lip of the hill. He's safe as that one careers over the top of him, and Milosh would have heard that zip over his head. Now, Algo's approaching from the south. Deca's moving into the base as well. He can trade HP. Algo needs to make his move because he can take Rulizek on here one-on-one. Rulizek is a one-shot here for the RU. Oof. Great shot there by Deca into Dynamo. 8-3-4 as another shot comes in there as well. Papa Powin and Beaker running. Milosh gets the kill on Papa Powin. And now Oops are in firm control here. 2 tanks from Utopia on a one-shot. And this is going to be Algo coming in perhaps for a kill. He gets spotted out by Rulizek, knows to back off. I don't see Utopia coming back from this, Mojo.
No, there is not coming back from this. I mean, they already lost their chance. Dynamo position so he can see most of the approaches except that one blind angle that Deha used, and they didn't position anyone to cover it. So that was the flaw in their plan. Oops was already pre-aimed toward that area, so whatever Deha would spot, that will get shot. You could see it happen. Algo can now play around with his HP, chase the Bachats around because they are low, and this is the game for you. Oops, and they are actually going to equal after losing 2-0 on the previous map.
Coming right back into it. So great fighting spirit here from Oops. Keep on swinging till you go down. Don't give up, you know, get a heads up. Don't worry about it, lads. There's still plenty more rounds to go. Now, here we go. Rulizek starting to move in towards Algo and Deca. I mean, it's just counting out the time at the moment now. We have 34 seconds left. There is nothing Utopia can do to win this other than some spontaneous friendly fire by Oops to be able to turn it as Algo picks up another kill and he goes hunting for Beku, who at the moment is getting shots into Deca, but it doesn't matter. There's 18 seconds left. Oops can just leave him down there on the south of the map. They can run after him. There's nothing he can do to win this, and this is going to be Oops bringing it back to 2-2 here on Steps.
Great play here by Oops at the ending moment especially, equaling very important round for them, and as they are going to the cliff, because you do not want to go to cliff with 2 games down.
Yeah, had they gone into cliff like 4-0, I would have said, psh, doesn't matter about past records, like, you know.
No, even if you go with 3-1 down to cliff,
yeah,
it's really broken part of the game then. But now, I mean, in this game particularly, I would say a strange choice there, but at E50M, because he's rather tall tank, and they
so quick he went down.
Kind of anticipated a push. Utopia did anticipate the push from Oops, but they thought it will be far more away. But Oops gathered up their forces. They did a really strong push from the lower side, and they immediately focused out at E50M and IS-7. And Algo was pumping damage all the time from up there. You can see 1500 damage for a light tank. That's always above expectations.
I mean, Mucka did do a bit of damage there. I mean, 5th place and 1.5. We normally see 5th place being higher than that. We normally see 5th place about 2k damage. Bihu 2.8, Deca 2k, Milosh 1.8, Mailand 1.7. I mean, Mailand, the IS-7 and the E50, Muka, and I think it was Maraka and IS-7. I mean, Maraka, he was the first one focused. He got one shot, connected with it, but he went down instantly. And then Muka went down right after him. So good focus fire there from Oops, and then the match just kind of got drawn out with the remaining tanks. But yeah, great stamina there from Oops to come back into this one. It's 2-2. We're now going to go to Cliff, which is going to be our 3rd map. Cliff can be anybody's game right now. Another map that's really hard to predict.
Of course, it's easier for a defender here, and Utopia will be defending first, but we've seen Oops can do some rather really great plays there. They are inventive. They know how to make new tactics. They have good RT player, so they can even use that. It's still anybody's game, and on this map, again, we can have a team picking up both rounds. It's possible.
It is indeed very possible, yep. They can... I mean, Cliff for me is sometimes quite one-dimensional. It's not very... It's one of these kind of maps that has very open areas to play into, so teams don't... It doesn't generate a lot of fresh tactics, I think. I think it's just down to a lot of sometimes individual play.
But lately, we've seen a lot of changed plays there. And we've seen a lot of uses of 1-2 line and a lot of uses of, let's say, backways to the mountain. So a lot of teams are just going away from the initial meta of the season, which was just get the mountain and then get everyone down.
Yeah.
There is ways and variations. And of course, the key thing is here actually how the players individually perform.
Yep, well, let's have a look at the lineups here for Cliff, where we see that starting off on defense is going to be Utopia, and it's going to be Oops who are going to be attacking, and an Emil 2 Mojo coming out here for Oops?
ML2 is usually used to push it exactly from the back side of the mountain, because on those goatways you can actually climb it up and then chase away the butchats down. Utopia playing with a rather standard setup there with T49 and TVP. If they play passive and just wait for it, they actually might be in a huge problem.
Okay, so your thoughts on this one, Mojo? Think it's going to be 1-1?
You mean on this map?
Yep.
Probably, yes. But I would like to see what will happen in this game. It's going to depend on that.
Okay, well, this is going to be our first cliff of the evening. Let's find out who wins it. Will it be Oops or Utopia? Let's jump into the action.
Cliff, the most dynamic map in the league. Battles on Cliff always turn into desperate double-edged fights. Teams start from the same spots as they do in standard battles. The first base is located near the defender's spawn point, and the second is at the bottom of the hill. Sometimes teams split their forces and send several tanks through the 1-2 line to the left of the small hill, but usually both teams play at the center. The attacking team can send one of the tanks up to the lighthouse or behind it. Fast and quick-firing vehicles are better suited for this map, mainly medium tanks, including tanks equipped with autoloaders.
Well, we'll have that match for you guys in just a second, because it's going to be on Cliff. The teams are squared at 2-2. Now, looking back on how the teams got here, we saw Utopia taking both rounds on mines, and then we just saw Oops taking both rounds on steps. Great play from Oops. Not quite what we kind of expected. I mean, it is good to see a bit of fighting spirit in Oops. I just hope that it doesn't go completely against them. I really don't want them to lose 5-2.
They're always one of those teams that after they look back on some round, they will say, oh, why did you do that? Or this player did this. Because one of the mistakes some of them did will cost them usually. So we saw that as example on Mines, Kamil was the last guy against 2. And he played brilliantly. But why did he end up alone against 2 guys? There was massive mistakes by some people before that.
Yes, I mean, you get a lot of these situations where it comes down to like that one guy, and everyone's like, oh, that one guy could have won it for his team. And you're like, hang on a minute, 6 other guys died to put him in that situation. So don't put all the pressure on that one guy for,
no,
you know.
He played really, I would say, valiantly, and even smart there, even cheeky, super cheeky. But it was just not enough because it was still 2 guns against him.
It's like grand finals in Apple WoW. Everyone's like, oh, he messed up. I'm like, he single-handedly carried them through a Ghost Town round to get them there, you know?
Not only Ghost Town round.
Yeah, you can't see that. It's just, it's unfair to single out a play like that. Unless he makes a massive at the start of a game. Then you can say, boy, you done goofed there.
Yeah, when you see someone flip a tank for no reason.
Yes.
That kind of can give a really nervous breakdown to the rest of the team.
Yep, it can totally go against them. Now, it looks like everything is ready to go once again here on Cliff, so we can jump into the action. Now, one of these teams is going to go ahead. It is going to be 3-2 in just a second. Will it be Utopia or will it be Oops? Well, there's one way to find out. Let's jump into the action here on Cliff, where Oops on the red side are attacking and Utopia on the blue side are defending here. Now, it looks like Mojo Oops are actually going to go down this 1-2 line with 4 of the Batchats.
Yeah, this is something that a lot of teams are using lately. They can just charge in blindly immediately, or they can wait to snipe. Lately, a lot of guys are just charging in, but this is super risky because they're split up, and I mean, both of the other players cannot really help them.
Camille takes a huge hit there. He took one from Dynamo, then one from Papa Pow, and let's listen into Oops' team speak because this fight is going to happen really quickly.
Can we?
Go!
Yes. Milan, come on.
We shoot them in the ass.
Let's go.
Yeah, just go in. Go from the back.
Come on, kill those 2. Take the upper
Get safe.
I got 2 more. I finish.
You need to kill this also.
Reloading. I finish. Milan, up.
I see.
I have 3.
Reload. I'm stuck on reload. I have 2 shots.
I have 2.
I'm reloading.
Finish 59.
This Q reload guy. Cool set guy.
Finish, yes.
I have 2 shells.
Finish 49.
Milan, how many?
I have 2 left.
I'll finish the 49.
also.
I'll finish the 49.
You need some shells up on Killisoid.
Guys, can you shoot this guy going up the hill?
The 40 is dead.
TVP is reload.
I'll go, I only
That's
have 2. So can
You
you
have faster load than me.
Oh my god,
I have 2.
We are forcing him down.
Guys, can you just kill this butchat? This butchat.
Kill Colesoid! Kill Colesoid, guys.
Shoko is going for me. Shoko is going for me.
Go
You
for
finish
him.
me.
I have only 1.
Yeah, I'll go, you cannot do.
I cannot, I need to go reload. Go to the... Go up, Milan, go up.
Yeah, watch out, they are picking aggressively there. Shock has one shell. Shock has one shell. TVP is loaded, guys.
You have the heal, right?
Yes, we do.
20,
20.
I'm reloading still.
18.
We shot one. Can we retake this and then just spot this guy and rape him from there? Can we? Insane? How do you think? Insane.
I'm
In
good.
my opinion, we could have taken this.
In my opinion, you're a bot with this bad shot. Because you just had to push the ramp. Then you could shoot those guys in the back, and then you would have seen this guy and kill him. And instead of that, you push down like bots, and we are about to lose because of this. Because both of you misplayed. So shut up.
Yeah, I even asked what to do.
Yes, and I cannot answer in those cases because I'm fighting, you know? I cannot micromanage.
Yeah, we took the decision now. Focus. For fuck's
I
sake.
got spotted, they know I'm here. They're shooting. -1 from here. He's spotting me from here. There's one guy here.
Well, it's still all to play for here, Mojo, but it's going to be a tough order from Oops. They do get a shot there into Shoku. I mean, they have the hill, but look at the spread from Utopia as they're starting to get various different crossfire angles on them.
Main question here, Ryan, is are you an Autobot or a Decepticon?
I'm always an Autobot, Mojo. 100% bot. Daki will be happy to hear that. Always, always. Optimus Prime #1, Megatron. As I said in the cartoon, Decepticons.
What do you transform into when you play tanks, man?
I transform into a tomato, Mojo. And when I don't transform into a tomato, I have a secondary appearance as a potato.
Oh, what a bad time to reload for Algo here. This is not gonna end well, man.
Mayland and Algo up on the hill. Colozoid there pushing into them as Algo backs off on the reload. Now Insane is below them, doesn't able to get any crossfire shots into them. As we see Dynamo actually way back giving crossfire. Now Insane's actually saying, wait a minute, can I go for Dynamo? Nope, he's going to go down to...
He doesn't know where is exactly Dynamo, but he's trying to get the crossfire on the other butchot here. So there is a lot of anticipation here by these players, of course, and they're trying to do everything possible to win a game, and it's still not out of their reach completely. Yes, there is a 1500 HP advantage by Utopia, but if actually Oops manage to drop one of these butshots and don't lose anyone, they still have a chance.
It's still possible. I mean, they can get the tanks. The danger is that if they fight over the hill, then Dynamo has free shots onto them as well. So somehow, Oops need to bring these tanks back over the hill where Insane can get covering fire, but now Insane's aiming at the front of the hill, which is not where his tanks want to be going round, because then Dynamo has shots on that side as well. So yeah, it's going to be tough for Oops. They're the attacking team, although Insane does have a potential shot here on Shoku if Shoku just rolls back a little bit more.
He just needs to wait and be very patient, because he cannot, if he takes a random shot, they will immediately know where he is.
Shoku wanting to go around the bottom side of the hill. I mean, he could duel off against Mayland and win. He can't duel off against Algo and Mayland.
No, Shoku is just paying attention, because if they want to rotate from Spider side of the mountain there, he needs to see them on time.
Insane looking for Dynamo. He has a rough idea of where he would be in that situation, but the danger is Dynamo's aiming exactly expecting that.
Yeah, they're really good at anticipating a moment, and Dynamo's position is far superior. Insane is already spotted, and there you go.
One shot.
Oh, he's dead.
Gets one back. And then one more, and Insane's going down. Dynamo does take crossfire, though. He does take some shots from the tanks, but I'd imagine then you're going to get a push from the Utopia tanks, because they know the shots have came out from the two remaining tanks up on the hill as they do so. Now, Dynamo's immediately on the reload. Maylan gets a shot into Colozoid. Algo comes round as well. He wants to get some shots in as well. They're going to go down, guns blazing. Who are they going to focus down? Looks like Colozoid as Algo goes into trade shots. Shoku has almost a full clip. He has 4 shots available as he shoots into Mayland. Mayland backs off. Dynamo gets the kill on Algo. He's came off reload. Shoku now closing in on Mayland, who's going to just drop down the hill, perhaps take his own life and not give it to Shoku. Shoku's tracing him. Oh, actually, Mayland's baiting him into trying to shoot here. Mayland runs. Dynamo throwing himself down. Shoku throwing himself down. It's Colozoid that gets the kill. Utopia take that one 3-2, and that fight in the middle went quite chaotic. And Oops nearly found himself in a pincer movement there.
Yeah, we saw some good moves there, like when Milos was holding off one shell to finish off a 49, but also Dynamo was holding a shell so he could finish off Camille, as I remember. So good plays on both sides, but at the end, Utopia had 15 health advantage and more HP, obviously, on their tanks, so they could just position more easy and just wait for the enemy to come at them, because on the top of all, they were still defending.
Yep, you had that first shot coming out from Dynamo into Camille, and then right after that, I think it was Papa Powan in the T49, then smacked him really hard with the T49. Oops went up into that area, and then there was hesitation. You could see the team just stop, and there was only 2 Batchats in front of them, and they were like, oh, and that's when we flicked to TeamSpeak, and you could hear the kind of hesitation in TeamSpeak about go, 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 don't go, you know. Had they pushed, it could have maybe been different. I mean, top 2 damage dealers coming here, FC Dynamo and Colozoid. Colozoid was up in that hill providing the crossfire, and Dynamo was
the main problem is
Colozoid
being alive so long, because he did so massive damage to them from the back. The main job of those 2 Batchats from the back would be either to get immediate crossfire, I guess, or to chase out Colozoid immediately, at least one-on-one, prevent him to snipe. That didn't happen, and they were quite open to getting shot from everywhere, so this is the result. It was a rather risky play from Oops. They tried to get and snatch around by surprise, but it just didn't work out.
I think if Camille hadn't taken so much damage, I mean, when they got up into that position, they realised that they had an overmatch, because they knew at least the TVP and the T49 was below, because they were spotted when they were making the move. And it was just a hesitation, like, we have the overmatch, but where is the guns from Utopia? And that split second perhaps cost them, but I mean, it was still recoverable. It was just unfortunate when Sane pushed round that Dynamo was completely expecting that. Wasn't aiming at the hill, wasn't giving his teammates Overwatch, was just saying, I think he's going to come over there, I'm ready for it.
It was the best way, because even if they pushed over the top of the hill, he would just turn a turret and clip out. Also, TVP shooting down on a Batchat who is spotted, you could see that's like a machine gun. There is no way you can deal with it one-on-one. The shots from the remaining Oops guys didn't come immediately, so they had to find an angle, and by then he already had a cover by the rock. There is a single rock there he can use, and it's rather a great cover against people from the hill.
Yep. Unfortunate, but I mean, Oops have already came back once into this battle. It's perfectly on the table for them to come back into it. We just saw Kaznakru and Gohard earlier on trade 1-for-1. Okay, this is not going 1-for-1, but certainly they can come back in and take another round here on Cliff and bring it back to 3-3. We'll then go on to Prokhorovka, which is a more open map. Still lots of potential on the board, and then, you know...
Yeah, there is just only a matter of how much players of Oops are at the moment tilted.
True.
Because that comms were not really sounding well.
It wasn't clear comms, no.
No, and it's a question like, can they just cool off fast enough as they're heating up during the battles?
Chill, focus, and then get back into it. Take a deep breath, like, okay, lost that one, guys, but let's focus, let's get right back into it. You know, we can do this type thing. Let's have a look at the lineups here for the second round of Cliff, where we're now going to see that Oops are defending, and it's going to be Utopia attacking. And, well, it's fairly normal Cliff lineups.
Well, Utopia is attacking with TVP and 2 baby Batchats, so I would say that it's not really standard attack lineup for Utopia, but defensive from Oops definitely it is with 49 and TVP. We've said it so many times. It's usually used on 1-2 line unless you really want to surprise enemy and maybe charge in defense.
Potential here. How much damage can the T49 do? That's always telling. But let's jump into the battle and find out. Will Utopia go match point ahead here against Oops, or will Oops bring it back to 3-3? Well, Oops are the red side defending, and it's going to be Utopia blue side attacking.
Utopia going rather aggressive with all 5 Batchats up, while they're sending only Shuku and Rulezik on the lower side of the map. So TVP to cover and Shuku to check out what's going on there. They will probably do some kind of late push there, and if someone is approaching, since it's AP Batchat, they can do a rather nice damage. A crossover here from Utopia. This is not something you see that often. A lot of free damage they're given.
A lot of free damage given. All the tanks that were driving across were spotted, and Dynamo gets shot at as well by Milosh as he drives across there at the moment. Now Shoku's taking damage as well in this, as is Muka, and not a single tank of Oops received any damage in return there.
Something like Oops is defending now. We've seen them play a couple of times. It's a strong presence toward the middle, and Mayland is immediately rotating toward the A5. Utopia should have been aware of that by now, but they're like 2.5 KHP down now almost.
Perhaps a little bit overconfident there from Utopia making that move as we look from the viewpoint of Bihu, just trying to get an outline of Milosh. The only thing he's seen there is his gun barrel as he can target on the highline. As Colozoid drives round here into the open, 2 shots into him for nothing in return from Milos, and that was very nicely done. Now, Papa Powen for Utopia, you can see in the symbols on the right-hand side, has a dead gunner, damaged tracks as well. And in return for Oops, the only person who's taking damage is Camille, and we see a push now here from Utopia. Dynamo and Mucka coming around to try and get shots into Milos and Camille. It's a bold move here, Mojo.
Oof, nice shot by Camille here. Yes, Milos will be in a problem, but look at this. Dynamo is deleted from the game. Very good defense by Oops and some super questionable and risky moves by Utopia.
This is exactly what Oops needed after that previous round. Biku now getting caught out by Dead Zone, and Insane takes a big ricochet off the front of his tank and he goes down. Now, Utopia, what are they going to do at the moment? How are they going to recover for this?
They're going to completely die here. That's what all they can do.
Let's actually listen into the team speak of Utopia here and see how they think they can get out of this situation.
A nie był. Ale w innym.
Jako D.
No i gdzie ta pestka?
Jechać tu?
No gdzie ta pestka?
Ten bad jest na stole, to może goś skończą.
O Boże. Jest spot.
Ой, они вообще пассивно. Вот здесь шотный.
Ja spot. Gość jest tu, się nie świeci.
Ja spróbuję stąd uciec. Aha, 4-9 strzeliło. TVP.
TVP.
Raz. 2. Minus 3 TVP.
A te batu można?
Nie, on...
Jesteśmy już zamknięci.
Wверху.
Pawian, na buście.
Widzę.
Well, Mojo, that doesn't sound like a very enthusiastic comms, does it?
It's like a dead atmosphere here, man. Like completely, their ideas are, well, as big as ours. How can they win the game? No, it's not gonna happen.
It's like listening to somebody whose football team is currently 3-0 down, and it's the 89th minute. You know, it's just like, okay. Do you have spots? No.
They lost the
no
game
spots.
right there
No.
in the start because they thought that Oops will do something like a immediate push on then 1-2 line, and they will maybe pincer them like that, surprise them and take some tanks.
This is a nice shot here showing Algo and Applewell's sign at the same time.
But of course we saw that Oops did none of that and they positioned the shot toward the middle. Now, honestly, Utopia should be aware of that, but Oops was actually playing something like that, defense like that a couple of times, positioning mainland on that D5 position on the corner to shoot across with a couple of butchats in front. So they also knew to climb a lot from the 3 line, and to play like a back boost on that mountain when Algo is, but obviously Oops just changed it now. And, well, Utopia's blind play just didn't work out.
On looking at the different vehicles at the moment, Insane is surviving on 148 health, but he has a dead gunner. He also has a broken turret ring as well. So trying to make any snapshots right now for Insane will be absolutely horrendous. It'll be like driving in Trico. But Mojo, how do you think this is going to go? Because it looks like Utopia might try
Utopia will
now.
just gather up and push in one moment. But what I wanted to show is usually what Oops does is climb tanks through here, and eventually they push them in this area here, and they have a couple of guys like here and here. So what Utopia wanted to do is charge with massive spotted force here, keep a couple of guys here to annihilate anyone coming from this side or push from the lower side and catch them red-handed here in that area. So that's why I said it was a blind play. But Oops having a couple of guys here, which is something they didn't anticipate, and TVP already loaded, shooting them from this area, lost them those initial 2.5 KHP. And after that, you already saw wherever they went, there were already guns waiting. So this game was so lost from the initial blind play that there is just no recovery from it. Look at the HP difference, 5 KHP.
Yep.
It's just not gonna happen. They're wasting time here.
And if Oops can keep Insane in the dead zone from overexposing, they'll be able to win this with 7 tanks still alive, which will be a massive confidence booster for them as well.
But they're bleeding some of the HP of Oops here. But that also has something to do with a couple of Oops players maybe being overconfident because of their numbers here. But the fact remains, the only guy with some HP here is TVP, Rulezik. That's the sniping, not a pushing temp really there. So it's just not going to work out.
Yep, I mean, we're saying it's done and dusted because the only way that Utopia can win this right now, for anyone not familiar with the game format, is they need to kill all the tanks of Oops, or they need to cap base 1 or base 2. Now, you can see from the positioning of Oops, they have complete control of the map. Dead Zone now picking up a kill here on Colozoid. It is 7 on 4. Oops have all the HP advantage, have nearly 6k health across the board, across all their tanks, and Utopia just have nothing that they can do to come back from this.
Oh, they're trying so hard to do at least some damage, which is commendable, of course, especially for people who have them in their fantasy teams. But as you said, this is just a shooting ground now, and it will be a tie 3-3 between these two, and we will go to Prokhorovka as the next map.
Prokhorovka going into it 3-3. Could potentially be decided on that map. If it doesn't and it goes to the tiebreaker, it will then go to Himmelsdorf.
Think we are going to tiebreaker here.
You just said this at the start, Mojo. You said, I think this one's going to go tiebreaker. I mean, to be fair, out of those teams, Camille and Mailand, Camille's just enjoying. Mailand joining it as well. Cameraman joining in as well. Sorry for anyone getting motion sickness. We are just waiting out the last moments of this game. Utopia just taking time to perhaps discuss what went wrong there rather than how they can actually see this one out. Daki always said you should always play to win, always keep doing, there's always a chance, but I don't think there's much chance right now for Utopia, as it looks like Oops are going in to get the final kills. They're going to finish this battle. As you can see, the tanks of Utopia falling. Shoku, one more shot, it's Silence that gets the kill, and Oops coming right back into this one. 3-3, Mojo, and yeah, what a turnaround.
Again, like Oops will bite themselves about some plays they had in the previous rounds because there are always potential to pick some of them if they play it differently. But that is history. The reality is here is 3-3 as close as it gets. That's the only thing important. And the next map, which is Prokhorovka, we know traditionally that Utopia plays there with at least one STRV, possibly even with more TDs. It's a map they play good. Actually, they play it better than Oops, but we've seen some great play by Oops there also. Also, some of them didn't work out. Some of the traps they laid out were really well to watch, interesting even. And I would say even one of the plays that we did in a video against Ding had a really good potential how to break a standard play of the teams with a great push in defense. But just like a couple of the shots and positioning didn't work out. It was really close.
It was really close indeed, but in the end, it was Oops able to salvage a bit of pride there, come right back into it. You can almost hear Daki cheering from the other room as the Dead Zone comes out on top damage here, Mojo. Also picks up 2 kills. Then we see Algo, then we see Mailand all coming in here for Oops.
Well, Milos is also there on first page, so that works out as well. And he's at least playing really nice on that budget. I mean, he held that position pretty admirable. It's something really rare when you actually see Milos playing a budget. He's usually on single shooters, or he picks up those Kranwagens, tier 9s and
with
so
the
on.
armor. You can play with the armor quite a bit. Yep.
Slower tanks. Wow. What a one-sided second page.
Completely one-sided. Utopia were completely schooled on that second round, to be honest. Completely schooled. They tried to do something, it didn't work, and Oops were ready for it 100%. Now, we're going to go to Prokhorovka. Difficult to call, to be honest. We have seen some really strong plays from Utopia on this map, especially with Mucka, like you're saying, in the S-Tank, doing a truck ton of damage. You can really lay out punishment of it. It all depends on, will there be a 1-2 push? Hopefully not. It never ends well. Really, I mean, Go Hard managed to do it today. Okay, yes. Credit to Go Hard. Sorry. But and most other times, it just goes so wrong. So wrong.
There are ways to do it, but also just blindly pushing from the hill and knowing that Oops likes to play traps from the village side, it also usually doesn't end well for the teams doing it. So at the moment, Utopia has some advantage on this map. They have like 65% win rate, while Oops has 50-something. But still, that's just statistics. That's negligible what will decide here is how they prepared for each other specifically now for this moment.
Yes, a lot of it does come back to how have we played each other before, what do we expect the other team to do. Let's have a look at the lineups now. Beforehand, when I talked to Maraka about Ding playing against them, Maraka says, I knew what they're going to do. I wonder how much Milos can say that about Utopia.
Let's see here, defense of Oops with STRV, TD, I7 and E5, something we've seen many times combined with RU Light. This is something that a lot of teams like lately to play because it gives you some armor, some cooldown positions, DPM, mobility, whatever you want. Utopia on the other side playing without STRV, but with a Grille in attack. Also rather standard lineup that a lot of teams like to use in attack.
It will be interesting to see if this STRV can work for the... Oh, it's actually going to be in the defending team, so it will work, I was going to say, for the attacking team. But yeah, the grill could be a big factor in this battle. I can't really give it to either team, Mojo. I can't predict this one. I'm not going to say 1-1 because that's not really a prediction.
I'd say Utopia's lineup is rather standard and something they played many times, but I kind of like this defensive lineup of Oops.
Well, let's find out who's going to take match point, who's going to go 4-3. Let's jump into Prokhorovka. Now, Oops are defending. They're on the red side. Utopia are attacking on the blue side with their funky blue digital camo. If you're a fan of either of those teams, drop by their social media. At the top, you have oops/oopswhat on Facebook, and Utopia is /utopia.what. Say hello, give them some encouragement, and be nice. At the end of the day, you know, you're a fan. You're not a hater.
So Utopia using Papapavian for offensive spotting here toward the forest. He's closely followed by Mrakar and Rulezik in their heavy tanks. So we can say freely that this is not a normal opening here. It actually does, like Utopia might gather up for that 1-2 line push if they choose so. They're too densely populating this area of the map.
Maraka back in the lineup here. Good to see. He's playing that ridge line with Rulzek right behind him. Now, Oops, I've just set up shop in that back corner and are camping hard, but hey, why not? They're the defensive team.
I just hope they are not sitting next to Silence like Kazna was next to their STRV, because you can see how that ends up. When there is a strong push coming in there, Butchots will be singled out first if they're spotted like that. So they need to be a bit on a roadside toward A3 mainly.
They're further forward, so Camille and Mayland are pretty much right on top of each other. You've got Insane, then you've got Camille and Mayland somewhere in between the two of them. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off, as they say.
Well, now look at this. Honestly, like Oops can allow a lot of this to themselves, because if they even push that 1-2 line here, there is no STRV to really stop them. You could see that in a game that Kazna played against Gohard, the only thing that actually killed Gohard there was the position of STRV. They had no means to break through him. Not fast enough to win the game.
Yep.
So, like, yes, you have a Grille with a higher damage gun there, but he's also a very weak target, and so are these Butchots.
Because what happens is then you get the two middle tanks, you get Maraka and Rulzek come round to try and shoot them in the back, but they're single shooters, so then Milos rolls over the middle, and Milos has free damage into the back of the two heavy tanks trying to save his teammates in the bottom corner. I don't know if Oops will take it, like it says. Like, the 1-2 gambles are always exciting. They're always scary at the same time as well. It's very bold to try and get that to work for you.
At the moment they don't have to, but if something triggers them, like if they think that a couple of the tanks from Utopia are on the other side, yes, they will do it for sure, because they will think they have the advantage. Then Deha will also be used somewhere on the middle, parallel with Milos, and if that happens like that, they will actually have an advantage. So why wouldn't they use it? Utopia now, after no one is rushing the forest, of course, they're trying to rotate slowly, one Butchot for the start, toward that RU spotting on a hill. But let's face it, Oops here has no reason to move a little finger at the moment. Yep. There was no presence of Utopia, nothing was spotted, they know it, so why would they do anything about it? Insane is very far back here in the forest. Why? Because if Utopia does something hasty on 1-2 line, and that is something they do know to do from time to time, he will spot them rather late, and they will be shot to the face in a position where it's already probably too late to run away from. And they will also be receiving shots probably even from Milos and even from Deha from distance.
Bihu moving over, Maraka coming back. It looks like Utopia are setting up for the train, Mojo.
It's a problem when a team goes up to their old Elephant Road habits, let's call it like that. If you just play as you are used to, you get trapped. And this is exactly what Oops is doing at the moment. I'm not really confident this is going to do well for Utopia in this round, if they commit to this.
You can see from looking at the minimap, you have Milos in the middle of the minimap, you have Decha in the back right-hand corner sitting at A6. Everyone else from Oops is sitting on this 1-2 line. They're expecting Utopia to make a push. Utopia are playing into that at the moment. They are gathering up at the moment. Maraka is coming over. Rulezek is backing off slightly here as well. If Utopia do this and they can focus all their guns, it might work for them. But Rulezek can still contribute to the fight. Now, their Papa Palvin's not going to be able to contribute to the fight. Decha won't be able to contribute to the fight much, so it will be round about equal.
Go hard push.
It will be equal. Can they do it? There's a bit of miscommunication. Biku and Colozoid getting in behind there. Right, now they're going. Dynamo's going to come up behind them. Are they going to do it slowly, though?
No, they're just going to gather up the lines and go.
3, 2, 1, go!
Meep.
Nope. Nope. Not sure. Maraka's like, yep, nope, yep, nope. Divide. Nyeh. Da. Come on. Utopia. Is it just a bait?
No.
Are they changing their minds now? No, they can't decide. They're changing their minds, Mojo. Look at them.
They're waiting for information from Papa Pavian. You can see Papa Pavian is doing a super risky spot there on the 0 line, and he's saying, hey guys, I'm not spotted at all here.
Don't do it.
Do not do it. They're the bandits in the forest waiting, man.
Papa Pavian tracks himself coming down that hill. And Papa Pavian has just effectively saved his team right there.
Well, that was his job, because they were waiting for that kind of info. He was sent there, so if he gets shot at and he's spotted, then they push, because then that means that Oops is split up. If he doesn't see anything, it's like, hey, there is like woods full of enemy.
Papa Pavian's going to proxy spot Decha. Decha's going to be like, we're rumbled. Any second now.
There will be a full push by Oops in that moment, straight through the forest. Like, right there and then.
Papa Pavian spotted. Decha is spotted. And now Oops need to get a game on. They need to get moving. Because Utopia are going to say, hey, base 2 is wide open, guys. Let's go take it and set up a defensive line. And Oops, once again, well, not once again, but this shows the danger of sticking heavily to that 1-2 line. If the other team don't take the bait, you now can't defend your base 2.
Rulezik picked up only 1 shot so far for trying to cross over. But there is still a possibility that he will receive some more. Decha is actively spotting the remainder here of the Utopia team. He might actually do a shot on someone. Yeah, very nice. There on Colozoid, and he's rather heavily covered by the remainder of the team. I can't say, I mean, this is a good play by Utopia, but they're still far from safe.
Oops are going northering, and they are going full on here as Insane and Silence take the middle ground area. Algo is sitting way back. I don't know why he's sitting way back in that bat chat. Maybe he's waiting to shoot somebody who peeks over the rails. As we see damage being done here, Decha taking a lot of damage. He's lost his driver. Milos is poking around the other side. It's a triple cap at the moment. We're down to 6 seconds. No one's coming in with a reset. Oops, you need to get someone over there quickly and reset. 1 second. There is a reset coming in at the very last moment there. Back down to 10 seconds. So Oops need to effectively throw themselves over the rails here to continue to reset. We're back down to 5. Another reset coming in. They need to hit a different tank. Back down to 4 seconds. Do they have the angle on another tank? I don't think they do, Mojo. They do. There is a reset, but this team fight is going... I mean, it's in Oops' favour at the moment, but they need to focus shots. Malin takes a truck ton of damage. Insane is rushing over in the RU. The cap is just a bait at the moment. They need to focus the tanks. They still have the guns available to them, and Oops are taking control of this fight, and Utopia are just losing tank after tank right now.
If they manage to track Decha there so he couldn't decap, that would be a one thing for Utopia, but honestly, they were just sitting ducks like this. That's why I said from the start that actually Oops still has it, and they are not safe, because once you trigger a cap there, you are in a worse positions, and you can see why.
Well, Utopia Ceylon's
Yeah, that tank doesn't bounce sides.
still swinging, but no, the side armor isn't there as Camille jumps into Dynamo. That is it. Oops are now in the lead after being under the thumb so much here from Utopia. They take the lead 4-3. They have the match point, and Oops, you are in control here. Very nicely played to come back into that. Utopia tried it. They came so close, like at least 3 times there, down to 5 seconds. But the vital thing is that Oops had tanks to come back and reset.
It's like, you know, that classic bait, so close but so far away. It's like almost zero.
Yeah.
Reset.
It's like every time I wanted to take a breath and throw back to you. I was like, and I looked at the counter again. It's like 5 seconds. Like,
Ryan dying, Ryan down. So yeah, that didn't work out for Utopia obviously here. I mean, Deha managed even with the dead driver to pick up like twice and reset. Well done by him. Very bad for Utopia that they didn't actually track him and keep him tracked there. But what can you do? Yes, Oops even hesitated a bit with the rotation because they expected someone would be in the back. So they kept Algo all the way back. That kind of delayed their rotation toward the middle. But once they were there in numbers, Utopia was so dead.
It came so close though as well. It came absolutely so close. Let's have a look at the stats and see where the damage came out there from both teams. Now Deha, top damage there in the E5. He did get the free farm at the start, got a shot off on his own and was right in the middle of it. Dynamo and the Gorilla doing 3,077 from 13 shots. Camille in the back chat, he was going down right there till the end, 2.5. Maraca, 2.3 in the IS-7. Now, on the other side, though, Papa Powin, great scouting, 19 shots, but nothing in return for it. Colozoid, 740 damage in his back chat. Bihu, 779 his back chat. Rulazek, 849. I mean, they were capped. They were pinned in from both sides.
Crucial decap shots actually came from Meland and Milos. Deha did 45, but these guys like Meland did 58.
Brilliant. Absolutely
and Milos
brilliant.
Also 48.
Probably talking to each other, saying who they were shooting at, making sure to get the resets, because that's always a huge danger, is hitting the same person twice.
That means that all of the 3 guys on the cap were resetted at least once, and some of them multiple times. So good play there by them, managing to sustain their HP. You could see that they all survived the game, all 7 of them. So quite stable play here for Oops after that disastrous round on Cliff. They did a great comeback. And they're back in the game. So yes, they're a quick heating team, like a volcano, but obviously they can like cool off as fast.
Here's the thing as well. They're guaranteed 1 point.
That's a good thing for them.
Guaranteed 1 point. It's not so great. They're not going to lose 5-2. That's a good thing as well.
But so, you cursed them with 5-4, man.
No. If this happens, it's not my fault. Oops are going to win this one, Mojo. They're going to win 5-3.
Why are you wearing Gohard colors then?
Because that was for the other match. I don't have another top to wear for Oops. I don't have a giraffe patterned shirt that I can wear.
Some white suit with the orange shirt.
No, does that mean
would be completely for you?
Does that mean you're playing in eSuba colors then, with the blue blazer and white shirt?
Could see you in Utopia, man.
Well, possibly. Well, let's see the lineups here. Mojo, double grill, 2 grills, 1 map. Can Oops do it?
This is actually standard lineup for Oops. They played multiple times with double grilla here, and they played it rather well most of the time. Utopia playing with the identical setup at Oops had the last time. That double grilla can actually do quite a lot of harm to STRV if they find them, because they're shooting those heat ammo shells.
Well, see, if the STRV is in A1, A2, it's hard to find it. We've seen it go to A7 and get wrecked. Will it happen this time round? It's Oops leading Utopia 4-3. Oops on match point. They are the red team, they're attacking. Utopia are the blue team defending. And how are Oops going to do this? They're going to push Milos around. It looks like they're actually going to go through the town side, Mojo, and just ignore that 1-2 line.
This is YOLO. So they're going to position some of the Grillas up on a hill, of course, spot aggressively with Insane. And it's very important for everyone to notice, like when you're playing lately with I7s, a lot of teams are pushing them with the budgets to gain faster speed, because I7 by itself is a fast tank, but it's really slow on getting that speed. So that's the main issue with it. And this is a really good way to do it. I think you can use it also in, I don't know, even if you play Platoon in randoms or in Clan Wars, wherever.
It's an area that used to be a key fighting area when it was in randoms. But now it's very easy to get shot at when you get up into that area. Now, Papa Powan didn't spot anyone. He spotted Insane, but he didn't go over the rails, so he has no idea that they're there. Everyone else from Utopia is aiming down this 1-2 line. Oops have very correctly thought to themselves, nope, I'm having nothing to do with
such a
it.
gamble by both teams, by Utopia waiting in forest and by Oops playing from the hill, because this is something Oops actually played before. They will charge Milos downhill followed by Bachat so they can try to take out if there is any trap. They will be covered by Grilles. Deha is coming in there to be closer to them, and so he could play some of the hold down action. And this is going to be great actually for Oops because there is no one there.
Papa Powan spotted Milos. I was going to say he's rail hugging at the moment. He suspects something at the moment. Look at him. He's ignoring the middle area. He knows he's not getting counter spotted by Insane, so he smells something. He knows that something's up. Milos has got over there, but he has been lit by Papa Powan.
The only thing Milos doesn't know is did a light spotting from B8, B9 bushes, so somewhere from there. So that would trigger that maybe there is a trap that Oops themselves performed from A8. That's what they have to check, or it's from another side.
Insane's moving up now as well, so the entire team of Oops are on the eastern side of the map. They can dictate the fight, they can bait Utopia to cross the rails, and then they can pick them off when they come over. They have far better positioning than what Utopia had when they tried to do a base 2 play.
Insane is just signaling, okay, I'm not spotted, guys. There is no one in that bush anymore, at least. He might have pulled back, but Insane will proceed going there in full speed. They are going to check that A8 position, and after that, they're going to probably climb a grille up on A0 on a corner of the map and try to do a cap.
This is going to be super punishing for Utopia. When Utopia come round, I mean, they're rushing down the 1-2 line, Mojo. They're going to see in a moment that the game is up. How do you think this one's going to go from here?
This is what I meant. They're trying to check out, is there anyone trapping from here and sniping from here? So that's going to be the job of Light. Eventually, they should position a TD so he can shoot angles here on anyone who tries to play the hold down there. Other TD is here, shooting down here, or even through the rail. And then, when they have those positions and they have a heavy here, they're going to trigger the cap with 1 or 2 guys. Another heavy will be in this position. At that moment, they will have a good crossfire, and Utopia will be in a problem.
Dynamo has tried to blind spot or tried to blind fire where Camille is climbing up to at the moment. Milos is right beside him, but there's no proxy spot. Now Maraka's moving over to the middle. Him and Deka are going to spot each other out in just a second. Deka's spotted first. Now Maraka gets spotted in counter. Deka's going to back off at the moment, and Silence is going over into the cap area at the moment. Mount Maraka is lit. Papa Powan coming down the middle, the bottom of the map as Rulazek starts to move over as well from his area. Now, how are Utopia going to do this? Maraka is going to try and see what he can see coming over this area using the discarded rail carriages there to give him a bit of protection. There is one person on the cap. It's Silence. They've said to Utopia, here we are, come get us.
This is about these grilles, like they will start punishing E5 if he peeks out, same the way that Deha did in the last game. So he will pick up some really big shots. At that moment, Utopia will probably try to push them from the lower side. But look at this, they left Insane, spotting the lower side of the map. And Dynamo already picked up a first shot.
Dynamo already been hit for 719 there as he peeked over on Milos. Cap is still going down. We're down to 1 minute and 12 seconds at the moment. Everyone in Oops is exactly where they want to be at the moment. It all depends on how Utopia can make a push. Papa Powan all the way down south, but he's lit up by Insane. Now, Mucka and Rulazek look like they want to take that angle, but Papa Powan's blind shooting at the moment. He has no idea where they are on that hill.
It doesn't look like Utopia has a real deal how to finish off this map, so this is going to end up in a bloodbath. They're going to gather up and push.
Papa Powan goes over, he gets shot. He doesn't know where the shots are coming from. He can only guess at the moment. Can another one clip? Melant is reloading. He doesn't have a shot. Maraka's gone over in the middle. He's been shot. Silence did get shot. There is a reset, but I mean, the base is just the bait at the moment. Oops are just doing this just to bring Utopia into them.
Insane needs to take out Papa Pavian before he spots Meland. Meland is moving away from the top of the hill so he doesn't get spotted, because if he does, he's gonna get deleted from the map. You can see Algo is already climbing up. He's gonna probably charge on Papa Pavian to just destroy him. And they are still keeping the pressure on the cap.
Papa Powan trying to get shots here on Deca, trying to take out buildings so he can get shots onto him. Base cap started up again, back to 1 minute 30 here. Now, Bihu is on the other side of the tracks. He can't do anything as we see the viewpoint of Papa Powan still up on this hill. In a minute, he's probably going to have Algo charging into his face. Algo is waiting there. Milos is trying to peek, trying to get shots for his grill.
Insane is spotted, so is the Mainland.
Spotted. He has to drive down underneath. Insane's in trouble now because it was covering fire from Rulezek, sitting down in the spawn area for the red team. Now, Mainland taking a lot of damage at the moment. This is not going to go well. He needs to survive. He needs to be able to get damage done back out for his team. And Utopia are slowly coming back into this. Bihu takes a lot of damage. Cap is now down to under a minute, and Utopia are not playing into the guns of Oops here.
I was actually expecting that Insane stay to spot there, so he would see if there is anyone following Papa Pavi, and then Algo will just charge down in full speed and kill him. I think it was a mistake that they're doing it so late. He will kill him now, but now already there is the cover for Papa Pavian here.
Papa Pavian's going to come over, he's going to get a killing shot. Insane, he gets a shot into him as Rulezek comes over in a moment as well. Now what can Algo do? He has 2 tanks below him, he needs to take him out. His silence is taking damage now for Oops as well. Muckin returning to STRV is taking damage. Oops are holding on at the moment. Algo gets the kill on Papa Pao and Rulezek is still below him. Rulezek's going to back off. One more for him, Algo, and then he's out of shots. He's going to have to back off. Rulezek can put 3 into him, but won't kill him. Algo will be reloaded first, and they'll win this little fight at this end. But what can the tanks in the middle of the map do for Utopia?
It was actually great play by Algo here, and only guy who misplayed a bit was Insane. He should have shot that light, not focusing there. But Mainland is dying here. He is spotted now. Mrakar is almost dead, but Deha is so full of HP, so is Milos. The problem is if that Rulezek without low HP actually manages to do something from that hill in their back. But it does look like they already have 2 butchers ready to wait just for him. And Camille is getting off his mountain and he's rotating.
So Silence and Algo are able to face off against Rulezek, but you have the crossfire here coming from Colozoid, who's coming around the bottom of the map as well.
Is in reload.
Now, Utopia are trying to surround Oops at the moment. Oops tried to set a bait for them, but the problem is Utopia went at it from 3 different angles, which makes it hard for Oops to cover all the different shots here. There's no cap going on. The danger is that Oops have just over 2 minutes to try and take this fight to Utopia if they want to win this match.
Yeah, they need to kill them, actually. This is the only way now to finish this properly. Also, the problem is Bihu with a lot of HP back there, so someone will have to chase him. Colestoid and Rulezek on this side. So this will be about a single play of the guys from Oops. Will they manage to focus out the Utopia guys first? Oh, Camille is spotted. This is not going to end well. This is not going to end well.
Camille driving out here in the open. He can get shot in the back by those Batchats up on the hill, exactly as Mojo was talking about. Silence does get a kill on Ruzek as Algo and Silence go in to deal with Colozoid as well. Can he take him down? This will be vital as Algo gets the kill, and Oops have managed to deal with that threat right behind them, and this has just swung it back into their favour.
1 minute 25 seconds to go, and 4 guys from Oops are alive, but the more important thing, Algo and Silence are still alive on those Batchats. That's super important because they need to deal with Bihu eventually. Now, Milos here is in a trouble. Farm me some points, Milos there, do some damage. Dynamo is taking huge damage from the people, and the mostly focused guy is Bihu, which is the best choice because you can always find an E5 and deal with him later.
Milos actually surviving here. He's going to get a parting shot in Dynamo as he goes over. He does. That brings the health pools back. But here's the thing. Oops need to run after these tanks of Utopia. Utopia defending. Bihu's going to try and run away and run out the clock. Mucka's sitting hull down in the middle. Oops, you have less than a minute if you want to win this one. Milos and Dynamo face hugging.
Important.
Milos gets the kill here. Now he sees Mucka. Mucka is spotted. Oops, 40 seconds. It's still yours to do here, lads.
Oh, Bihu got trapped here. He's not going over the rail. Brilliant here. 33 seconds. Muka will be flanked. Algo will win the game now.
Algo running round Muka. There you go. Algo with the handbrake turn. Style points for the final kill. And Oops have done it. Oops win this one 5-3 and get a vital win here against Utopia. Brilliant play from Oops. You were 2-0 down, lads, and you stuck it out. Well played.
It was a really good game here. I must congratulate them after coming back like that. And what's more important, rather inventive plays here. GG, boys.
GG. The double grill, risky. Mainland getting himself cut out a couple of times on the hill, unfortunate. But it worked. That's all that mattered. A win's a win, you know? Whether you win by 1 HP or by 1,000 HP or by 8,000 HP, as long as you win, that's all that counts at the end of the day for the season.
And we will be at very interesting position then in standings later, but let's check out the stats here for this game.
Let's have a look at top damage there. Algo, 4k damage and 3 kills there. Mucka doing 2.7 there in the STRV. Certainly, whenever he's on this map in that tank, it does fantastic. Decha in the 113, but hey, take Algo off tier 8's Oops, stick him in a tier 10, and just let him do his thing. Algo, you carried the team here. No doubt about it. That plays on that side of the map where he was on the hill, that saved his team. Far and away. He had additional help, true, but Algo, great play. Well done, mate. Really well done. Insane, you were the RU. Forget about it. It doesn't matter. It happens.
Well, as Insane would say, Algo is an Autobot, so he's good when you point him to the enemy and he will do the job for sure. But here, at this moment, the main focus was really on that hill play, because Utopia made the right choice to try to play from that side. Simply, Oops, just use their cards better. It was super risky what they did with Camille there in the end, kind of the push. I think he was even the bait for the most of the other team, because they knew the Butchats were on low HP. They needed someone to turn to Camille for attention, and then they did a surprise attack for Butchats. That was actually very cheeky.
It was a good trade.
It was very cheeky.
A grill for two Butchats.
Very cheeky. It was very cheeky, but at the end, the gamble paid off, same as Utopia.
Because Silence had hardly any health,
yes,
and Algo was low in health as well.
Die.
Yeah, so it was bold,
was
very bold.
Cheeky.
And it worked. It worked.
That's all that matters in the end of the day, yes.
Oops win 5-3. They didn't lose 5-2. I said that they were going to carry on and win that one.
No,
I'm
you
happy.
said it's time to lose 5-4.
No, I said they haven't.
Internet never forgets.
Hey, I said before this one that they were going to win. I said Oops were going to win.
Okay.
They weren't going to, because I said
enough.
it's not going to go to tiebreaker. They're not going to go to tiebreaker.
Fair enough.
So well played, Oops. You needed that win. Just goes to show, you can lose some rounds, but it's important to just, not give up. Just stay in the fight.
That was something like really missing to their plays, because once some plan didn't work out in some of the games, it did look like they're just crashing around, bouncing on each other, arguing, and God knows what happened, because they would just lose 3 rounds in a row. But this is a different kind of game.
Yep. Post-match stats, let's have a look at who came out on top for all those rounds here and all those maps. Algo, player we were just talking about there. 2k damage, laddie, what a play, very well done. Colozoid there, 1.8, Milosh, 1.7.
Thank you, Milosh.
Dynamo, 1.7, Mayland, 1.7. I mean, Algo with 11 kills as well. He put on his carry Barry pants today. He should be carry Algo, to be honest.
No.
Great play. And as I said, Papa Pau, and sometimes it is very hit or miss, his effect on the battles.
Man.
He wasn't in the lineups all the time. Maraka and I don't see Dead Zone here, Mojo, in the top 14. What's happened here? No, yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate.
This is the second game.
He's not been on the top 14. But hey, the important thing is he played 3 games. So overall average, he should have more. So maybe you and Daki will climb some more points this week, which is cool. If Daki does get ahead of me in fancy points, it will be the first week where he's able to do that on the 3 times, the 3 teams that matter, so I would say.
I don't know, but Spoink not playing at all hit us all
Killed
really
all 3 of us, yep. Now, if you have been following the quest system in chat at the moment, we can announce the winner who was able to be lucky. So it is Nix13. Congratulations, you have won a premium tank. I don't personally know which one it is myself, but hey, for everyone else, chill, say congratulations, be sporting. We do have a tank to give away on every show. We have 4 shows a week. And we still have at least roughly just after half the season still to go. So plenty of opportunities to do it, so stick at it. And we'll see you hopefully in the next cast.
Brilliant is that last 2 guys that got the tanks, this was actually, they said in the chat, it was their first premium tank ever.
So, hey, and just to give you guys a rough idea as well, chat, if you're listening, focus, you have roughly about a 1 in 500 to 1 in 800 chance. Although there might be like 2,500, 3,000, 4,000, whatever number it is in chat, a lot of people don't actually complete the quest, or a lot of people don't
even participate.
Don't participate. They're just here because they enjoy watching the matches, which should be your main reason. But don't panic. There's always another opportunity, and well, if you're only here for the tank, it's not a guarantee. So chill. Now let's have a look at the standings, Mojo, and see how this has affected the table after today's matches, because there has been some reshuffling.
We can see now Gohard is 1 point below Ding here. Kazna lurking right there below, but Kazna has a game less and they are playing tomorrow against Suba, as far as I remember. And we will also have tomorrow match Gunrunners and Gohard, so Gohard might actually emerge on a first spot if everything goes well for them as they hope. Oops, with this victory, very important victory for them, actually crawled really close to Utopia, just 1 point separating them, and they're first time after a long time above both Gunrunners and the Suba.
Yeah, they're no longer tied with Isuba, but the funny thing is Isuba can win tomorrow, and they'll be
There
tied
is
again.
always a potential.
Always a potential. So, I mean, this league, as we keep saying, it's unpredictable. It's really hard to pick winners in most matches. Just now, you can kind of bank on Gohard and Ding picking up wins because they seem to be the most consistent, but still,
Gohard lost last 2 matches.
Yeah, it can go anyone's way. Anyone's way, definitely. So totally unpredictable. Now tomorrow we will be back. It's going to be myself and Daki on the desk, and we'll be bringing you guys I was going to say Go Runners and Gunhard. If it's Gun Runners versus Gohard and Kazna Crew versus Isuba. Another reason to tune in tomorrow is me and Daki both made a bet. Although I did win and Daki tried to argue it, it means that Daki has to wear the purple bow tie tomorrow.
He has to wear it. 2.5k people were on the chat at that moment, and they all said that he's lying something if he doesn't.
Because Daki kind of disagreed to it, I told him, tell you what, mate, I'll wear a bow tie as well. So we're both going to look like a couple of distinguished gentlemen.
Lowell and Hardy?
Perhaps, yeah.
A bit?
Who's what, you know? Be careful here, Mojo.
I will let audience decide.
Now, yeah, I mean, Daki needs to stop making these bets with me. He specifically said they're going to win 5-3.
Do you know that last time when we were talking about bouncing of STRV, I was completely wrong. And he was like, how sure are you? I'm like, 100 zloty sure. And
you were
he's
both
like,
wrong though, were you?
Yeah, I bluffed it. And he's like, I'm not taking the bet.
Yeah.
He's chickening out now, man.
But the next time needs to be between you and Daki, and the shake has to be on screen. People have to see the shake.
Yeah, that's the point. I don't take the shake if I am not sure.
Okay. Well, you guys have been an awesome audience. We will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. CET. So please tune in for those 2 matches, and we'll see you soon.